Okay, a very good morning to all of you. I see most of you have settled down. People online, a very good morning to all of you. Okay, so before I begin, I'll just take a couple of minutes. Okay, so before we begin, just a couple of points I want to tell you. Okay, so we are starting today with the environment module of your prelims bootcamp, right? Some of you have already maybe have done it. Some students are from the foundation batch, perhaps, okay, or you would have done some of these classes, but some of you may also be very new. How many of you are very new to the subject environment? Okay, some of you, okay. So I'll keep that also in mind. Now, a couple of things before we begin, right? So again, today is the very first class of the prelims bootcamp batch, which is starting from today, that is 19th. So in case the people, this is also being streamed YouTube live, okay. So in case somebody wants to again uh, complete and comprehensively cover the preparation, they may do so, right? Now, couple of things, some of the FAQs that you may want to have, right? What will be the schedule of the classes, etc., etc. So here I'll tell you a few things. Number one, the structure, and these are day long classes, right? So today is 19th, today is the first class, then on 21st, then on 23rd. Now on in the schedule that you have, it 26th is also mentioned, but you cannot have a class now 26th. So now most probably the class will be on 28th. Okay, this is roughly the schedule that we have, right? Now the class wherein we discuss these topics roughly will be 10 AM onwards. ठीक है, इसकी एंड में क्यों नहीं लिख रहा हूँ, क्यों? Now this will depend on the topic. It can be 6, it can be 7, okay, but the point is it will be followed by MCQs. Today also we will have MCQs, right? So whatever we do in the class, almost every topic, okay, we will be doing some PYQs and MCQs in the class, okay. Now when I say PYQs, previous year questions, right? So almost every theme that has been asked and that can probably be asked will be covered here along with its current affairs, right? So the basic thing is that, so I don't want these messages ki sir class kab tak hogi, kya hogi. Maybe when we do climate change or species, the class may get extended, okay. So you be prepared at least, but we will be doing in such a manner that then you don't have to refer to any other source, right? So we will have a class that will be followed by MCQs. Now the classes that we are doing here, they are updated till the December of 2025, okay. A couple of updates even in the initial week of January I've also included. So when we do the classes here, the main this is covered, and after we're done with these classes, we will have one more updation class, okay, which will cover the January, February, March, okay. That is generally the time that they generally ask you questions, and there have been questions, 1 or 2 questions sometimes every year in these recent months also, okay. So we'll also try to see where that can be incorporated. So this we will be notifying you slightly later, okay. That is one. Now the people who have only joined the environment module, they also have a Telegram group separate. All the updates will be posted there. Again, if you have, let's say somebody is watching this online, and if they watch, let's say join the module, you can just join your Telegram group, okay. Now one thing already maybe have Sugam sir has also mentioned in his very first class, but a couple of things I also want to make it very clear, that when we are doing the class, during these class hours, okay, whatever doubt you have, keep it to yourself or raise your hand, okay. Any type of murmur, etc., and because now the class is also bigger, so if you think you're speaking very slowly, this voice will come here also, right? So on that front, and again it will disturb the focus, at least I will entertain any doubt that you have, but murmuring or maybe noise and shout, this is something that is not encouraged, okay. Whenever the session ends, and we will have almost 3 sessions today, or 3 or 4 depending on how much breaks I want to give you. So you will have adequate breaks. In the breaks also you can ask your questions in between while discussing a topic. If a topic is I think some people are not able to get it. I'll repeat the topic again. Okay, so don't worry on that front. Okay, that is there. Now making notes. Okay, so you have gotten two files with you. One is the skeleton. The idea of the skeleton is whatever slides I'll be using, all those headings are there in your skeleton, and I'll be telling you here itself how to consolidate it. Okay, because the slides, whenever we share, at least in my classes, the slides go on to more than 500. Okay, because for every section, almost every theme, any current affairs snippet, the Hindu, Indian Express explained, everything is there. Okay, I will be sharing to you the slides after every class, not before. The reason I'll also tell you here. The reason is, if I have to add anything which I think I have not sufficiently added in the class, some backgrounder, etc., that I add. Okay, and this is generally the approach I follow. Fine. So skeleton is the points where you have to make your running notes in the class itself, and by the time you're done with every lecture. Okay, so today, even if you just see your handout, in just one class we are covering a huge range of topics. Okay, so this is there. For terms also, so in whichever topics there are certain terms either in the news, which, or I think which you should be aware, you will get this also. In lecture 2 and lecture 3 we have dedicated sections on species behavior, pollution, waste management. So even one specific document for species also I'll share with you, and in that we'll be consolidating all the species, both from the static as well as the current affairs perspective. Okay, this also will be done. Now I've also, I think, asked to you to bring some maps also. है ना? कौन maps लाया है? I think most of you have brought the maps. Today onwards, although today the map work is slightly lesser, but in the subsequent classes, be it the protected areas or even the species, okay, whatever updates are there, for which we are going to make certain thematic maps. Okay, so for example, very basic, how many natural world heritage sites are there in India? Natural 7, right? Who gives this designation? UNESCO. Okay, that is why I mentioned natural. If I had mentioned cultural, then how many? So abhi sir culture class hi nahi hui hai, we have not revised it yet, right? So of course natural is 7, so we'll first map those 7. Then coming to biosphere reserves, how many biosphere reserves do we have? 18. And is there a new recent update on that front? So 12 out of them initially were a part of MAB, Man and Biosphere Reserve program, and very recently a new biosphere reserve has been added. 12 has become 13. What is that? Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve. Okay, so those parts will also be doing via mapping. Okay, similarly to in today's class itself, we are doing, when we are doing wetlands, okay, we'll also be doing the recent Ramsar sites in India. Any idea how many Ramsar sites? 96. Okay, how many centuries Kohli has? Okay, so there is now, let's see which gets to 100 faster. Okay, so we'll also see that. And in the just in last 1 year, in 2nd Feb of 2025, when we were doing this topic, and since now almost 10 new sites have been added. Okay, and if I say in 2014, how many Ramsar sites were there? Any rough idea? 26. So from 26 we have moved to 96. A huge change has happened, and sometimes in the past we've already seen map, or let's say location based questions also. We'll have a look at it. Okay, so all those things we will be doing it from the map based perspectives also. Okay, now I think I've had, okay, some of the doubts are also there. Some of you may have already done the module or would have attended last year's RRR or have been continuously doing it. So for the students who are well aware of it, in today's class, lecture number 1, we are mostly dealing with the basics. Okay, so many of the topics that you would have already done. Okay, but then the point is, when you are sitting here in the class, I want you to be active. Whatever new examples you are finding, add it to your notes itself. That you can do, right? So here for note making, there's 2 things I want to tell you. Let's say if you are anybody who's attending the class, you try to fill in the skeleton here itself. Okay, if somebody has already made their short notes, maybe some of you are the class or maybe from the foundation or any other program or has done the RR recently, and you have your short notes ready, what you should do, you should actively listen to the whole lecture, because again certain themes, certain new additions I'll be adding, and any examples or any connections, okay, or probable themes I'm going to tell you, keep this handy, you update this. Okay, because the major chunk of updation will also happen in lecture 2, because lecture 2 the entire set of new species will be added. Okay, of course we are not adding the species, these are there in the news. And then in lecture 3, a lot of updates on pollution, waste management, this will happen, right? Now, before I begin, I'll also tell you how these lectures are divided theme-wise. So, broadly speaking, you have 4 days on which lectures are going to be there. Here, if you have seen, we are mostly discussing with the basics of environment. Okay, so the basic discussion on levels of ecology, what is environment, what is habitat, what is niche, what is ecosystem, biome, biosphere, all of that discussion. Then we move into species interactions. So mutualism, commensalism, predation, competition, parasitism, etc., etc. We'll be seeing the examples there also. And then after that, for example, we talk about adaptations. Okay, and here also interesting terms like what is hibernation, what is aestivation, what is brumation, okay, what is diapause, various things. What is homeostasis? How are the species able to regulate their temperature? Which are able to do so? Who are not able to regulate their temperature? All of that part is there in adaptations. We also discuss biomes, and in biomes we have a very simple table if you have seen your handout. Okay, the name of the biome is mentioned. We just need to know its climate. We need to know the vegetation and the species in that, because this topic directly overlaps with geography. Okay, we are doing it from the environment perspective, that in the most, let's say, smallest possible time, what is the best ROI that we can have here. Then 2 important themes or discussions we'll also have is the biogeochemical cycles, right? Here we discuss sedimentary cycle as well as the gaseous cycle. And then after that, there is ecological succession, and then a discussion on wetlands, mangroves, and corals. Okay, a lot of let's say updates on all the 3 will also be covered today. Now, the lecture 2 is on species, biodiversity, and protected areas. Okay, so here biodiversity conservation, right, and biodiversity, the threats to biodiversity, both of that we are seeing. Okay, so threats, conservation. When I say conservation, so in situ, ex situ, all of that part, convention on biological diversity and its recent updates will be covered here. And here also some of the adaptations we'll see today, but unique species behaviors, most of the things which have happened, or let's say in Indian Express or Hindu or down to earth. Okay, in a proper table we'll be covering the unique species behavior, and then even the environmental laws with a special focus on Wildlife Protection Act, Forest Conservation Act, okay, and the Biological Diversity Act, because all the 3 have gotten an update. But we will also be going through the entire evolution of legislations in India, forests, etc., is going to be covered in species and biodiversity. Then the lecture 3, the major focus of lecture 3 will be pollutions, waste management, and conventions. Okay, in fact, even in today's class, while discussing about biomagnification and bioaccumulation, I'll also make a brief reference to Stockholm Convention. Today also I'll talk about Ramsar Convention, but we'll be consolidating all the conventions in lecture number 3. This will be doing. Okay, and this is again, every year you are seeing more and more questions from these areas. Okay, last year in 2025, a direct question on what is used in cloud seeding was asked. Okay, again, what is circular economy, direct questions were asked from these areas. Even in this year, in the last 1 year, a lot of update has also happened on waste management. Okay, updates on biofuels, biochar, biotrig. Okay, all of that part we'll be covering. Okay, here also the basics of climate change. Okay, now here climate finance, energy, sustainability, miscellaneous sections, right? In fact, if you see last year also on climate change and climate related outcomes, one question was on Article 6. Most of you would have seen that question. Okay, right? This year, of course, COP 30 is in news. Last year, COP 29 was in news. Okay, so that question was asked. One, Second, there was a question on COP28 and a declaration on health. Although that was a statement assertion based question. Even if you did not know that question, you could have still answered it. When we discuss it, I'll tell you how to do so. But still, here this is a huge topic. Okay. For example, we are doing corals even in the very first lecture. But when I again come back to climate change, the impact of climate change on every ecosystem we will again do. Okay. So what is it? What is the impact of climate change? Let's say on kelp forests. Anybody has heard the term kelp? What are kelp? These are underwater. These are the algae which are concentrated. Yes or no? That is what we see here, right? Then again, for example, when I say corals, very recently, the fourth global mass coral bleaching event is in news. Okay, and based on that, we will see the updates. There's a Ningalu reef. Okay, and that is one of the biggest fringing reefs that is there, which has lost more than 70% of its corals. So all that and its impact on climate change again we'll have a look at, right? So these are the broad themes that one has to cover. Okay, and this is again how we are going to cover it, right? I hope this part is clear to you. Acha, chalo, very good. Somebody's already asked this question. Now, in 2023 and 2024, there were tougher questions, no doubt, on species. So what happened? Everybody put a lot of efforts on species, right? So what did UPSC do in 2025? How many questions on species? And they simply asked you, and when you see the questions in 2022, they'd asked you questions on marsupials. They'd asked you questions on which is a particular organism which can use a tool, etc. Yaad aa raha hai? What was that question? Orangutan. Okay. And there were random species one-liner based questions. For example, many questions were asked. Now, what does this tell us? And there was only one question which you will not find in most of the any compilation that you see. And this question could have been solved if somebody knew tarantula is a spider. Okay, but let's say you did not even know this. For these tougher questions, again I'll tell you, because in environment you will be getting around 15 to 18 questions. There is an overlap with the Indian Forest Services, right? So there will be certain sections they will deliberately make it very difficult. Okay, so again the idea is not to get all these questions correct, but theme wise, because every year, because if you look at 2023, the cutoff itself was barely 75 marks. Okay, so here also they were very tough questions, no doubt about it. Okay, but the point is the toughness, etc., and is depends toughness and relative marking are always related. So our objective is whatever we are doing, okay, we should be able to get answers correct from that. From this module also you will see direct questions appearing, or otherwise whatever we have discussed indirectly you will see a lot of points getting covered, that is there, right? So for tougher questions one also needs to know what questions to skip. Okay, so not that every question we have to do, right? And the last part, I think one question that often appears, one second, I think is related to sources and books again. Now, in case somebody has read the last 4 chapters of the biology of class, this NCRT, this is again a good source to just basically cover your topics. If you're already doing the classes here right now, all the details, all the infographics covered in the NCRT will be covered here itself. Okay. In fact, in the NCRT, whatever terms are there, sometimes they've not explained it, or they've not related the current affairs part also, that we will be doing here itself. This is again a very good source. Now, if you have had any other source that you would have read and you find confidence in that, you do that. But here, the approach which we are doing and the way we are consolidating the topics. So here we are not just covering the static part, we are also covering the current affairs. Okay. Second, I give you throughout all these lectures 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'll give you a lot of huge list of examples. Okay. So now it is very important for you how you compile them and let's say keep on revising that. Okay. आज की class में, if somebody is relatively new, you may feel कि sir in a small span we've done a huge section, but then the second day that you have to spend on revising it. Environment is it's a very dynamic module and it's a very integrated module. You have intersections with science and tech, you have intersections with geography also. Okay, so various points are there, so that is there. So again you cover this. Okay, so whatever we are doing, our classes, you do that, and post every class you will also be getting a handout in terms of the PPTs which I am using, okay, because I use a lot of infographics, and sometimes just for your quick revision that can also help, okay, but that will happen after the class, because if I have to make any changes, deletions or any addition to that, so that will be there. Are we clear till here? ठीक है, शुरू करते हैं अभी. No, not all the sites are important, and when we do the mapping part I'll also tell you this. ठीक है, people online till here, are we able to follow? Okay, ठीक है. So now let's start. Okay, the very first page that you have almost covers the major core of environment. Okay, here we are seeing, first we'll see a couple of terms. What you have to just note is you just keep on writing with me on certain examples. Okay, after I'm done with the section I'll also go through the PPT with some more images for our recollection. Now my habit is to keep on asking you a lot of questions, so whosoever is online, try to be as active as possible. Here also offline, from the very start to the very back. Okay, again at least till the back I can easily see your faces. तो जो भी टर्म समझ में नहीं आ रहा है एटसेट्रा, यू कैन सिंपली रेज योर हैंड, आई विल रिपीट दैट. ठीक है, सो आई थिंक दैट शुड नॉट बी अ कंसर्न. नाउ we are starting, right? There are few terms that one should be aware of. If you already know it, just write the keywords alongside. The very first term that you see is environment. Okay, and after that there is a term that we see is ecology. Now when we say an environment, only one keyword you have to remember: anything that is surrounding us. Anything that is surrounding us is our environment. Now when I say anything that is surrounding us, we are surrounded by biotic factors as well as abiotic factors. What are biotic factors? These are living. Abiotic factors are non-living factors. So again, if I say, if I look at this class, okay, who are the living beings here? Huh? Should we include us? Pakka na? Right? Who are we? How do we define ourselves? Are we producers? Are we consumers? Or are we decomposers? Consumers. So in this class we have living beings. Can we have certain bacteria in the class also? Right? So these bacteria are also the biotic factors, right? And there are abiotic factors in the class. First tell me, what are the abiotic factors in the class? Air. How many of you say air is an abiotic factor? Okay. With air, my mind tell me GRAP, GRAP4. Kyun? Today only GRAP4 has been implemented. What is GRAP? Graded Response Action Plan. Who implements GRAP? There is something known as CAQM. We'll do all of this in pollution and waste management. Okay? Commission on Air Quality Management. Okay? Now, so you're looking at two things here. So when you're looking at your surroundings, we have living as well as non-living. Now we will just break this down, biotic as well as abiotic. So when I'm looking at biotic, I can talk about producers. Okay, another term for producers can be autotrophs. You can have consumers, they can be heterotrophs, and you can have decomposers. Okay, often when this happens, somebody will use the term either detritivore, somebody will use the term scavengers. In just 2 or 3 pages from now, we will be seeing the differences in all the three terms. Okay, we have producers, we have consumers, we have decomposers. Now if I talk about producers, so whenever we say, if I'm talking of producers, who are producers? Who can make their own food? Yes or no? Now if I'm talking of land, land means the terrestrial, oceans, or let's say if I'm saying aquatic, at least we need to know certain basic terms here, right? Now on land, who are the producers? Very best example is plants. How plants make their own food? There is something known as photosynthesis. What happens in photosynthesis? Now CO2 plus what? presence of sunlight. Now, we will be again seeing this when we do the carbon cycle. So what is happening? Plants are able to make their own food. They are doing this in the presence of sunlight. What plants take? CO2. Okay, which is also why we talk about plants and forests being carbon sinks. Yes or no? Okay. So plants are able to produce the food. Any other producer that you know in land? Somebody said algae. Okay. So yes, certain types of algae. Okay, be it blue green algae or certain algae. Okay, or even cyanobacteria if it is present on land. I'm putting a star mark because that should be able to make its own food. Now on land, yeah, aquatic, are there producers, right? These producers are phytoplanktons. Okay, we need to know this term planktons. See, planktons are marine microscopic organisms. Now we have phytoplanktons, they make the food. The phytoplanktons are eaten up by zooplanktons. But again, if I ask you a question, who is a producer? Producer will be phytoplanktons. Now for that, we need to know certain examples. Diatoms, one of the most prominent examples. Diatoms, cyanobacteria, okay, and whatever terms we are seeing, they will get repeated as I move along. Okay, I'll give you a lot of examples for these terms also. Okay, so diatoms, cyanobacteria, dinoflagellates, and one more you can remember, coccolithophores. Four examples we are seeing: diatoms, cyanobacteria. Okay, cyanobacteria will appear very shortly. Even this dinoflagellate also, I'll give you examples for that. And coccolithophores. Okay, four prominent example of phytoplanktons. They are going to make the food. Okay, and talking of food, very shortly we'll also do food chain. Okay, acha, talking of food chain, because these are going to be long classes. So in case you would have brought maybe some food, you can always have the food with you. But environmental classes में एक चीज याद रखेंगे, food chain नहीं बनानी और food web तो बिल्कुल भी नहीं, right? Right? So food chain, so whatever you want to have, you can easily munch, eat, ऐसे नहीं छुप के एकदम, है ना? You try to make some faces, so don't worry about that. You can eat whatever you want to have. Okay, so four examples I've given you. कौन से example देखे हमने? Diatoms, cyanobacteria, dinoflagellates, coccolithophores. Okay. Again, I'm telling you, just I think maybe 1 or 2 hours from now, I'll be giving you more details, and 4 or 5 hours from now, again I'll be giving you more details. So lectures are planned in the manner you will be seeing these terms, and you will know in which cycles are they used, what are the common examples. Okay. So coming back, so producers they make their own food, right? Now we have seen a term. Which term have we seen? Photosynthesis. What is acha? Chalo, photosynthesis means the food is being created in the presence of light. But can food or nutrients be created in the absence of light? What is that? Chemosynthesis. Okay, and for chemosynthesis, the same reaction that happens, but here, by the way, when we do let's say sulfur cycle, again I'll link chemosynthesis, but here either H2S or methane. Okay, so any of this, so you will have a certain type of a bacteria that will be used in this process, chemosynthesis, because here light is not available. So there will be a proper chemical reaction, right? A chemical reaction. Now this chemosynthesis can happen in the deep bottoms. So this can happen in hydrothermal. Hydrothermal vents. Okay. Similarly, if there are, let's say, underground, or sorry, underwater, certain volcanoes, and they will also release certain sulfur oxides, so sulfur gases. So we can also see it. So don't be under the misconception that photosynthesis is only the way for creation of food. If light is available, yes, photosynthesis can happen, but even in deep down oceans, okay, in different areas, you have chemosynthesis also. There is a chemosynthetic bacteria, there is chemoautotrophs. ठीक है, ये सारे terms अभी थोड़ा सा आगे देखेंगे. But whenever I do photosynthesis, keep in mind there is also something known as chemosynthesis. ठीक है, this also I will be elaborating slightly later, right? So just a couple of terms for you to know. Now, coming back, what is the environment? Everything that surrounds us. Biotic factors and abiotic factors. Biotic factors में भी हमने क्या देखा? Producers. So producers में on land, on oceans. On land you have plants. On oceans you can have phytoplanktons. Give me the 4 examples. Diatoms, cyanobacteria, dinoflagellates, coccolithophores. ठीक है, यहां तक देखा. This is अभी biotic में we've just seen producers. Second is consumers. Now think of this, you have a grass. Grass is eaten up by a, let's say, grasshopper. Grasshopper is eaten up by a, let's say, right? Grass is here producer. Now as you move along, you have different species that are coming up. Okay, later on we'll see these are also referred to as, there are different trophic levels. Okay, this topic we will do in the food chain, food web, just after this. Now my point is, when I say consumers, consumers can be various. You can have primary consumers, you can have secondary consumers, okay, you can also have tertiary consumers, right? So for example, grasshopper is eaten by a lizard, is eaten by a snake, or grass, let's say, is eaten by a deer. Who eats a deer? Any of these species, right? So you have a primary consumer. Primary consumer directly eats the producer, directly dependent on the producer. So which means these primary consumers will be herbivore or carnivore. Herbivores are plant eaters, right? And we will see many example, any famous example of a herbivore in an aquatic ecosystem. Sea cow, somebody mentioned. Sea cow is dugong, right? Now sea cow eats what? Seagrass. Okay, this is a herbivore, right? Again, very basic terms. For example, if I say lion, lion is a carnivore. Okay, in fact, for lion, etc., we also use the term apex predator, right? So consumer is not that difficult to understand. We've seen producer, we have seen consumers. Consumers can be of different types: primary, secondary, or tertiary. And then we have a term that is known as decomposer. ठीक है, इसमें भी quaternary भी ऐड कर सकते हैं, but last में एक term होता है decomposer. For now, you are going to write these 2 examples. The 2 main decomposers are, one is bacteria, one is, and whenever you write for decomposers, always tell yourself virus is not a decomposer. Why is virus not a decomposer? It requires a host, right? But can all the 3 be parasites? Parasites हो सकते हैं. But if I say decomposer, decomposer में होगा bacteria and fungus. Okay. Now whenever you read or see the term decomposer, it is very natural to confuse it with detritivore or a scavenger. Okay, which is why I think 2 or 3 pages from now there is a specific topic on decomposition. There I'll take up this difference, the difference between detritivore, decomposer and a scavenger. ठीक है, अभी के लिए these are the 2 examples. Decomposer is a bacteria and a fungus. Okay, now let us recall. We have seen biotic factors. तीन चीजें देखी हैं. What are three things? Producers, consumers and decomposer. Decomposers are bacteria and fungus. ठीक है, और फंगस जहां पे लिखा है इसको स्टार मार्क लगाएंगे. यूपीएससी likes fungus a lot. ठीक है, I'll tell you at least 4 or 5 types of questions. I'm not saying just one type. Types of questions on fungus. Okay, we have seen questions on gucci mushroom. We have seen which of the following fungus जिसमें अलग अलग properties पूछी थी. Okay, even bioluminescence, psychotropic properties, etc. So today also we'll see a lot of discussion on fungus also. Okay, now so decomposers are these two examples. Consumers we have understood, and we have producers. Producers maybe we know on land and we also know on oceans. This is the biotic part, that is the living part. Then you have abiotic factors. अब abiotic factors में, okay, there are some obvious examples. Can pH be an abiotic factor? Yes. Okay. Temperature. When you write soil in the bracket, write edaphic. Soil related factors are your edaphic factors. Salinity. Okay, अब यहाँ पे I'll just tell you a term. This term will again get repeated. For example, because I've written temperature and salinity, there are whenever the term URI is being used, URI can be urethermal, urehaline, stenothermal, stellohaline. URI simply means they have a wide range of tolerance. Okay, so when I say urethermal, these are the species that have a wide band of tolerance. Okay, stenothermal, they have a very narrow band of tolerance, right? Urehaline, it means they can change wide fluctuations in salinity, and stenohaline is very small ranges in fluctuations in salinity. Okay, so these terms, again, whatever factor is changing here, it can be soil, it can be temperature, it can be salinity, it can be pH. Okay, any the factor which can be sunlight. Okay, all these are abiotic factors. Okay, I can even add humidity. All these factors will be your abiotic factors. अच्छा हमने water तो नहीं लिखा अलग से. Water भी can be added. Availability of water, etc. All these are abiotic factors. Now the point is, why are we seeing abiotic factors? These factors can change, and when these change, this directly topics we understand in adaptations. ठीक है, adaptations में, that is why when we see in desert systems, for example, how is kangaroo rat able to save itself? We see in very saline conditions how are mangroves able to survive. ठीक है, I just want to ask you, although I'll tell you in detail, any reason why mangroves are able to survive in high salinity? कैसे? न्यूमेटोफोर्स. चलो और कुछ? लीव्स आर सॉल्ट टॉलरेंट. ठीक है, और कुछ? वीवी पेरिस. ठीक है, सारे कीवर्ड्स. और कुछ? ठीक है, keep this question in your mind. Okay, when I do mangroves, I'll discuss in detail with you. This year only, I think couple of months back, there's almost a full page article in the Hindu going in a lot of detail on how are mangroves able to be salt tolerant. Okay, so it is not just that it is just only related to the opening and closing of stomata. Okay, there are other factors also what make them salt tolerant. Talking of mangroves, which region in the world has the maximum concentration of mangroves? It is Sundarbans. ठीक है, Sundarbans कहाँ पे है? West Bengal. So at least for salinity purpose, we'll try to remember it. But later on, we'll also see Sundari tree. We'll also see the Royal Bengal tiger. Sundarbans has been in news. Okay, we'll see that. Okay, these are the biotic and abiotic factors. This is what is your environment, anything that is surrounding you. Okay, now that is the first part. Now, second thing, or the second term that we're seeing is ecology. Ecology is just for you a single line study. Up, I will say study of the environment. This is also correct. Study of the this also is correct. Right? Because the moment this term logi or logos is added, this is meaning this is the study of environment. That is why it is always important to tell what is environment. So environment is anything that is surrounding us. Uski study क्या है? Ecology. Now this here आपके पास जो भी space है उसमें, for example, ecology is mentioned like this. So I'll be telling you two things. One is auto ecology and syn ecology. But in the recent times, there are also been two very prominent terms in the news: shallow ecology and deep ecology. Okay, so we need to know what is the meaning of the term, etc., etc. Now, auto ecology. Auto ecology means, just remember, if the study is restricted to a single species. Okay, so for example, if we are talking about the Gir forest or the Gir National Park, Gir National Park is famous for Asiatic lion. If I make this claim, Asiatic lion is endemic to India, true or false? पहले बताओ, what is the meaning of endemic? Only found. ठीक है? I think in 30 minutes from now, we'll have also a very detailed discussion on endemic species, not just in India, but I also take some ecosystems around the world. Okay, so yes, Asiatic lion is endemic to India. Where is it found? Gir. Okay, but very recently, some translocation is also happening. Okay, that we'll see in the next class. So, what is autoecology? If we want to analyze the behavior only of Asiatic lion, that will be referred to as autoecology. Right? So Asiatic lion, keep that in mind. Acha, is the Asiatic lion one of the big cat species? Why? Huh? नहीं. किसी ने no बोला, किसी ने, चलो, I'll rephrase my question. How many of you are aware of IBCA, International Big Cat Alliance? सुना है? How many big cats are there? 7. Out of those 7 big cats, is the Asiatic lion one of those big cats? Chalo, why no? Leopard or kuch? Somebody will say, sir, I take the offense. I normally see small cats, but what is this big cat? Dekho, the answer is it is. Okay? 5 big cats are found in India. 2 are not found in India. Total there are 7. We'll do that in more detail. The point is, this is one of the big cat species. It is one of the big cat species. Okay? So again, coming back, what is autoecology? Study of an individual species in an ecosystem is simply your autoecology. Now, in the same Gir National Park, now if I not only talk about Asiatic lion, but let's say all the other species, maybe there are some certain deers here, okay, or maybe there are certain, one second, elephants, okay, rodents, so various species interactions, all of this is part of syn ecology. ठीक है? और जो भी examples we are discussing, you keep at least writing those examples down. यहाँ पे तो again I'm giving you very simple examples, things that are in news. Okay, so a single species analysis is basically the auto ecology, but if you have multiple species and their interaction, that is referred to as syn ecology. ठीक है? Now, what was ecology? It was simply the study of environment. Now, there are two terms. One is shallow ecology, one is deep ecology. these terms although are slightly older, there was a Norwegian philosopher Arne Nies in 1973, don't remember the year. He had classified these two terms, shallow and deep ecology. Okay, and just if you go by the literal meaning, you can understand what it is going to talk about. Okay, if I say, for example, if somebody is doing shallow work क्या होगा? Superficial होगा. Okay, and deep ecology will be holistic. Okay, so when I say shallow ecology, it is rooted in the belief that here also I'm writing man, okay, or let's say humans are supreme. So this means only very superficial changes are happening, very superficial, right? Whereas when I say deep ecology, the idea here is that nature or earth or environment, that is most important, and based on nature and earth, every other activity, economy, all of that has to be imagined or redesigned. So deep ecology will talk about fundamental, or I can say transformational changes in how we approach the development, fundamental or transformational changes. Okay, so again repeating, shallow ecology keeps human beings at the center. If human beings are at the center, it is very obvious that we'll keep on destructing the environment. Yes or no? So shallow ecology, it means very superficial changes. We are not changing our major means of production. Okay, things are almost like that. But can you tell me, can shallow ecology help in solving the problem of climate crisis? Nahi. Okay, which is why there's a term getting more popular is deep ecology. What is deep ecology? Here earth or nature is at the center, right? And here based on earth you want to make changes. अब इसी से जुड़े दो और terms हैं, okay, जुड़े हैं, right? They are linked to it. When I say shallow ecology, can I link it to anthropocentrism? What is anthropos? Human centric. Okay, so anthropocentrism is there, right? Whereas with deep ecology, I can also link a term that will be and shallow ecology में we can link a term anthropocentrism, right? Because in almost every year in the recent climate change conferences also these philosophies are also being discussed, right? So you may just see term, what is the idea of deep ecology, right? So you want deep fundamental transformational changes. These are merely showpiece changes, right? Because here ultimately anthropos, which means the human, is at the center, right? Ab in COP29 also, in CBD also, which means UNFCCC and CBD, a term NBS was in news, nature based solutions. You tell me NBS is linked to shallow or deep ecology? Deep ecology, right? NBS is nature based solutions. Often in our mains answers we write the conclusion may prioritize NBS, nature based solutions, right? So just trying to recap what we have seen. We've just seen what is environment, surrounding. Surrounding में क्या है? Biotic, abiotic. That we have seen what is biotic as well as abiotic. Second, we've seen ecology. Ecology is the study of environment or interactions between the biotic as well as the abiotic components. Okay, it can be auto, it can be synecology, and it can be shallow, it can be deep ecology. And two more terms I've told you, anthropocentrism and biocentrism. After we are done with this unit, अलग से आपको एक terms का एक handout मिला है, उसमें कुछ और terms हैं, carrying capacity, biotic potential, sixth mass extinction, ठीक है? वो सारे terms अभी हम discuss करेंगे उसके बाद, after we are done with this, ठीक है? Okay, till here are you able to follow? ठीक है? Okay, now we move to almost a very important heading, that is the levels of ecology. Now you have an individual, Okay, now we start with an individual, right? Now when these individuals they start to mate, produce, they have a population. अब एक चीज बताओ, इसमें ध्यान रखना है, population, is it of same species or multiple species? Right, it is of the same species, right? This is population. Okay, now then there is a community, right? अब community में क्या होगा, there are various different species that are there. Okay, now community can be both major as well as minor. Now what is a major community? First, bigger in size, and it is dependent only on sunlight, which also makes sense, right? Sunlight से सीधे लिंक करेंगे photosynthesis, because that is ultimately going to make life possible, right? Energy. Minor community क्या हो जाएंगी? These will be smaller in size, and they are actually dependent on bigger organisms, or I'm just writing dependent on other organisms, right? So again, if we are looking at individual, there is population, there is community. Okay, so first three terms you have to understand. You start with an individual. Okay, population में main चीज क्या है? Same species. Now if these species try to interact, okay, there is a community. Community can be both major, it can be minor. Okay, and these community etc. you will understand even better when we do ecological succession. Okay, which we'll do from some थोड़ी देर में करेंगे उसको भी. अब आते हैं, these three are almost very essential terms. One is ecosystem, one is biome, one is biosphere. Okay, अब ecosystem को define करने के लिए I give you two definitions here also. One definition for ecosystem is, ecosystem, just remember the two keywords. It is the structural and the functional part of biosphere, not the other way around. ये एक पूरा sequence है. You have an ecosystem, you have a biome, you have biosphere. What is ecosystem? Structural and functional part of biosphere. पहले इसको समझते हैं. अब देखो, ecosystem is the fundamental unit of analysis in the environment. Okay, now when I'm saying it is the functional part of biosphere, right? Now structural part, just to understand, let's say we are talking of this class as an ecosystem. There is a system of arrangement, जैसे यहाँ पे podium है. Okay, there are chairs, you're sitting, there's an ordered arrangement, right? This is the structure. If I give you the same example, and if I go, let's say if we go back to tropical rainforest, how many of you are aware of tropical rainforests? Although we'll just cover it in biomes. Tropical rainforests are famous for rainfall throughout the year or just 1 month in the year? Rainfall throughout the year, right? Now tropical rainforests have what? Canopies, yes or no? Proper canopies. Okay, there is a proper stratification, because यहाँ पे सबसे fight किसकी है? Sunlight. All these plants are competing for sunlight. Okay, so there is a structure of arrangement. So कोई भी biome है, any ecosystem, here plants are arranged not in a haphazard manner. There is a structure to their arrangement. If I talk about aquatic ecosystem also, okay, this also we'll see very shortly. Aquatic ecosystem है, this is the top layer, this is the bottom layer. Let's say this is sun. Some species are found in the top layer. Okay, you can have your phytoplanktons, they require sunlight. Okay, they will be eaten up by zooplanktons. Okay, there will be floating species called nectons. All these terms we'll see, but and last mein bottom dwelling will be benthos. Okay, so here also in aquatic ecosystem, is there a structure to the organization of species? Right, now in this structure, will there be biotic or abiotic components? There will be both. Yes, there will be both. So यहाँ पे भी if you see, biotic abiotic is there. So you have abiotic components, of course, and you have biotic. But structural part, you should remember that structural part is simply the pattern of organization, right? In environment, anything that happens for a reason, right? Ecologically evolution agar hua hai, succession hua hai, so it must have followed, right? So that is the structural part of an ecosystem, as simple as that. A pond will also have its own structure, a lake will have its structure, right? Now the functional part, okay? Now here I'll tell you there are 4 functions of an ecosystem, right? आपके एक बॉक्स बना होगा functions of ecosystem, उसमें you will write the 4 functions of ecosystem, okay? Now the very important function of, and if you do it in this manner, आपको ये सारे topics कभी भी रटने ही नहीं पड़ेंगे. If you just know, and if you'll see today most of my class will revolve only around this topic. One is energy flow. In just energy flow, we will talk about food chain, food web. A food chain can be grazing food chain, can be detritus food chain, it can be food web, it can be pyramids. Pyramids can be pyramid of numbers, pyramid of biomass, pyramid of energy. वो सब कुछ एक टॉपिक से आ रहा है, energy flow, because it is going to make life possible, right? Second is nutrient cycling, right? When I say cycling, the point is thing is being created, used, created, used. It is a proper cycle. So there is a source, there is a sink, a source and a sink. So nutrient cycling, we will see 2 major types of cycles: gaseous cycles and sedimentary cycles. This is nutrient cycling. Third is I think just now your history classes got over, modern history. So one king killed the other, new king, succession happens. Same thing we'll see how succession actually happens in, let's say, ecology. So what, just imagine, let's say thousands of years back when there was no forest. और सोचो bare rock. When I'm saying bare rock, it means rock पे soil भी नहीं है. From that, how do you have forests right now? All of that is covered under ecological succession. So that bare rock must have been invaded by some species. Slowly, steadily, maybe algae, lichens, ferns started to develop, small shrubs, herbs, and finally you have the luxuriant forests. That all is seen in ecological succession. And last is homeostasis. Okay? Homeostasis, as we will see, is the ability to keep the temperature, right? It is ability to regulate the temperature. Now, very interestingly, I just want to ask you, are plants and animals able to regulate their own temperature? Right? Huh. So, yes, they're able to. What did you say? Yes or no? No, are plants and animals able to regulate? The answer is no. Major, almost 99% of animals and nearly all plants, they are not able to regulate their temperatures. Okay, which is also what creates a challenge, and that is also what we'll see. Okay. Now, till here, are we able to follow? Okay. Huh. Hmm. Which one? नहीं, प्लांट्स के साथ जो आप बोल रहे हो CO2, तो उसमें अलग से कॉन्सेप्ट आता है कार्बन फर्टिलाइजेशन का, दैट विल सी. Okay, because in climate change ultimately if CO2 is increasing, we just saw photosynthesis. How to use that CO2, that there's a alag se term climate change with that I'll do. So climate change and impact on plants and especially agriculture we'll see separately. ठीक है? Carbon fertilization. ठीक है? अब इसमें कंफ्यूज मत करना, एक और टर्म है आयरन फर्टिलाइजेशन. बोथ आर टू सेपरेट टर्म्स. व्हाट आई हैव टोल्ड यू इज कार्बन फर्टिलाइजेशन. ठीक है? ओके. नाउ कमिंग बैक. ठीक है? आई थिंक टिल हियर आर यू एबल टू फॉलो? ओके. राइट. Now, acha, see, abhi to we are at curious. I think somebody has mentioned here. Whatever I'm going to write, you are supposed to maybe jot it down in the headings itself. Okay, I'm not using any PPT as of now. So whatever headings are there, I'm just following that. ठीक है? और ये भी we just started the topic, right? So इसमें भी whatever terms I'm emphasizing, only that has to be written. Okay, right? So what have we seen? अभी तक just एक बार revise करो. What is levels of ecology? What are the 6 terms we saw? Individual, population, community, ecosystem, biome, biosphere. Now ecosystem में again remember, this is the easiest and the best definition. Ecosystem is the structural and functional part of biosphere. Structural and functional part of biosphere. So in your notes, अगर आप सिर्फ structural, functional, biosphere लिख रहे हो, that is good enough. Because at the last, only we need to remember these key points. That's it. Okay. Second is functional aspect. ये सारे points हम कहाँ लिखने वाले हैं? Functions of ecosystem. What are the functions of ecosystem? Energy flow, nutrient cycling, ecological succession, and homeostasis. Now, all these 4 are units that we will cover. So don't worry कि आप सोच रहे हो कि इसमें खत्म हो गया टॉपिक. नहीं, अभी टॉपिक स्टार्ट होंगे, right? These are just the keywords that we are seeing. All the 4 are going to be covered today itself, right? That this is one. Now coming back to the levels of ecology. So you have individual, population, community, ecosystem. You are able to understand. Agar if I again say ecosystem is also the interaction of biotic as well as abiotic, is it wrong or right? It is right. So now you see almost for environment and for ecology and for ecosystem you have similar definitions. है ना? Does that when I say environment, उसका scope बहुत बड़ा हो जाएगा. The scope, because anything that surrounds. Yes. Now this you understand ecosystem. Now you have a biome. Biome के लिए only thing to remember, climate. Okay, based on climate, the vegetation and the species composition in an area will change. So for example, if I talk about tundra biome, ठीक है? Tundra biome, where is it? हाँ ठीक है. Okay, very cold areas. Okay, almost the polar areas. अब यहाँ पे would you get sufficient rainfall throughout the year? No, which is also why you have very limited vegetation. What will you find? Okay, mosses or lichens. अभी देखेंगे water mosses and lichens, but just telling you, give an example. This is biome. So biome is what? Different biomes are there based on the climate, and it is the climate which is going to impact the distribution of vegetation and ultimately the species. That is the flora and the fauna of that area. So biomes are bigger. So when I'm saying tundra biome, in the tundra biome, different ecosystems will be present. An ecosystem can be as small and as simple as a lake. Yes or no? Okay. Then you can also have a certain grass part which can be a certain grassland. So biomes are bigger areas, because see, as I'm moving from this part to this part, the scope is increasing, right? Biomes are bigger areas, right? And lastly is the biosphere. A biosphere mein, you have to remember, biosphere is the living part, or I should say it is the part where life is possible. And here we are talking of the intersection of 3 things: lithosphere, that is land; hydrosphere, that is water; atmosphere, that is air. Okay, so I am writing ATM is atmosphere, lit is lithosphere, and hydrosphere. Atmosphere, hydrosphere, lithosphere. And main point is where life is possible. That is the biosphere, right? When I'm saying when life is possible, you will be surprised to know that there are certain areas where you have extremes of temperature, extremes of salinity, extremes of maybe pressure, that is the barometric pressure. But even then you can find certain life to be present. ऐसा हो सकता है? Can you give me any example? हाँ, चलो चलो, जिसको पता है वो तो बता रहे. Tardigrade, somebody is saying. Anybody else? हाँ, hydrothermal vents, there are certain bacteria that are living. So here, even in extreme parts, there are certain. एक बस term आप लिखेंगे. I'll take this term slightly later. Extremophiles. From the name itself, it is clear. They are going to be found in extreme regions. And when I say extreme, just think of biotic factors. Here, temperature can be extreme. salinity can be extreme, pressure can be extreme, temperature it can be very hot, it can be very cold. But there are certain extremophiles which are able to survive in these areas. So this is just an extreme example. When I'm saying because normally we will think of biosphere where life is possible in three parts, which is atmosphere, lithosphere, hydrosphere. But there are certain extreme areas and there are certain organisms which can even be found on extremes where they are able to live. And sometimes it is interesting to know how are they able to survive. जैसे mangroves में they have certain adaptations, ठीक है? Deserts में भी cactus है, या camel है, they will have certain adaptations. Otherwise, they will not be able to survive. Yes, okay. These are अभी the levels of ecology. How many of you follow till here? इसको लिखा है, ठीक है? Okay. Now, two more things. Okay. Now, ecosystem give you 4 types of services, right? What are the 4 services? First is provisioning services. Provisioning means to provide for. Okay. Ab what is being provided here? Ab dekho, let's say if there is a tree, what will tree provide you? It can give you timber, right? Or maybe some of the leaves can have medicinal property. मुझे gum मिल सकता है, dyes, yes or no, right? Now apart from timber, ये जो सारे examples हैं, these are known as non-timber forest products. Okay, this is one example wherein, see, so when you cut down the tree, you get timber, but additionally, if while scraping here, you can also get gum, you can also get resins, dyes. Okay, so anything which is not timber is your NTFP. ठीक है, NTFP पे एक star mark लगाएंगे. In the lecture 2, I'll be doing Forest Rights Act. Okay, and then we'll discuss NTFPs in more detail, right? Because Forest Rights Act also talks about NTFPs. Okay, MFP, minor forest produce, right? One is provisioning services. Now, next is they provide regulating services. Okay. Now, when I'm saying regulate, what are they regulating? Chalo, temperature, so I can say they regulate the climate, and more specifically, they regulate the microclimate, right? So, for example, in areas, let's say koi bhi area, if there is sufficient forest available, that will be slightly colder in nature, right? So, it can regulate those areas, right? So, regulation is there. Then, other than that, other services are we have supporting services. अब सपोर्ट कैसे करेंगे? सबसे ऑब्वियस एग्जांपल हियर इज बायोडाइवर्सिटी. Again, think of any wetland, think of any mangrove, think of any tree or corals. They support a lot of biodiversity. So there will be bacteria there, so even microorganisms will be there, other species, so they support a lot of biodiversity, right? So supporting services regulate may climate, they regulate the air, right? So for example, neem can also purify the air, right? Again, talking of regulating, I think or just a couple of months back, there's I think a cafe in Greater Kailash, etc., and it has an AQI of 25. Similarly, there was a couple that was very famous. Okay, they have almost made a micro garden, and they have almost 5 or 10 AQI in Delhi. They should get a Guinness record also for that, right? So the point is, the ecosystem has regulating services. I spoke about mangroves. Can mangroves filter the water? They can filter the water, but the only condition is it can be done in the presence of sunlight. So regulate कर रहे हैं वो, climate को कर रहे हैं. They can also regulate the air, which means they can also purify it, right? In fact, if there is a green corridor, can it reduce the impact of noise pollution? It can, right? There are supporting services. They support a lot of biodiversity, right? So any ecosystem, if you think, it does that. And lastly, there are cultural or aesthetic services. Cultural aesthetic services, right? Cultural, again, I'll give you a simple example. Let's say talk of banyan tree. It has a cultural significance, right? Similarly, there are certain communities which worship certain trees, right? Which worship certain trees में, अभी I'm giving you one example, बहुत popular example है. The khejri trees, they are worshipped by बिश्नोई community, ठीक है? खेजरी ट्री का एक और नाम है, वो आप लिख लीजिए, प्रोसोपिस सिनेरेरिया. Now, khejri tree is found in which part of India? Rajasthan. With Bishnoi community, what other information that you know? हाँ, चलो ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. So black buck, etc. ठीक है. And here also, in lecture number 2, I'll also tell you why are they known Bishnoi community का नाम ये क्यों है. Okay, some of the cultural aspects also we'll have a look at. Abhi, I'm just giving you one example of how cultural points can be there. Aesthetic, so this is easy to understand. Even in real estate, the areas which have good green cover, it looks good. Similarly, when I'm saying aesthetic services, abhi mein ecosystem, let's change the ecosystem. Let's talk about corals. So corals, maybe if an area has good coral colonies, there will be snorkeling, there will be scuba diving, yes. So cultural or aesthetic services can also lead to more and more tourism, which means economic impact bhi hai. If a coral reef gets destroyed, lesser people will want to come and visit, yes or no? So चार बहुत basic services हैं which an ecosystem provides. What are the services which ecosystem provides? Provisioning services. Provisioning is not easy to understand, इसलिए इसको लिखो, ये provide is for our understanding. Provisioning means anything that is provided, right? Now if you look at corals also, a lot of anti-cancer drugs are also taken from coral reefs, ठीक है? So provisioning means anything that you can get out of these ecosystems. It can be from a tree also, it can be from mangroves or a wetland or corals, any other example. ये हो गया provisioning. Second is regulating services. Third is supporting services. Fourth is cultural and aesthetic services. Till here are you able to follow? ठीक है? अब a question often comes, how to quantify money, right? That what is the cost of an ecosystem? So certain initiatives have been done on this front, that this is the meaning of accounting of ecosystem services. Although you can also argue, so can we really put a cost to the ecosystem services? अब यहाँ पे भी they use a lot of formulas. So these are only economic studies that are done on the ecosystem. That is why the term is accounting of ecosystem services, right? So here, couple of examples we will write. Okay, so one here is, this has been asked by UPSC in 2015 or 2016, TEEB, TEEB. I'll just tell you the initiative and maybe one detail related to it, right? TEEB. TEB. And people who are following this online, exactly जो आपके headings हैं, that is why the handout is structured in this manner, वो लिख रहे हैं, right? तो अब इसमें whatever I'm telling you, that is what you have to write. So that is again in a very concise manner, right? TEB का full form है the economics of ecosystem and biodiversity. The economics of ecosystem. अच्छा चलो 1 second, I think some of you are asking, so some of you are asking skeleton, so don't think of a different type of skeleton. चलो, I'll just take 1 minute. I think some people are saying this online. देखो skeleton से don't think of any tantric activities, right? So here when I'm saying skeleton, it is simply an outline. ठीक है? Again, people who are watching, these documents have been shared. Idea of this skeleton or the outline is you have to fill it while attending it, right? Ab. So this will, so we started with what is environment. This is the very first page. So people who are watching this, if you feel you've joined in late, कोई issue नहीं है. In the respective Telegram channels of the environment module or of the bootcamp channel, this has been shared with you. पहला heading क्या है? Biotic factors क्या हमने कर लिया? We've also done abiotic factors. Ecology में we've seen definition, we've seen auto and ecology, and we have seen shallow and deep ecology. Who was the person? Arne Nice. ठीक है. Levels of ecology 6. सबके levels निकलेंगे, right? So what are the 6 levels? Individual, population, community. ठीक. Then we saw, in fact, while doing ecology, I gave you the definition of ecosystem, structural and functional part. 4 functions of ecosystem we saw. And now we are seeing ecosystem services and we are seeing accounting of ecosystem services. ठीक? Ecosystem services 4, फिर से recall. Provisioning, supporting, regulating, cultural. ठीक है? And for some of them, for example, cultural में, again in lecture number 2, I'll go into Orans, more sacred groves in India. A lot of examples we'll see across India. Fine. Now we are doing accounting of ecosystem services. ठीक है? So this is again for people उसके बाद habitat, niche, ecotone. So this is in the manner that जो भी heading है, you have to simply follow the heading and only the keywords you are supposed to write, right? उसमें if you have any doubt that you can ask. I hope this satisfies the curiosity of people, some of the people online. Okay. ठीक है, see, अभी ecosystem, I'll again come back to ecosystem, right? If you have any other doubt, I'll take it up. Again, I'm telling you, अभी तो class start नहीं हुई है, class start होगी almost 6 बजे के बाद. Okay, so don't worry. This is only a warm up I'm doing. Yeah, this is the first class, yeah. Okay, so coming to this, what is this? The coming back. Accounting of ecosystem services, why are we doing it? We want to quantify the money aspect, as simple as that. Okay? The very first thing is TEEB. What is TEEB? The economics of environment and, right? Simple सा एक line लिखेंगे इसमें dash करके. Study by economist Pawan Sukhdev. It is a study. TEEB is actually an initiative or a study. It is done by the economist Pawan Sukhdev. Second, IPBES. This is the Intergovernmental Panel for Salambadame of Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. IPBES, Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. Now, this does variety of studies. क्या नाम है? क्योंकि biodiversity and ecosystem services, so it will also try to analyze the impact of invasive species on an ecosystem, right? It will try to quantify that. So it keeps on doing a lot of studies. IPBES. Now, IPBES, UNEP helps IPBES. I'm just writing helps. certain secretariat services are provided by UNEP, but the main catch, please remember, IPBES is not a UN body. IPBES is not a UN body. UN की body नहीं है. Okay, but UNEP still provides services to it. And talking of UNEP, even today and in our lectures, we will see many initiatives of UNEP and where all it provides services or not. What is UNEP? United Nations Environment Program. Okay. Third, right, waves. ES almost is same for all of them. ES will be ecosystem services. Okay. So this is wealth, accounting and valuation of ecosystem services. This is led by World Bank. Wealth, accounting, valuation of ecosystem services. This is the led by World Bank. Okay. And the last one, from the name it is very obvious, right? Economics of land degradation, ELD. DDD, economics, acha. Economics of land degradation. So here the idea is ELD initiative will try to quantify how much monetary impact is because of degradation. Today only we'll see the difference between degradation and desertification, right? You are seeing these are certain initiatives. Okay. Talking of initiatives, एक बार just go to the very last page of your document. It's a blank page. ठीक है? Up here, because I've told you a couple of bodies, a couple of things for you to remember. Whenever there's a body or an initiative, okay, what you have to ask yourself, and I'll give you certain examples here, okay. Just say, for example, there is IPCC. What is IPCC? Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It is what? Intergovernmental. Okay. Whereas there will be certain bodies. चलो we just saw, for example, अभी हमने देखा एक body, right? Now, World Bank is one of the UN specialized bodies. Okay. This again, we also have a body known as IMO, International Maritime Organization. ये मैं आपको बस इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, sometimes whenever body is asked, they will either ask you whether it is a UN body, it is the UN specialized body, or it is an NGO, yes or no? That is something, or it is a citizen science project, etc., etc. So we need to know what exactly is something, right? इसकी भी अलग से, either in lecture 3 or 4 we will make a proper list and the initiatives what are there in the news. ये भी हम करेंगे अलग से, but just to tell you, because I've just mentioned World Bank. For environment, World Bank is very important. Okay, and we see first initiative here, but specifically in climate finance, okay, green bonds, you will see a lot of work of World Bank. Okay, उसके बाद, for example, we will also see a lot of NGOs. Okay, in class number 2 we will see a body known as Trophic. This is simply an NGO. Okay, so now when you see certain bodies, because sometimes they keep on asking, which is why I mentioned IPBES is not a UN body. So various governments are interacting. Okay, a lot of scientists are participating, but that does not mean it's a UN body. As simple as that. So a body can be an NGO, a body can be a UN specialized agency, a body can be intergovernmental also, like IPCC, right? So that will depend. So whatever initiatives we are doing, you keep a tab on it. ठीक है? So which brings me to the very first homework. पहला homework आपका क्या रहेगा? After you're done with the entire lecture, ठीक है, 2 sheets आप अलग से बनाओगे. एक sheet बनेगी species की. So today I gave you examples like Asiatic lion while speaking. So you have to make sure whatever examples you are writing, उसको कैसे करना है. तो species को, because in lecture 2 I'll also give you a handout. वो handout बना कैसे होगा? You will have a species, its IUCN status, okay, and again certain details. Details can also include its location or its attribute. कुछ भी हो सकता है इसमें, दोनों चीज भी हो सकती हैं. So one thing is today only, because today you will see almost a lot of species as examples, because I'll do types of species, I'll do species interactions. This you have to compile separately, right? Second thing that you also have to do is initiatives. इसका पूरा recap मैं कराऊंगा most probably in lecture 3 or lecture 4 for initiatives. For species in lecture 2 and lecture 3 we'll also have the discussion, but this will make more sense if you have done it at your end, right? Because when I'm done with the species part, I then plot it on map. तो ऑलमोस्ट मेजर स्टेट स्पेसिफिक हमें स्पीसीज याद हो जाती हैं कि अच्छा यहाँ पे हमने ये सुना था, यहाँ पे ये सुना था. दैट हेल्प्स, बट दैट इज एन एक्स्ट्रा एफर्ट दैट यू हैव टू डू फॉर बोथ द स्पीशीज पार्ट एज वेल एज द इनिशिएटिव्स पार्ट. इनिशिएटिव्स में initiatives and organizations go alongside. All right, chalo coming back, accounting of ecosystem services mein we've seen 4 examples. What are the 4 examples? ठीक है, ओके. अब यहाँ पे एक और एग्जांपल लिखो, उसको लगाओ स्टार मार्क. उसकी रीजन है because a recent report on accounting of forest services has been out. When I do forest in lecture 2, write SEEA. बता रहा हूँ, just a second. SEEA and put a star mark on it. SEEA. We put a star mark because this, while doing the topic of environmental forest accounting, SEA framework has come out very recently, but this is also a part of accounting of ecosystem services. Okay, this is also specialized by UN. तो इसको हम अलग से देखेंगे in lecture number 2, right? While doing forest and its valuation and accounting. अभी सिर्फ इसका नाम लिखो, इसकी बाकी डिटेल अभी don't worry about it. That I'll explain. Fine? Are we done till here? ठीक है. Now I'll give you 1 minute. Quickly go through your page and all the headings. Now people online, if you have a doubt, you can mention. Full form, हाँ. और कुछ? All the natural, all the but natural, if then we have both biotic as well as abiotic, na? So that is even more broader. Provisioning may directly what you get from the ecosystem. You are only going to get the biotic aspect of it, not the abiotic aspect. Which one? वो थोड़ा सा और स्पेसिफाइड कर देंगे तो ज़्यादा बेटर हो जाएगा. ठीक है. अच्छा ठीक है. ठीक है, और कुछ और डाउट? एनीबॉडी एल्स? आई विल टेक योर डाउट. हाँ. फुल फॉर्म, हाँ ठीक है. एन एंड हाँ, यस यस यस, ठीक है. इसको भी आई थिंक आई हैव हैड 3 डाउट्स टिल नाउ. पहला तो इसका फुल फॉर्म है. एनी अदर डाउट दैट यू हैव? अब रुक जाओ. I think 4 or 5 doubts are there. I'll just quickly tell you one by one. Somebody has mentioned red and red plus. This we will be doing. Red is reducing emissions from deforestation and degradation. ठीक है. This when I do forests with you, red क्या है, red plus क्या है, and the concept of red in which COP was mentioned, we'll write that separately. Okay. And red plus में some part of that accounting they have tried to do. Okay. but red plus is a very broad initiative, so it is not this part. ठीक है? I think that is there. Yes, ELD, Economics of Land and Degradation, you can just also write, put a dash, supported by UNCCD. Anything related to land desertification degradation will be CCD related. ठीक है? Somebody has mentioned, give some examples of what. आप बता सकते हो किसके पूछ रहे हो आप? ELD, Economics of Land and Degradation, is supported by ELD. अच्छा मैंने क्या बोला? अच्छा सॉरी, ELD is supported by UNCCD. अच्छा सी producers के we have done. अच्छा, are you finding the space to be very less? नहीं, देखो जिसको लग रहा है थोड़ा सा स्पेस का इशू है, कीप अ साइड नोट विद यू. ठीक है, अदरवाइज इफ आई गिव अ लॉट ऑफ स्पेस आई थिंक देन द इशू इज इट विल ओवरफ्लो. बट अगर किसको हल्का सा भी लग रहा है ना, द बेस्ट थिंग इज कीप an A4 sheet or a page ready with you, right? I'm also speaking abhi, the pace is in such a manner that even if you don't have the handout, you can still write along, so that should not be a problem. Examples of, I think, 1 second, producers के हमने काफी example देखे हैं, कंज्यूमर के एग्जाम्पल एक्सेट्रा वी विल सी व्हेन आई डिस्कस विद यू फूड चेन, फूड वेब, डोंट वरी, अभी बहुत एग्जांपल्स आएंगे. हाँ, कमिंग बैक, आपका वो डाउट था, अब बोलो. न्यूट्रिएंट साइक्लिंग, हाँ, एंड देखो इसमें जो व्हेन एनी दिस पार्ट इज हैपनिंग, राइट, so they are only supporting the ecosystem while doing that, okay, but the point is they can also regulate the air also. So in this part sometimes there is also an overlap. You cannot directly say that one part is there and one part is not there, because when I say nutrient cycling, so nutrients में, if let's say if I only talk about phosphorus या sulfur, right, so पूरी cycle में it will also help in, directly it will help in let's say regulating, but it will also support the biodiversity along with it. ठीक है, और बताओ इसके अलावा और क्या था? हाँ, they are going to support it, right, but regulate तब हो जाएगा, but for example there are some certain cases, अगर कोई ecosystem damage हो गया, okay, and if I am planting certain mangroves or certain new species, so they can also help in regulating the microclimate around that. So in some cases there can be an overlap, right, no watertight, कहीं कहीं पे supporting and regulating we see some overlap, okay. Natural resources में, because anything that you get from the forest या कोई भी ecosystem है वो आपको मिल जाएगा, but it can be used by a pharmaceutical company, yes, it can directly be used by agricultural या fishing community, yes, so it depends on how much level of extraction is being used. ठीक है, क्योंकि अगर कोई इंडस्ट्री है फार्मास्यूटिकल, दे विल टेक अप सर्टेन बार्क, उसको प्रोसेस करेंगे, फिर रिफाइन करेंगे, फिर दे विल मेक द फार्मास्यूटिकल, राइट, मे बी दैट ड्रग व्हाटएवर दे वांट टू मेक. अच्छा, लास्ट थिंग आई थिंक दैट आई आल्सो हैव टू गूगल एंड चेक, SEEA द फुल फॉर्म. अच्छा आपने ढूंढ लिया, क्या बात है. हाँ, इसको लिख लो, सिस्टम ऑफ एनवायरमेंटल अकाउंटिंग. This is actually in the news and this is related to forest accounting, so I'll tell you. SEEA and you just put a star mark. इसको मैं अलग से भी पढ़ाऊंगा. The system of environmental economic accounting. ठीक है? Okay. Now, I think this page is done. Flip your page. Function देखो, these are two ways to classify it, right? When we say functions of an ecosystem, the functions में in a slightly different manner what they exactly do. अब जैसे अगर मैं बात करूँ ना nutrient cycling, that is also a part of this. So these two are not mutually exclusive. These are two different frameworks that are being used. Simple. ठीक है? Now, अब आते हैं कुछ ये, these are very basic keywords. ठीक है? इसको to understand the very first habitat versus niche, I'll tell you. You remember this Venn diagram? The bigger circle is environment, anything that surrounds us. उसके अंदर क्या है? Habitat. उसके अंदर क्या है? Right now, we have two things. You have a habitat and you have a niche. अब देखो habitat, easy way to understand is, what is the habitat? It is simply the physical address of the species, physical address. That is the habitat. Niche is the unique functional role of the species. And the moment I say the term unique, इसका meaning क्या हुआ? Yes, so no two species will have the same niche. Now, how to understand this? For example, think of this big grassland and think of a tree. Grassland hai, so there are going to be, let's say, deer. Okay, there are some elephants roaming in. There's a tree, maybe there is some birds sitting on top. यहाँ पे maybe there are certain parasites, okay, other birds who are coming to the bottom. Now, if I look at broad thing is habitat. Habitat, in a same habitat you can have multiple species. Yes, because that is simply, habitat just tells you where is the species present, because the species can roam, it can mark their territory. हाँ है ना, do species mark territory? ठीक है, I'll give you one example, but you will say कि sir dogs का क्यों example आप दे रहे हो? Can dogs mark the territory? Right? You know term known as scent marking. This UPSC had asked you, and they had asked you whether lions do scent marking or not. Any territorial species will do scent marking, can do scent marking, right? Can they also roar to do scent marking? कर सकते हैं. ये सब कुछ क्यों हो रहा है? Why is this happening? Because there is competition. There are limited resources available, right? Now, I'll also link this to competition. So first understand. So when I'm looking at a tree also, even in a small tree, while the habitat of the birds or the termites or the parasites or other birds here and there, habitat सबका same है, but the niche will be different, which means certain birds may occupy a top part, certain parasites or termites will occupy a certain area, other birds are occupying a certain area. Why is this happening? One reason is competition, right? Again, think of survival of the fittest. तो अब एक बड़े एरिया में, again if you think of habitat is a big area, so the species can roam around in this whole area, but it will perform its main function in its niche, unique functional role. Now, talking of plants, plants will do photosynthesis. Consumers have to eat up the plants. For example, the primary consumers. Secondary consumers क्या होंगे? वो primary consumers को खाएंगे, right? For example, if there is a lion, lion will feed on, like it can feed on deer, etc. So they perform the unique functional role in a specific area, which is why we say no two species will have the same niche. By the way, if they have the same niche, what will be the problem? Conflict, competition होगा, ठीक? इसी चीज को नेचर में बहुत अच्छे से करा गया है, देखा गया है. For that, I'll tell you two things. These two things, both of them are mentioned in the NCERT. You have some space below, वहां पे इसको लिख सकते हो. ठीक है, Gauss's competitive exclusion and resource partitioning. Now, this simply says क्या लिखा है? Competitive exclusion. According to this, first understand and then I'll make you write क्या लिखना होगा इसमें. According to Gauss's competitive exclusion, no species or no, the species which occupy the same niche, they cannot continue indefinitely. क्यों? Resources limited है. one species will dominate the other, and ultimately it can lead to the exclusion or even extinction of the other. So this concept is directly related to niche. Concept क्या है? If there are two species or any species in the same niche, they cannot exist indefinitely. They cannot use the resource indefinitely. क्यों? Competition होगा. अगर सेम जगह पे सेम रिसोर्स का कंपटीशन होगा तो स्पीशी विच इज मोर डोमिनेंट विल दैट टेक प्रेसिडेंस? यस और नो? दैट विल प्रोसीड. दिस इज नोन एज गॉसेस कॉम्पिटिटिव एक्सक्लूजन. अब earlier it was, this was the most dominant theory, right? But when we now look at nature, same tree पे हमें बहुत तरह की species दिख रही हैं, which means species are also very intelligent, very smart. What they have done is resource partitioning, which means it is not guaranteed that it will lead to exclusion, but what will happen, they will demarcate and bifurcate their area. वो resource को क्या करेंगे? Partition करेंगे. So let's say this part species 1 takes place, for use कर रहा है. This part, let's say species 2 is using, another part species 3 is using, right? This is known as resource partitioning. This is, why is this done? To avoid conflict. Proper zones are demarcated. This is resource partitioning, and this happens in nature. So we have now understood two terms related to niche also. Let's see, one obvious thing is, what is niche? Niche is the unique functional role the species has to perform. The unique, the moment I say unique, it obviously means no two species can have the same niche. है ना? Talking of niche, how many of you watch Shark Tank? Shark Tank में बहुत बार बोलते हैं आपका niche क्या आपके प्रोडक्ट का. अगर कोई बोलता है कि आई वांट टू डू सर्विसेज, नहीं, niche बताइए सर्विसेज में. Niche is very specific, right? In this case also, when I say niche, it is the unique role the species will have to play. Yes or no? ठीक? And unique functional role, main focus is on function, the unique functional role the species will play. Now again coming back to Gauss's competitive exclusion, it said, अब इसको लिखो, species occupying the same niche, species occupying the same niche cannot exist indefinitely. Species occupying the same niche cannot exist indefinitely, right? तो इसमें कौन सा कॉन्सेप्ट हमने जोड़ा? नीश का, right? They cannot exist. अब सेकेंड लिखो, रिसोर्स पार्टीशनिंग. देखो, टू अवॉइड niche and resource conflict, to avoid the niche and resource conflict, the species partition their resources. The species partition their resources, right? So both things are there. Initially this was the dominant understanding, there was a Gauss's competitive exclusion. Now what are we saying? Even resource partitioning is there, right? अब इसमें I'll give you a very prominent, very famous case study. Okay, it can even lead to extinction. Yes, I'll just show you an image here. किसका? Just have a look at this image. Okay, एक है द एग्जाम्पल ऑफ डार्विन्स फिंचेस. एक लिखो, एग्जाम्पल लिखो, गैलापागोस आइलैंड. नीश के केस में जहां आपने लिखा ना रिसोर्स पार्टीशनिंग, ये सारे लिंक्ड कॉन्सेप्ट हैं. इसमें लिखो, एग्जाम्पल लिखो, गैलापागोस, GALAPAGOS, गैलापागोस आइलैंड dash Darwin's finches. I'll just explain to you this example. Galapagos Island, Darwin's finches. Darwin we know, Charles Darwin, these are the finches. अब देखो हुआ क्या, और these are not different concepts. What is habitat, you know? Niche से related, these are the two things that we need to know. One is Gauss's competitive exclusion and second is resource partitioning. अब देखो, what is this known as? Beak. Do you see the beak very different? अलग अलग beaks दिख रही हैं, ऐसा क्यों होगा? अब देखो, the beaks will depend on where their niche is going to be. Yes or no? For example, if you have to, for example, अगर आप, if you look at a crane, a Saurus crane, it has a bigger, longer beak. Certain vultures may have longer beak, certain vultures have a smaller beak. It simply depends on their niche. Okay. In this case, depending on the area and which area was accessible, so in some cases the beaks were long, in some cases the beaks were short, which directly tells you the niche will also determine the let's say the variations in the species, right? So when this was seen, this also gives you very good understanding that the availability of the resources determines the niche, है ना? And that will also determine the evolutionary characteristics. Okay, अब इसमें लिखो करके डैश लिखो. This example में जो हमने लिखा Galapagos Island, Darwin's finches, लिखो लिखो, it explains how niche and availability of resources one second, what did we write? It determines evolutionary characteristics. It determines evolutionary, how the evolution also happens. It determines the evolutionary characteristics. That is how species evolve themselves, right? ऐसे और भी interesting examples हम देखेंगे when we do species as a proper unit. Okay, now coming back, फिर से देखो इसको. We have drawn environment is the broad surrounding, right? उसके अंदर there is thing known as habitat, right? So habitat is simply the location, the physical address, the geographical aspect. Okay, it can be big. For example, for a lion, the habitat can be huge, right? And for example, elephant की अगर मैं बात करूँ, elephants are, they migrate over long distances, but their core role, unique function will be performed in their niche. Can two species have the same niche? They do not have the same niche. Okay, so this is there, and we've seen two more concepts. One is Gauss's competitive exclusion, right? And second is resource partitioning. Till here, are we able to follow? Okay, yes. Which one? No, it is a part of the geographical area because it is a subset. But here the unique functional role of the species will happen, right? Subset ही है ultimately, right? Now, the next one is हाँ, speciation का वो example actually. I'm not using the term speciation because उसके साथ मुझे 6 नए और terms बताने पड़ेंगे. That I have saved up for lecture number 2. Don't worry. तो उसमें भी ना there is a list of term speciation में बहुत types हैं. Allopatric speciation, sympatric speciation, etc. etc. तो अभी lecture 2 के लिए भी wait करेंगे थोड़ा सा. हाँ, you have raised your hand, please. नहीं, वाटर वॉल्यूम में देयर इज अ फिनोमेना आल्सो नोन एज डील वर्टिकल माइग्रेशन, जहां पे क्या होता है, जू प्लैंक्टन्स दे कम अप, दे ईट अप द रिसोर्सेज. ओके, तो अब रिसोर्स पार्टीशनिंग में प्रॉपर्ली दे पार्टीशन द रिसोर्सेज, बट व्हाट यू आर रेफरिंग टू कैन बी अ स्पेसिफिक टाइप. जैसे व्हेन आई डू जू प्लैंक्टन्स आई विल टेल यू व्हाट इज दिस डील वर्टिकल माइग्रेशन, कि कुछ समय पे कुछ स्पीशीज ऊपर आते हैं, ठीक है, तो वो अलग थोड़ा सा केस है. अब आते हैं इकोटोन पे. इकोटोन, राइट? फर्स्ट आई विल टेल यू व्हाट इज एन इकोटोन. Right, अब इसमें भी the way I'm writing it, you can make your own notes. Only the keywords I'm going to write. What is ecotone? It is a transition zone, but main thing is between two ecosystems. Now I'm giving, just showing this by an example. Let's say this is the land, which means the terrestrial part, this is the aquatic part. This is the transition zone, right? This transition zone is known as ecotone. So this is the transition zone between, let's say this is ecosystem 1, this is ecosystem 2, land and aquatic. This is your ecotone. So pehla keywords you have to know, this is transition zone. Second keyword is it is the zone of tension. Right now, here what happens in an ecotone, not only do you find the species which are present here, which means ecotone mein jo species hai wo to hai, but it will also have the species of ecosystem 1 and also of ecosystem 2. That means biodiversity of ecotone, you tell me, is high or low? High. So ecotones have high biodiversity, right? It's a zone of tension and it has high biodiversity. Now before I expand more on diversity, I'll also give you examples of ecotones. Now estuaries can be example of ecotones. What are estuaries? When rivers meet sea, which is fresh water here? River. What is saline? Sea. So when fresh water meets saline water, that is estuaries. One example of ecotones. Can grasslands be an example? Kaise? These are between. Yes. Can mangroves be an example? अब ऐसे ही एरियाज में you will have mangroves which are there, okay, which are very spread out, stilt roots, buttress roots. Even mangroves can be an example. Can wetlands be an example? Right? So write these examples at least. Estuaries. Now when I've written rivers plus sea, estuaries, are they good fishing zones? Yes, they are very high in biodiversity. Not only are they high, if they are high in biodiversity, would you have more and more population, coastal population? बिल्कुल वो भी होगी, ठीक है. So this is there. Estuaries we have seen, grasslands. Mangroves, we just saw mangroves. Mangroves are salt tolerant, right? They are able to withstand salinity. Yes, that is one example. And wetlands, okay, wetlands, Ramsar sites, etc. We will be seeing. These are the examples. Coming back again, ecotones are what? Transition zone between two ecosystems. These are zone of tension. Now the biodiversity in ecotone, is it high or low? High. अब देखो, इसीलिए whenever wetlands are getting degraded, you want to save wetlands. Yes, mangroves also, because all these systems, they support a lot of biodiversity. If they're getting degraded, there will be a problem, right? So one, they have a lot of biodiversity. This high biodiversity is known as edge effect, because on these ecosystems in the transition zone, the high biodiversity, so edge effect is nothing, it is simply, you can just write in one line, the high biodiversity seen in the transition zone is the edge effect. High diversity seen in the transition zone in an ecotone is its edge effect. The high biodiversity seen is its edge effect. Okay. Now, if this is clear, the species which are found in this region are known as edge species. This also follows directly. The species present in this region of ecotone are your edge species. That's it. ठीक है, till here are we able to follow? H species में यहाँ पे any species, it can be a lot of birds. Okay, so H species are not any unique species. Think of any wetland. A wetland में wetland is visited by a lot of birds in general. All these are examples of H species for that part, right? So H species is simply a term that is used to designate this part. Are you able to understand this till now? Okay. Now, again coming back. अब देखो, in your handout you have habitat and niche. You would have written what is habitat. It is the physical address, basically the geographical part, location. What is niche? Unique functional role. Can two species have same niche? नहीं, दो और चीजें साथ में पढ़ी हमने niche में. Gauss's competitive exclusion, and next one resource partitioning, and we had also seen an example of Darwin finches. ठीक है. Now ecotone में only the keywords that you have to see. One is it is the transition zone between two ecosystem. It is the zone of tension. High biodiversity. High biodiversity is nothing but the edge effect. What are the examples of ecotone? Estuaries dekha, grasslands, mangroves, wetlands, all these examples. And we'd also seen one thing was edge species. Okay, okay. This is all you had to write, what I was saying, right? So people online also maybe just up now you will be able to understand this. Okay, ecocline part, this all I'll do it when I do terms with you. Okay, the difference, what is the difference between ecocline and ecotone? जब हम terms करेंगे तो साथ में देख लेंगे. ठीक है, या फिर चलो just open the terms वाला sheet just once. Very first term is ecocline. Just read what is written. Ecocline. Okay, you also, people online, you've also got this, right? There are certain terms which are mentioned. I'll be covering all these terms today also, so whenever I encounter a term I'll tell you. सबसे पहले term क्या है? Ecocline. Ecocline में main चीज underline करनी है, gradual change in species composition. Ecocline is a term people often confuse with this ecotone. Main thing here, the change is very gradual, whereas in an ecotone the change is more faster. Here it is a gradual change in the composition around any gradient. So where you are reading this ecotone, वहाँ पे बस ये लिख लेना अलग से ecocline. Ecocline के साथ you can compare it. That is the only use of अभी this. Later terms I'll cover it in one go. That will make more sense. अभी main चीज है, this is the gradual change. In an ecotone there is a more faster abrupt change that we see sometimes. Till here are you okay? Okay. Now I'll take around 2 minutes. We'll quickly go through the PPT. Okay, this will be shared with you. Anything that you have to add later on, you can go through. Everything which I've told is here, but यहाँ पे क्या हो जाएगा, कुछ images होंगी. ठीक है, so take a minute. We'll just quickly go through what is there. What is environment? Just see the keyword surroundings. Okay, conditions. It can be biotic as well as abiotic. Ecology में it is the study of relationships of organism and the environment. Fine. Two types, auto, syn. What is auto ecology? Individual organisms. What is syn ecology? Group of organisms. ठीक है. Shallow and deep, which was the name? RNA nice, right? What was shallow ecology? Superficial fight, powerful, fashionable fight. Okay, it, right. Where is, what is deep ecology? Fundamentally you have to make radical changes, right? That was there. So which is why when I say shallow ecology, it is short term, ego, which means man, human centric, only the humans are benefiting, whereas deep ecology is restoration, okay, self, right? It is long term measures. ये हमने देखा. अब देखो, population has same species, so you see a lot of fishes. Okay, in community you see different organisms. ये floating organism क्या दिख रहा है? तो somebody saying multiple species, बहुत safe answer दे दिया. This is like a jellyfish. Okay, you have a crab, you have certain other fishes also. We'll see this in more detail. Ecosystem आया, biome and biosphere. What was ecosystem? Try to recall. Structural and functional part of a biosphere, because biosphere is everything that you see where life is possible. To understand biosphere, we have created ecosystems, right? Now ecosystems can be further classified, yes or no? तो इसके लिए now I think if you have some space, ecosystem एक आप छोटी सी हेडिंग लिखना, classification of ecosystem, उसको भी I'm just going to do in a very simple manner, natural and man-made, because see ecosystems can be now natural ecosystems can be on yes. अब land में just some common examples I'll give you. Can you have forests? अब aquatic में again you can think of man-made में salt pans, again used in agriculture. Tanks can be there, reservoirs can be there, and same examples you will also see when we do wetlands. Wetlands can also be natural, wetlands can also be man-made, है ना? For example, certain reservoirs, जैसे Hirakud, etc. वो सारा क्या example? This is man-made, yes. हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल, सिंधी पार्क can be an ecosystem. Okay, is this okay? Now, biotic we had seen. This is also what you'd done, written. TEEB, IPBS, waves, ELD, and one thing also SEEA, उस पर हमने स्टार मार्क लगाया था, right? एक और एग्जांपल देखो, ये हैबिटेट और नीश का. Just see the same diagram. For a parrot or a honeybee or a squirrel, the habitat is same for all of them, tree, but the unique functional niche is different for all of them, which means they will be taking to certain specific parts, है ना? Okay. Okay. Abhi honeybee we'll see in more detail in lecture number 2, all its attributes, etc. Let's say squirrels will go for germination of seeds, honeybee producing food, okay, they're in pollination. So habitat is there, and then you have a niche. I hope this example is clear, right? Same thing we've seen, it is the unique functional role. A niche is unique for a species, right? You have different niche. Here also, if you see this tree, this bird is only occupying this top part, another bird is taking this part, this part. What was this known as? We have seen resource partitioning also. याद आ रहा है resource partitioning? Okay, that is also what we had seen. And then will have to also tell you this ecotones. Ecotones are, just see the heading keywords: transition zones, zone of tension, mangroves हो सकता है, grassland. Even if you want, you can add a river bank. Edge effect we have seen, and edge species we have seen. But main thing is, just have a look at, one second. This ecosystem 1, ecosystem 2, ecotone is the transition area. In the transition area, you have more species, you have higher biodiversity. इतना समझ में आ रहा है, right? Same thing. If I see the number of species, this is nothing but the edge effect, right? So you have a land zone, you have the aquatic zone. These are just one example. Transition zone, जहाँ पे ज़्यादा species हैं. Where are you having more species? In the ecotone, right? Now, if I want to ask you, इसी पे एक सवाल मैं बनाता हूँ. Will ecosystem have higher productivity? Sorry, will ecotone have higher productivity? What is productivity? अब productivity जो है, this is linked to the very next page that you have, that is energy flow, right? Productivity is simply production या नहीं? Productivity and production are same, है ना? Why are they not same? Production per unit area or per unit time is productivity, right? So for example, if we talk of Mahindra, if I say Mahindra makes 100 cars, but you don't know in one shift, in one day, in 1 month, production is different, productivity is different. Ayana, this concept is very important. This also explains to you the productivity of ecosystems. जैसे कि if you look at an open ocean and if you look at a mangrove, right? Productivity ज़्यादा कहाँ पे होगी? Where will you have more productivity? Now this concept also explains this. कैसे? You have more species here, more and more plants. If there are more plants, more photosynthesis, this is going to be eaten up. So, and these are occupying a small transition area, the ecotones. So ecotones have high productivity, true or false? ठीक, ये लाइन लिखो अलग से. Ecotones have high productivity, ब्रैकेट में लिखना production divided by area. Ecotones have high ecological productivity. Ecotones have high ecological productivity. ठीक है? Of A, edge, right? Here the total number of species are more because it has its own species and it has also species of corresponding areas which can also mate and produce new species altogether. मतलब आप स्टेटमेंट बताओ, मैं आपको बताऊंगा फिर. बताओ. अब ये भी डिपेंड करेगा ना सिंगल पे कौन सा है, विच आर वी टॉकिंग ऑफ. नॉर्मली स्पीकिंग द नंबर ऑफ स्पीशीज ओवरऑल आर मोर हियर. एंड व्हेन आई से नंबर में ऐसा नहीं कि नंबर इज मोर, बायोडाइवर्सिटी इज आल्सो मोर, व्हिच मींस वेरिएशन इज मोर, राइट? व्हाट हैव यू अभी क्या लिखा आपने? इकोटोन्स हैव हाई इकोलॉजिकल प्रोडक्टिविटी एंड वी आल्सो एस्टैब्लिश्ड दे हैव हाई बायोडाइवर्सिटी. यस और नो? ये समझ रहे हो? ठीक है. नाउ flip your page. Up, we'll go in slightly more detail in some of the more concepts. Now you have energy flow. ठीक है. Up, let us understand a couple of concepts here, and then one by one we'll go into it. Okay. Now, when the flow of energy is happening, few things you have to understand. This flow of energy will happen from. So here you have a, or I should, चलो ऐसे लिखते हैं. There is a producer. Yes. Producer makes the food. Then it is eaten up by. So I'm just writing consumer. Right? Consumers can be in between also multiple. So main thing is producer. So just a second. Chalo, I think now it is fine. Okay, so we're talking of energy flow. Okay. Now we have a producer making the food. It is eaten up, right? अब आप सोचो, producer is going to take the light, so sunlight is going to be very important. Now, one thing you have to remember, in fact, I'll ask you a question that will help you remember better, is let's say all the incoming sunlight, is it used in photosynthesis? No, because all the incoming sunlight mein there is one thing known as PAR, photosynthetically active radiation. Only that part is taken up, and out of that energy is created, right? So let's say this is a plant. Plant is taking up the sunlight, right? And plant produces the food, which means the sugars, the glucose. Now, whatever energy, let's say this energy I'm saying is 1000 units, right? In this, one thing you have to remember, only only 10% energy is transmitted to the next trophic level, right? Iska matlab, let's say this is a grass, and let's say there's a grasshopper. Only 10%, I'm not saying 10% of the energy is transmitted. Sorry, I'm saying only 10% of the energy is transmitted, which means 90% is used, or I can say lost. In which activities? Respiration हो सकता है, evapotranspiration. In the activities 90% is consumed. So agar 1000 units, if it has created 1000 units, how many units will get transferred? Only 100. Only 100. And when grasshopper has consumed the plant, इसको सिर्फ 100 units मिल रहे हैं. इसके बाद let's say there is a snake. Snake gets what? Only 10 units. इसको जिसने भी eat किया, let's say right now an eagle eats it, it only gets 1 unit. This also explains to us, and by the way, this arrangement is seen in terms of pyramids. Pyramids have certain trophic levels. Trophic का English meaning होता है nutrition. Now, trophic level, just understand this term. What is the meaning of trophic level? Is, for example, you have producers here. Trophic level simply tells us, depending on the need of nutrition, wherever the species is located, is its trophic level, right? So plants are the producers, they are located here. This is the first trophic level. Eaten up, this is the second trophic level, right? So the herbivore is in this trophic level only, right? This is again eaten up by some other species, then by some other species. This is the arrangement of trophic level. Now, can the trophic levels be infinite? Kyun? Energy mein you have to remember the principle of thermodynamics, right? Energy has to be conserved, right? So energy is also not infinite. Energy is used in every stage. Only 10% energy is getting transmitted, hai na? Right? Because of only 10% energy transmission, what is the issue? You have 4 to 5 trophic levels, that's it. So when we see energy flow, first of all, you have to understand this, then only food chain and food web will make some sense. Because the food chains cannot be infinite. They are limited to 4 to 5 trophic levels. Are we clear till here? Right? So energy flow में there is some space. सबसे पहला point लिखेंगे 10% law in energy flow, right? 10% law bracket में Lindman, LINDMAN, 10% law bracket Lindman, LINDMAN, MANN, ठीक है? So here put a dash and write. Only 10% energy is transferred to the next trophic level. Only 10% of the energy is transferred to the next trophic level. TROPHIC, trophic level. Only 10% energy is transferred. इसी में एक और पॉइंट लिखो, सो दैट यू अंडरस्टैंड, राइट? द रिमेनिंग एनर्जी इज यूज्ड, the remaining energy is used in respiration. The one keyword is respiration and metabolic activities. The remaining energy is used in respiration and metabolic activities. एक और लास्ट लिखो, देखो, ड्यू टू 10% लॉ, ड्यू टू 10% law, we cannot have more than 4 to 5 trophic levels. Due to the 10% law, we cannot have more than 4 to 5 trophic levels. फोर टू फाइव ट्रॉफिक लेवल्स, ठीक है? अभी ये समझा आपने? दिस इज द बेसिक फाउंडेशन दैट वन हैज टू अंडरस्टैंड. एनर्जी फ्लो, राइट? एनर्जी फ्लो में क्या हो रहा है, फिर से रिकॉल करेंगे. फर्स्ट थिंग, दिस इज फॉलोइंग द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ थर्मोडायनेमिक्स. ओके, एनर्जी फ्लो में देयर इज 10% लॉ. हु गिव द 10% लॉ? Lindman. Okay, don't remember the year 1942 etc. 10% law है. 10% law tells you only 10% energy is transferred from one trophic level to the next trophic level. सिर्फ 10% energy जा रही है. पहली चीज, because of this 10%, what happens? You cannot have more than 4 to 5 trophic levels. And another thing is, because of the 10% law, 90% energy, where is it consumed? Respiration and metabolic activities. ठीक है? Is this clear? Right? Now, we have two sections. One is food chain, one is food web. Okay, now food chain, we will see this in two ways. Okay, first we will see in one example of terrestrial, we will see one example of aquatic, we will see aquatic food chain, terrestrial food chain. But food chain can also be classified another way. You can also have grazing food chain, and you can also have detritus food chain. Grazing food chain, detritus food chain. ठीक है? अब you have terrestrial as well as aquatic. Okay, so here I'll just maybe show it to you via diagram. हम भी इसकी बात कर रहे थे. We were talking about this. Okay, you have sun, you have plants, primary consumer, secondary consumer, and decomposers. What is this? चलो, looks like a, चलो, eagle, vulture, whatever you say. Abhi we'll also see a case study based on this. Decomposer में, can you identify what is this? Mushrooms. Now, decomposer में, what was the second example we saw? चलो, fungus is an example only. One was bacteria. ठीक है? Now, फूड चेन में दो देखते हैं एग्जाम्पल. पहला बहुत बेसिक सा एग्जाम्पल है, राइट? दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज डिस्कसिंग इनिशियली. ओके, इट इज इजियर टू फॉलो वाया अ डायग्राम हियर. सन्स एनर्जी, यू हैव प्लांट्स. प्लांट्स आर योर प्रोड्यूसर, ग्रीन प्लांट, eaten up by a grasshopper, eaten up by a frog and a snake and hawk, right? This is the basic food chain which is found in terrestrial land-based ecosystem. Okay, a point, because it's a chain, when they die up they will be worked upon by consumer, then again this also gets released energy. आप इसको भी यहाँ तक follow करोगे, सिर्फ hawk तक, only till hawk. So you have a green plant, grasshopper, frog, tertiary which is a snake, and then you have a hawk, right? This is a basic food chain in terrestrial ecosystem. Now if I come to this, this is something that you can make, or इसमें भी same examples I'll repeat. This is the chain that is found in aquatic ecosystems. You have phytoplanktons. अब recall करो चार examples जो हमने देखे थे. सबसे पहला डाई एटम्स, सेकंड साइनोबैक्टीरिया, थर्ड डायनोफ्लैजिलेट्स, फोर्थ कोकोलिथोफोर्स. ठीक है? नाउ वी विल राइट सम एग्जांपल्स फॉर जूप्लैंक्टॉन्स. foraminifera, copepods, zooflagellates, radiolarians. Foraminifera, 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 copepods, zooflagellates, the zooplanktons and the zooflagellates, radiolarians. ठीक है, which is taken up by a small fish or taken up by a large fish. Okay, now when we are seeing the concept of food chain, does this also tell you अगर कोई भी pollutant आ गया इस level पे, can this also go up the chain? Yes, this is also something we'll see अभी just now, थोड़ी सी देर में we'll see bioaccumulation as well as biomagnification, right? So in aquatic food chain you will just make a simple example. This is to tell you you need to know certain sequence, ठीक है? अब इसमें aquatic food chain में रुक जाओ, you can also make one more example. If you want, you can also make this example. Planktons, krills are your crustaceans. And these are parts related only to the phytoplankton. ये हो गए zooplanktons. There's Arctic cod, liver seal, and then polar bear. Arctic cod, COD. आपने सुना होगा cod liver oil, fish oil. Okay, so that is again related to cod. Cod is again related to fish. Crustacean is again a type. अभी हम जब करेंगे vertebrates और invertebrates. Okay, so within that, in a specific phylum, so vertebrates हो गए. This is a part of invertebrates. Within that, you have crustaceans. Any example of crustaceans that you can tell me? Crab, CRAB, crabs can also be one example. ठीक है? Now, ये क्यों अभी कर रहे हैं अभी से? This will get repeated today also and tomorrow in the next class in even more detail, where I'll tell you even more complicated chains. I'll bring more species also, right? But the idea is to just introduce the idea in your mind. फिर अभी slowly steadily almost all the examples we are seeing we'll see some attribute related to it. तो धीमे धीमे आपको एग्जाम्पल याद होते जाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं लगेगा पोस्ट कि मैं रट रहा हूँ बैठ के डायनोफ्लैजेलेट क्या है एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. Slowly steadily we'll see some examples. Fine. Now, have you seen these chains? Two chains. So one is terrestrial food chain, one is aquatic food chain, right? Now, second thing is grazing food chain and detritus food chain. इसको समझना बहुत आसान है. The meaning is embedded in the word itself. If the flow of energy happens from grazing, the name is grazing food chain. Whereas if the flow of energy happens, अच्छा, what is detritus means? Dead remains. Dead remains of plants or animals. Here also I show you an image of ये बहुत simple example and ये देखो. We have grazing food chain. Grazing food chain में the energy flow happens by the activity of grazing. ठीक है? This is grazing food chain. Then you have detritus food chain. Detritus में, अच्छा, I think ignore this part, only see this part. See, detritus are your dead remains, can be of plants as well as, so these are dead leaves eaten by a wood louse, which is again a detritivore, which is eaten up. So यहाँ पे decomposition से flow हो रहा है energy. That is why it's a detritus food chain. Whereas here the activity of grazing helps you release the flow of energy, right? Is this clear? अब इसमें एक सवाल बनेगा, one question that we have to know. Only remember grazing food chain में the flow of energy is because of the activity of grazing. In GFC the flow of energy is because of the decomposition of detritus. In case somebody wants to write it, just one line I'm telling you. GFC में put a dash and write the flow of energy. The flow of energy is due to the activity of grazing. That is grazing food chain. Whereas DFC में लिखेंगे the flow of energy is due to the decomposition of detritus. Flow of energy is because of decomposition of detritus. Detritus is dead remains of plants and animals. Dead remains of plants and animals. ठीक है? Now, one thing, we have seen terrestrial, we have seen aquatic. Now both chains are found in both of them, but the question is which chain dominates. Okay, अब in aquatic food chains, the grazing food chains dominate. Aquatic food chains में grazing food chain dominate करती हैं. How to think of this? Think of the ocean. Think of massive sea grasses. Who eats up sea grasses? जैसे कि sea cow, dugong, right? अब ये मैंने बोला dominate. I have not written it is only found. Both of them are present here, but in aquatic ecosystems, grazing food chains dominate, right? In terrestrial ecosystem, detritus dominates. So between these two, this is more dominant in terrestrial. Between these two, in aquatic, grazing is more dominant. And grazing से आप याद रखो, sea grass and sea cow. And think of dugong. Talking of dugong, a fact for you: India's first dugong conservation reserve is in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu में कहाँ पे? तमिलनाडु कैसे पहुंचेगा? हाँ चलो, दिस इज द जोक यू विल अंडरस्टैंड इन और पॉलिटी क्लास. ठीक है, हाँ सॉरी, पाक में, चलो गल्फ ऑफ मन्नार. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है, ओके. हाँ प्लैंक्टॉन्स में नो नो, चलो आई जस्ट, ये पार्ट क्लियर है. इन द डायग्राम दैट हैड शोन यू, वन सेकेंड, यहाँ पे जो प्लैंक्टॉन्स हैं, दिस पार्ट krill इज again related to the zooplankton part. So that is also one example. ठीक है. Now food chain आपने देखा. Now food chain, please remember, is only a way for our understanding. In the nature, what is actually there, right? So in nature things are more complicated, which is why instead of drawing a food web, it is better for me to show it to you. जैसे ये है food web. ठीक है. So food web में what is happening? It is not a linear. It is not linear. So food web में write a couple of keywords. First, right, it is non-linear. Food web is non-linear. Right. Second keyword, right, it shows complexity of ecosystems. It shows complexity of ecosystems. And right, more practical than food chain. More practical than food chain. अब ये जो टर्म है complexity, right? I want to ask you, do we want more complicated food webs or very simple food webs? Complicated. Why more complicated? अब देखो, complicated means if there are many interconnections. तो क्या होगा, अगर एक स्पीशी एक्सटिंक्ट भी हो गया और if a species diseased, it will not damage the entire ecosystem. Think of a food chain. In a food chain, if you remove any single element, the entire chain will collapse. But that is not present in atmosphere. Atmosphere in the nature. In the nature, you have food webs, and you want these food webs to be as complicated as possible. And right, one more thing, interconnected, as interconnected as possible. So, which means mature ecosystems, will they be more interconnected? Yes. Will they be more? Will they have more complexity? Yes. And because of that, will they have more biodiversity? बिल्कुल हाँ. तो तीन कीवर्ड्स यूज करे मैंने. एक है कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी, एक है इंटरकनेक्टेडनेस, एंड थर्ड इज बायोडाइवर्सिटी. They will be related. More complexity means more biodiversity, right? And more interconnectedness. That even if one system fails or one species is having an issue, other are able to make up for it. There is a food chain and there is a food web. Okay? Now, before I talk about pyramid of numbers, biomass and energy, I'll now give you a couple of examples. Okay? Related to the phytoplanktons. Okay? So phytoplanktons में 4 examples we had seen: diatoms, cyanobacteria, dinoflagellates, coccolithophores. ठीक है? Couple of examples I'll show to you. So wherever you have space आप उसको लिखोगे. अब देखो, सबसे पहला और सबसे आसान example is this. The most easiest example. There is something known as bioluminescence. चलो, how many of you have seen a jugnu? Jugnu is a firefly. ठीक है? Now, it is glowing. It is an insect which glows. Here in the Puducherry beach, or even in India and even outside, if you look in the night, the beach is glowing, right? The beach is glowing because of an organism that is known as Noctiluca scintillans. This is a right. So this glow is happening because of Noctiluca scintillans, which is a dinoflagellate. Ab dinoflagellate mein one example I have given you is Noctiluca scintillans. Noctiluca scintillans is there for bioluminescence. ठीक है? अब अपने आखिरी पेज में बस एक टर्म लिखना है, बायोल्यूमिनेसेंस. इन द लास्ट पेज, while doing species with you, I'll show you different ecosystems वहां पे bioluminescence होगी और क्यों होगी. For example, the moment I say fireflies, your mind should also try to think वो glow क्यों कर रहे हैं, right? For example, if the mushrooms are glowing, what makes the mushrooms glow, right? Noctiluca scintillans, bioluminescence. This is an example of dinoflagellate. पहला एग्जाम्पल अभी देखो. अच्छा, in case somebody is feeling some cramped या space थोड़ा कम लग रहा है, either on the margins or maybe someplace else, you can write it. उसके बाद भी if you have issues after the class also or after every session कि मुझे ये part कहाँ पे add करना है, whatever if you are missing, you are more than welcome to ask. ठीक है? So we will ensure at least कि पूरा information that is going from this side is transmitted to you. ऐसा ना हो Chinese whisper that I say Noctiluca scintillans, आप लिखो कुछ और एग्जाम में कुछ और, ऐसा नहीं होगा. Don't worry, right? Which is also why I'll be sharing this with you. So later on, if you want to again structure your notes even better, you can do so. एक example क्या देखा हमने dinoflagellate का, Noctiluca scintillans. This is bioluminescence. One example. Now, for cyanobacteria, I'll give you one example. Is this right? The term stromatolites. stromatolites. अब देखो स्ट्रोमेटोलाइट्स एक टर्म है. These stromatolites are formed by cyanobacteria. They are formed by cyanobacteria. And these what are stromatolites? Just one line you'll write. Oldest fossils on Earth. More than 3. So oldest fossils on Earth and formed by cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria. Now, let's imagine the Earth 2000 years back. Was Earth rich in carbon dioxide or oxygen? Carbon dioxide. There was huge carbon dioxide, right? अब आप सोचो life possible कैसे होगी? When we have a lot of carbon dioxide, when oxygen is not there, how would life have been possible? Hmm? Hmm? ठीक है. So when I say to you, how would life have been possible? Here remember there was a big एक event बोलते हैं हम, the Great Oxygenation Event. This Great Oxygenation Event is also linked to cyanobacteria. Now cyanobacteria is what? A phytoplankton. What will phytoplanktons do? They will take up excess CO2 and they will release oxygen. And precisely because of this release of oxygen, over period of time, we started to see the life coming in. So cyanobacteria का ये भी बहुत important role है. That one, that it is responsible for the great oxygenation event, and because of them, we also see the oldest fossils of Earth, which are also known as stromatolites. On questions like this, stromatolites, you can expect a one-liner. Recently seen in the news, stromatolites are what? तो वहां पे एकदम से याद नहीं आएगा. This is also linked to a static topic only, cyanobacteria. तो अब देखो cyanobacteria का first association that you have is cyanobacteria is what? It is a phytoplankton, which means you already know it's a producer, right? But now you link it to the great oxygenation event. ठीक है? Out of the 4 phytoplanktons, 2 you now know, at least some of it. एक अपने को पता है dinoflagellate. One example, Noctiluca scintillans, which causes bioluminescence, which causes the ocean shores to glow up. One example, right? Second example of cyanobacteria is one related to the great oxygenation event, and it is also responsible for formation of the oldest fossils on Earth. वो क्या है? Stromatolite. यहाँ तक आ रहा है समझ में अभी? ठीक है. अब diatoms के लिए also when I do species with you, I'll also tell you a new species of diatoms that was discovered. वो वहां से लिंक कर लेंगे. ठीक है. And coccolithophores I link it to silica. भी आगे एक साइकिल पढ़ाऊंगा बाद में. So almost for every phytoplankton that I'm teaching, there will be some association that you will have. Is that okay? ठीक है. Now we have seen food chain. So अभी तक what have we seen in this section? We have seen energy flow. We have seen 10% law. We have seen why there is a limitation on number of trophic levels. Why 90% of energy is consumed because of 2 reasons: respiration and metabolic activities. Then we have seen food chain. Food chain can be grazing, it can be detritus. Food chain can be on land and on aquatic ecosystems. In aquatic ecosystems, which one dominates? Grazing food chain. And in terrestrial, the detritus one dominates. Then we came to food web. ठीक है, अब देखो food chain was what? A linear representation. It was a simple representation. What is food web? Non-linear. Complexity is there. Interconnectedness is there. And right. And you want more interconnectivity, you want more complexity. That is ultimately a food web. Is this clear till now? ठीक है. Now the same thing can also be understood through certain pyramids. Okay. So here next almost thing related to is ecological pyramids. ठीक है. And we'll do it in a manner which also helps you with examples, but also helps you concisely cover it. So first thing is pyramid of numbers. There is pyramid of biomass, and then there is pyramid of energy. ठीक. Now before we start this, एक चीज देखो फिर से, ये होता है pyramid. Yes, talking of pyramid, have you seen this pyramid anywhere in studies? Somebody said population. Have you seen population related pyramids? Okay, if I make this pyramid in population, so you can have a young population, right? Tapering, which means older population is less, young population is more. यही meaning हुआ इसका, right? Some countries may have a different shaped pyramid, right? In some cases you may have limited young population if they have low fertility rates. कितना idea लग रहा है, right? अब we come back to environment वाला part, right? In environment the pyramid can be this pyramid is known as upright, and this pyramid is known as, right? We also have a structure spindle shaped. अब इस टॉपिक से what kind of question can be asked in the exam? One is, number one, which type of pyramid is found? Do you have upright pyramids or you have inverted pyramids, right? Now upright pyramid में just think of it, upright pyramid, which means if it is bottom heavy, bottom में क्या होंगे आपके producers होंगे, फिर primary consumer, secondary, so I'm writing 1 degree, 2 degree, etc. Okay, this is the normal part. So wherever producers dominate, you will have upright pyramid, but there are some places where producers are less, consumers keep on increasing, वो है inverted pyramid. Normally you will find upright pyramid. ये जो हो जाएंगे, these can be some unique cases or certain exceptions. So it is more important that we remember inverted pyramids wherever applicable, because this is following the norm. Because normally if there is 10% law, तो भाई producers ज़्यादा होने चाहिए अपने पास. We have to have more producers. If they generate so much of amount of, let's say, unit of energy, then it is getting reduced. So this is normal zindagi. This is okay. So this is the exception. This is what we'll try to remember more. Yes or no? अब आते हैं वापस. You have pyramid of numbers, pyramid of biomass, and pyramid of energy. पहली चीज देखेंगे pyramid of numbers में. If I am arranging a pyramid in which each trophic level is arranged on the number of species in that trophic level, तो जो नाम है वही है यहाँ पे. The pyramid of numbers is in each trophic level how many numbers of that species there. So which means, let's say I have 10,000 producers, I have 1,000 primary consumers, I have 100 secondary consumers, I have 10 tertiary. ये है pyramid of numbers, right? तो pyramid of numbers में कैसा है arrangement? No, basically pyramid of numbers is based on the numerical arrangement of species, हाँ है ना, right? So normally speaking this will be upright. Now can pyramid of numbers be inverted? कहाँ पे? अब देखो, अब जो ट्री इकोसिस्टम है, ट्री can be inverted also, it can also be spindle shaped, both tree can be. कैसे? Let's understand this. So for example, if I have a tree and you have to focus on the number, okay, tree में how many trees are there? One. Of course a tree is very substantial, it can generate a lot of food, but number कितना है tree का? One. Now tree is visited by certain birds, maybe there are, so one tree is there, let's say 10 birds are there. Birds will eat up certain parasites, are smaller, they will be even more, right? हो सकता है 100 parasites हो, and parasites eat up even smaller, वो हो सकता है और ज़्यादा हो. So based, if I am to just arrange the number, how many tree, producer कितना है? एक. Bird ज़्यादा है, ये क्या बनेगा? Inverted. This is how this will be formed, because I am counting the number of species in each trophic level. So here tree is generating the food which is eaten up by birds. Birds want to eat up maybe some termites or parasites. Parasites will eat up hyperparasites, As you go up, these are even smaller, so you require more and more of them, right? So pyramid of numbers में पहली चीज क्या याद रखेंगे? Can it be inverted? Yes. Can it be upright? वो तो होगा ही होगा. In all the three pyramids, you will have upright pyramids. We are looking for certain exceptions. So you will have a inverted pyramid. In case of a tree, same example ko if I just maybe transform it slightly, you can also make it spindle shaped, right? जहां पे हो सकता है parasite ज्यादा हो, but parasite is directly eaten by a hawk or a eagle. तो ये almost ऐसे ही है, ये transform ऐसे हो जाएगा. So same tree can give me inverted and same tree can give me spindle shaped. Just depends on how I am arranging it. ये क्यों कम हो रहा है? क्योंकि यहाँ पे of course there will be apex predator. Yes or no? Apex predator से क्या याद आ रहा है? No, यहाँ पे lion is not going to. Can lion climb on a tree? Can you tell me any arboreal? Which of the big cats can actually jump on trees? चलो ठीक है, okay. देखेंगे इसको भी और डिटेल में. So here, for example, it can be a hawk, it can be an eagle, etc., which is there, which is why it can be inverted or spindle. Are you understanding this? So pyramid of numbers can be upright, that you know, but it can be inverted and it can also be spindle shaped because you're only counting the numbers. अब आते हैं biomass. So pyramid of numbers में what you have to write? You have to make 3 diagrams: upright, inverted, and spindle. Upright can be any basic ecosystem, which means any grassland or forest will follow upright. Inverted and spindle is what we have seen, and pyramid of numbers may the only thing you have to write, the pyramid is, in case somebody wants to write one, बहुत simple सा line लिखवाऊंगा मैं. The pyramid is based on the number of species. In general, pyramid is based on the number of species in a trophic level. It is arranged on क्या चीज फिर से? हाँ, it is based on the number of species in a trophic, TROPHIC, trophic level. अच्छा, ओके. आई थिंक ऑनलाइन में सी डायनोफ्लैजिलेट, नॉक्टिल्यूका, ये सारा जो हमने डिस्कस किया है, these are examples of phytoplanktons. जो हमने फूड चेन बनाई थी, phytoplanktons, either you add it here or you write it in the last page. Phytoplanktons में I gave you 4 examples: diatoms, dinoflagellates, cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria का 1 example I gave you, or related to it, stromatolites. ठीक है. And second thing that we had discussed was noctiluca scintillans. I hope that is clear. If you have space there, otherwise later on, because point is ultimately आपको याद रहना चाहिए. ठीक है. So pyramid of numbers में क्या है? It is arranged on the number of species in a trophic level, and it can be upright, that you know, but it can also be inverted and spindle shaped. Is this clear? ठीक है. If you want to see this as a diagram, then we can see this as, देखो एक जैसे एग्जांपल है, नॉर्मल केस है pyramid of numbers का. You have grasses, grasshopper, frogs, hawk. This is the normal case when this is upright, but we also saw this can be inverted, right? This is the spindle shaped and this is proper inverted. Tree का example, दोनों cases में depends on which chain we draw. So pyramid of numbers can be upright as well as inverted. ठीक है. Next आता है pyramid of biomass. Okay. Yes. अच्छा, first yala, this one. हाँ. This I'll share it. I think that is easier. ठीक है. Right. और उसमें भी देखो, later on you want to do, but ठीक है, कुछ समय के बाद ना this will become automatic. What is mentioned here. So ऐसा नहीं कि मैं तो change भी कर सकता हूँ. I can keep on changing the species and the chain will still remain intact. Now, coming to pyramid of biomass. Biomass में you have to measure something. What do we measure here? हाँ, अब इसमें लिखो biomass में पहला definition. देखो, it is the dry, weight, it is the dry weight of the species in a particular trophic level. The dry weight of species living in the particular trophic level. ठीक है, it is the dry weight of it. Okay. अब, for example, earlier we were counting the numbers, right? How many species were there? यहाँ पे हम dry weight देख रहे हैं. 900 kg of grasses, 100 kg of mice, 50 kg of snakes, 10 kg of owls. You don't have to remember कितना है, but of course this is the way of arrangement. And we are arranging it from producer side, so this obviously has to be what? Upright. तो upright तो example मिलना ही है अपने को. But here the interesting thing is, do you get inverted pyramid? The answer is yes. Yes, the answer is aquatic ecosystems में you get a inverted, right? अब ये है example. So you have producers. Producers are what? Phytoplanktons here. Zooplanktons. अब यहाँ पे I want to ask you, why is aquatic ecosystem inverted and not upright? Dry weight. But इस पे next question, why is dry weight less? कम क्यों है? नहीं, फिर तो then you आप उल्टा बोल रहे हो थोड़ा सा. Microscopic. So what does that mean? Even if they are more in number, the dry weight is less. See, one thing, this is true, but other thing that is also true. इसमें दो reasons हैं, right? The two reasons. First, right? पहला तो of course लिखो, the dry weight of phytoplanktons is less. So even if numerically they are very much more, that is less. पहली चीज. Second लिखो, they have a very short lifespan, phytoplanktons. इससे पहले वाला हमने लिखा था, the dry weight of phytoplanktons is less. Weight कम है उनका, because this is a microscopic. So even if you have 10,000 of phytoplankton, weight कम हो गया उनका, पहली चीज. दूसरा, लाइफ स्पैन इज शॉर्ट. इसका मतलब क्या है? द मोमेंट दे आर क्रिएटेड, दे आर ऑटोमेटिकली कंज्यूम्ड बाय जूप्लैंक्टन्स. कंज्यूम हो जा रहे हैं. सो दे आर नॉट एबल टू परसिस्ट एंड स्टे एंड गेट एक्यूमुलेटेड. इसीलिए वेट कम है. मतलब कन्वेंशनली सोचो, इफ आई कीप ऑन एडिंग देम, तब तो वेट बढ़ना ही चाहिए. बट द इश्यू इज द मोमेंट दे आर क्रिएटेड, वेरी क्विकली दे आर कंज्यूम्ड. So quick consumption means they have a very small life cycle. Numerically, even if they are more in number, they are consumed very quickly. So dry weight is less. That is the reason why. Consumed whenever they are, जैसे ही produce हो रहे हैं, they are getting consumed. Is this clear? दो main reasons हैं. One is the dry weight, but if you go in one more level of detail, this is the reason. The moment they are produced, they are consumed automatically by the zooplanktons. ठीक है. इसके भी और एक लेवल डिटेल में जाओगे तो फिर क्या है? दे आर स्टेइंग एट अ लार्वा स्टेज. लार्वा के बाद जब वो तुरंत बनते हैं परमानेंट स्टेज में, बट अभी आई एम नॉट गोइंग इन दैट स्टेज. ठीक है, वो मैं कोरल्स में जाऊंगा, एक और लेवल ऑफ डिटेल. बट दिस इज सफिशिएंट टू नो दैट aquatic ecosystem is going to be inverted for numbers or biomass. For biomass, numbers में तो of course they are huge in numbers, but biomass is limited. One is because microscopic small, and second issue is कंज्यूम, जल्दी जल्दी कंज्यूम होते रहते हैं. ठीक है. तो बायोमास यू ऑल्सो हैव अपराइट, यू ऑल्सो हैव इन्वर्टेड. नाउ हाँ, या यस यस, बिल्कुल सही. आगे 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 सवाल आगे. हाँ देखो, बेंथिक जोन में जो आप पूछ रहे हो, पहली बात, बेंथिक जोन में यू डोंट हैव सनलाइट कमिंग इन. तो बेंथिक जोन्स में प्रोड्यूसर्स फाइटोप्लैंक्टन्स विल नॉट बी देयर. ओके. And even if you have certain species, you will generally have chemosynthesis. You may have certain sea cucumbers or some other species which are living or adapted to almost a photic zone where you don't have light. Yes, ठीक है. वो zone है, तो of course zone in ecosystem is also dependent on the nature of light that is coming in. तो जो phytoplanktons हैं, they are generally found around 80 meters or so, or even less, because otherwise the productivity will go down, photosynthesis will go down. ठीक है. Third is pyramid of एनर्जी. अब आप एनर्जी में एक दो चीजें लिखो यहाँ पे, फिर से लिखो. First again write down 10% law. We've already written it, but you write it again. 10% law. You know what is 10% law, right? Ab, I want to ask you, is the flow of energy bidirectional? Very important point is unidirectional. This is also related to 10% law. What is unidirectional? Plants से एनर्जी ऊपर गई, फिर ऊपर गई, फिर ऊपर गई. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि एनर्जी हॉक से सीधे प्लांट्स को मिल रही है. यस और नो? So the flow of energy is unidirectional, very important. And second thing, remember, pyramid of energy is always upright. Always upright. उसकी सिंपल सी रीजन है. कौन? Who is the अन्नदाता? Who is the food producer? Plants. And plants will dominate most energy. So energy, if you want to segregate, highest energy will be by plants, which will be consumed, and then the 10% law will take into account. 90% energy, where is it lost? Respiration and metabolic process. So pyramid of energy, तीन चीजें सिर्फ याद रखो. पहला 10% law. If you remember 10% law, other two are following this. Second thing is always, so of course one is unidirectional and next is always upright. Now out of the three pyramids that we saw, how many pyramids can be inverted? Two. Which two? Pyramid of numbers, pyramid of biomass, they can be inverted. Pyramid of energy cannot be inverted. Is that clear? You'll remember this, right? So when you look at pyramid of energy, same thing, decreasing energy flow hai. So from producers to primary to secondary to tertiary, this is decreasing. We already know why is this decreasing. 10% law. 90% of energy is getting lost at each stage. Respiration and metabolic process. Yes or no? Exactly the same thing that we saw here. It is unidirectional, it is upright, 10% efficient. अब इसमें कोई बोले कि अलग से यह this follows the law of thermodynamics. Yes, it follows the laws of thermodynamics also. Goes without saying. Are you able to follow till here? ठीक है. अब we're talking of pyramids. You have just looked at pyramids. Okay. You tell me what are the limitations of pyramids. That is the next heading that you have. What are the limitations of pyramids? Good. They represent a food chain, है ना? It is a linear flow. So अब limitations लिखो. पहली बात first लिखो. First, right? They only capture food chain. They only capture food chain and not food web. They only capture food chain and not a food web. Now, a very obvious example also I'll tell you. For example, we saw the example of grass, grasshopper, lizard, snake, and let's say hawk. They will be representing this. अब सोचो अगर hawk wants to snake खा खा के it has gotten bored. If it wants to eat lizard, कोई इसको रोक रहा है? Can it eat a lizard? Yes. Second thing, if there is a sparrow, sparrow can occupy more than one trophic level. True or false? True. So food, this pyramid, it does not talk about species which can occupy more than 2 trophic levels, which also means it is not very practical. Yes. So second point लिखो. अच्छा चलो second point, right? It does not take into account species. It does not take into account the species belonging to 2 or more trophic levels. Species belonging to 2 or more trophic levels. Example लिखो sparrow. 2 or more trophic levels. ठीक है. Third is, we just saw an image, if you remember, जहाँ पे we saw a hawk and after hawk there was a decomposer. Are you seeing any decomposer here? नहीं. That is why after this page we have a separate section on decomposition. But the main issue is saprotrophs etc. are not given a role in this cycle or in the pyramids. Saprotrophs, which again who feed on the dead, they are not given a place in the ecological pyramids. Three main limitations. Saprotrophs, trophs and phytes both are okay. Phytes means to love, troph is related to nutrition. Saprophytes, they are not given any place in these pyramids and they play a very important role. Okay? So just try to recall what are the limitations very practically speaking. One is it talks about a food chain but not a food web, which means these are not very practical. Pehla issue. Second issue, a species can also belong to more than one or two trophic levels. वो नहीं ले रहा इसको. It is not accommodating that. Third issue, saprotrophs are also not included, right? So again here is also a linear representation only, which makes sense for pyramid of energy. But even in energy, even the tertiary जो सबसे आखिरी consumer है, yeah, let's say even a vulture will also die, yes or no? So vulture and then grazing food chain will also happen. वो चीज तो नहीं आ रही इसमें pyramids में. That is the limitation on pyramids. Yes, is this clear? Now, in the handout that you have two things, which is one of the direct manifestations of food chain. ठीक है? एक बहुत फेमस गाना है, what goes around comes back around. ठीक है? एक स्कॉलर थे जस्टिन टिम्बरलेक, उनका गाना है, but ठीक है, you don't have to remember that. The point here is we will make the same reference, what goes around backs around, which means if there is a small pollutant which has entered the food chain, it will move its way up. For that you have two terms, one is bioaccumulation, one is biomagnification, right? So here again I think it is better if you see this through an image. First we will understand this, whatever is to be written I'll tell you. Bioaccumulation, accumulation means to accumulate over a period of time. Imagine I have a basket and it is raining, so it will accumulate water over a period of time, right? अब यहाँ पे bioaccumulation में what is happening, you have fishes, let's say at 0 hour, at 5 hours, 12 hours, 20 hours. Over a period of time, in the fishes, the level of contaminant is increasing, right? So bioaccumulation में सबसे important चीज क्या है? It is happening, right, for a particular species, yes or no, or across a single trophic level. This is bioaccumulation that is happening. Now this is a problematic part. Biomagnification, you know what is magnification, right? Amplification. अच्छा, जहाँ biomagnification लिखा है, put a slash and also write bioamplification. Bioamplification. ठीक है? अब this thing we will do in 2 or 3 more topics, but अभी के लिए I'm just giving you one example of DDT. ठीक है? अब देखो DDT क्या है? Dichloro, don't write the full form, just this is dichloro diphenyl trichloroethane. Why is DDT used? Any idea? Chalo, it is used in agricultural fields and it is a very cheap source also for mosquito control, right? A problem क्या होती है, the moment this let's say this is an agricultural field, it is sprayed with DDT, there is a rainfall, this goes to the water, so toxin is going to enter the water, it is going to be eaten up by producers and then the zooplanktons and then the small fish. So क्या हो रहा है, this is going to magnify across trophic levels. That is why the knowledge of trophic level is important. अभी क्या हो रहा था, in bioaccumulation it is happening over a single trophic level. This is across trophic levels, हाँ है ना? So a pollutant is biomagnifying. Now the problem is DDT happens to be a persistent organic pollutant. What is persistent? It means it stays for a long time. Organic means will have parts of carbon, right? And it's a pollutant. And the problem is it will also enter, for first thing is it is impacting the other species also. Can it also impact humans? It can also impact humans. because it can also enter our food chain. Yes or no? These pollutants are magnifying and rapidly magnifying. The concentration of DDT at very small levels in water, finally it enters large fish and ultimately the food chain is very high, right? To understand this, one also needs to know what attributes a pollutant should have to biomagnify. Okay? There are 4 attributes. Okay? A pollutant should be long lived. We are not saying pollutant should be long lived. Okay? What we are saying, a pollutant which is going to biomagnify will be long lived, right? Why should it be long lived? Agar short lived hoga, to it will get decomposed, it will not be found. Second, it should be mobile. What is mobile? Moves from one part, right? It should be soluble in fat. This is very important. Should it be soluble in water? Nahi. If it is soluble in fat, it is going to be present in the adipose tissue, and it is also going to be found, right, later. And it should be biologically active. These are the 4 attributes for a pollutant to biomagnify. And this is again a part where we are bringing, so one is the ecological concept, and now we are also integrating the current aspect, which means there are pollutants like DDT, like PCB. What is PCB? We are not talking about a cricket board, but PCB यहाँ पे क्या है? Polychlorinated biphenyl. PCB. PCB has been asked once by UPSC in 2014. बहुत पुराना क्वेश्चन है, आप कभी देखिएगा. ठीक है, that what are the impacts of PCB? If one new PCB is the POP, persistent organic pollutant, we could have known it is going to stay for a very long time. है ना? Right? Now, so what we have seen abhi tak, what have we seen? We have seen bioaccumulation. Bioaccumulation happens over a single trophic level. Biomagnification is across trophic levels, one thing. Now, if you see, so these are species, you see the species changing. So this is biomagnification because the trophic levels are changing. Yes or no? So from limited to very high levels of magnification is happening here, right? Now, what will be the effects of biomagnification? उसके बाद अभी इसको लिखेंगे in just 1 minute. अब if you have high amounts of DDT, ठीक है, it can even cause failure of eggs. क्यों? Eggs will get thinned. It can also cause neurological problems. So there are a lot of health risks, right? PCB, polychlorinated biphenyls, can lead to issues of fertility, ठीक है, cancers, which means it is a carcinogenic. And even mercury is there. When we do conventions, I'll tell you 2 separate conventions. अगर आपको यहाँ पे दिख रहा हो, you can see 2 separate conventions. अगर नहीं दिख रहा हो, then I'll tell you what 2 conventions I'm talking of. See, I have mentioned POPs, persistent organic pollutants, and there's a mention of mercury. For mercury, you have a Minamata convention. Stockholm Convention, which deals with this. Initially, there was also a famous term known as, because there were 12 POPs, okay, which were in this category. अभी हमने क्या example देखे हैं इसके? DDT and mercury is separate. Mercury is tackled by Minamata Convention, right? Stockholm Convention and its details we will be seeing, because last year, which means in 2025, there has been a recent conference in Geneva. ठीक है? Normally I use an acronym BRSM: Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm, Minamata. ठीक है? I'll be expanding on this slightly later. अभी के लिए just we have seen Stockholm and we have seen Minamata for the reasons that it is related to biomagnification. ठीक है? अब आते हैं टू योर नोट्स. सबसे पहले राइट डाउन बायो एक्यूमुलेशन. So here write increase of toxins, increase of toxins in a trophic level over a period of time. Toxins slash pollutants दोनों चलेंगे. What is bioaccumulation? It is the increase of toxins or pollutants in a trophic level over a period of time. Simple. In a trophic level over a period of time. This is bioaccumulation, right? Whereas in biomagnification, first we'll write the definition. इसमें 2 से 3 चीजें लिखेंगे. पहले लिखो biomagnification is right increase of toxins across, main चीज across trophic levels across trophic levels, across, or you can write from one trophic level to the other. I've written it as across, which means across trophic levels. If you want just a simple thing like this, you can make for bio magnification, so that you know across trophic levels it multiplies, right? पहली चीज है definition. Second thing is, to biomagnify, what are the 4 properties it should have? ये चारों लिखेंगे. long lived, mobile, soluble in fats and biologically active. Because when you try to recall, these are the keywords that you should know. long lived, mobile, soluble in fats, biologically active. Take. This is the conditions. 4 conditions are there. And then write consequences. Third right is consequences. Consequences. अब consequences में we will write this. देखो DDT dash PCB. No, this will is an example. This can biomagnify. This is a persistent organic pollutant. Accumulate तो करेगा ही, but it will also biomagnify. These are, see, accumulation happens over a period of time across in a trophic level. But the same thing can also magnify. That is the problematic part. That is the dangerous part. That it is not limited only to one trophic level. It will enter our food chains. यही तो problem है. Right? इसी में I'm not telling you right now, but this question has also been asked. But now there's a lot of update on PFAS. Per and polyfluoroalkyl compounds, also famously known as forever chemicals. अब forever chemicals आपको whales के adipose tissue में मिल रहे हैं. अब आप सोचो, imagine the level, right? So whales have the PFAS inside their bodies properly embedded. So there are 2 things which are omnipresent. बचपन में पढ़ते थे, God is omnipresent. So one is PFAS. What is PFAS? Per and polyfluoroalkyl compounds. वो हम अलग से करेंगे in waste management and pollution. And one thing that is ever present is microplastics. हर जगह, everywhere microplastic is present. It is, अगर क्वेश्चन में आ जाए, microplastics is also present in clouds. आप टिक मारना. It is also present in clouds, right? And then don't ask me, sir, क्या मेरी bottle में present है कि नहीं? See, it is also, right? हर जगह, everywhere microplastics. चलो, coming back. Consequences, right? So here we'll just summarizing. DDT dash करके लिखो. Causes thinning of egg shells, comma, carcinogenic, yes. Which one? The PFAS which I have mentioned, these are man-made. These are also man-made. But it would, अगर ऐसा भी होता तो वो biodegradable हो जाता. It would have been biodegradable. Biomagnification में हाँ, it because of toxins or pollutants they were not present. Correct. अगर naturally भी if there is something, जैसे for example arsenic है, any of these heavy metal is there, that is present, but because of human activities, the concentration of that is going to increase. So if I'm saying magnification, if you have to say theoretically speaking, right? Because mercury, if you say mercury, it was also present because of volcanic activities. Mercury can get released. Okay, now if mercury gets released, mercury can also biomagnify. But problem क्या है? Human activities like artisanal and gold mining and many other activities, chloroalkali batteries, उन सबसे mercury बहुत ज़्यादा release हो रहा है. So concentration has increased. Otherwise, in earlier natural form, we are not saying naturally it was not there. But यहाँ पे मैंने mercury का example लिया या कुछ heavy metals का example लिया, which can be there, but it will be in very safe limits. Because even right now, जो US का FDA है, हाँ, right. Biomagnification, so it would have been there, but it is not that problematic. Even now, people are allowed to eat fish. It is just that if you overeat or US FDA की जो recommendations है, then it can lead to mercury poisoning, for example. Okay, so that will depend on the concentration and the dosage, right? अब DDT PCB में कुछ common points हैं, right? DDT में one point we have written is failure of eggshells. Second very common point will be carcinogenic. What is carcinogenic? It will cause cancer. Same for PCBs, you will write, put a dash. So immune system, fertility, child development, carcinogenic, all that is true. And remember, both of them, DDT and PCB, are POP, persistent organic pollutant. And with POP, what we will remember? Stockholm Convention. Stockholm Convention में पूरा पॉइंट फिर से रिपीट होगा, तो डोंट वरी, उसमें तो आई गिव यू लॉट ऑफ एग्जांपल्स. अभी एक न्यूज में है एक टर्म, चलो अभी छोड़ो, अभी बाद में बताऊंगा, फिर यू विल गेट कंफ्यूज्ड. Chlorpyrifos and other are there. So somebody is saying plastic is in our blood also. बिल्कुल सही है. Okay, and mercury poisoning also, fetuses or young children. So you see common points. It's simple, socho, it will lead to health issues. So consequences देखे आपने. Mainly I just wanted to tell health issues will be there. It can impact fertility, it can be carcinogenic. We have written 3 points, and in these 3 points, 2 are POPs. Which 2 are POPs? DDT and PCB. ठीक है. And for POPs, which convention is there? Stockholm Convention. ठीक है. Persistent organic pollutants. And second term was Minamata Convention. Where is Minamata Bay? It was in Japan. ठीक है. Okay. Now just see this example, a more practical example. Whatever we have seen, you have seen emissions from various sources, चाहे कार से हो, radons, etc. various places. PCBs are released. What are PCBs? Persistent organic pollutants. Okay. Phytoplanktons ने absorb किया, eaten up by zooplankton. Herring eats zooplankton. Herring क्या लग रहा है आपको? What is a herring? The fish, small fish. Salmon eats the herring. Salmon is a bigger fish. Then large mammals, orca whales, they eat a salmon. अब देखो जो लाल dots हैं, the red dots are what? The pollutant. It is in very small stages above, but if you look at here, बढ़ा कि नहीं बढ़ा? So what is happening here? Biomagnification. Now this should also give you a cue. Again, make this chain. वरना भूल जाओगे herring कौन है, salmon कौन है, orca कौन है. Has anybody seen the question on herring as a PYQ? याद आ रहा है? So herring is the small fish. So just simple phytoplankton is zoo, everybody knows. But herring, salmon, orca whales. So here some of the questions will be solved through this. ठीक है, अभी रिपब्लिक डे आएगा, I'll give you homework on that. I'll ask you to watch our planet, एक documentary है on Netflix, also there on YouTube. उसको देख लो एक बार अच्छे से, because you will have some time of break. एक दो क्वेश्चंस का कभी कभार अनफेयर एडवांटेज यू विल गेट. अच्छा आज ही देखेंगे, ठीक है, मैं क्लास के अंदर बताऊंगा फिर. हाँ प्लीज. या हाँ, यस. there is one on our planet. हाँ, ये बहुत बार ना हर चीज if you see it that also helps. ठीक है, आई नो फूड चेन की बात है, यू आर आस्किंग फॉर अ ब्रेक, ब्रेक आपको मिलेगा, ठीक है, डोंट वरी. टाइम प्लीज डोंट आस्क मी टाइम, इट डिपेंड्स ऑन विच टॉपिक आई एम. ठीक है, नाउ चलो, नाउ आई अगेन गो बैक टू अवर डॉक्यूमेंट. अब देखो ये पूरा पेज है, ठीक. हाउ वी आर मेकिंग अ नोट्स, whatever information you have, when you revise it will take you very less time. ठीक, अब देखो energy flow, just the keywords will recall in just 1 minute, entire page will be recalled. अब देखो energy flow, very first keyword I used was, you can see your notes, 10% law, याद आ रहा है. Second what we wrote, this will be unidirectional, right? It also explains why more than 4 to 5 trophic levels are not found, right? Then coming to the food chain, we have seen grazing food chain, detritus food chain. We've also seen terrestrial as well as aquatic food chain. चलो अब एक बार मुझे aquatic food chain का एग्जांपल बताओ. I'll help you. Starts with phytoplankton, zooplankton, then small fish. सबसे आसान बताओगे small fish, the big fish, bigger fish, biggest fish. हाँ, okay. So चलो, a better example can be, we just saw herring eating a salmon, eating a whale. That is one example. ठीक है. अब we also saw one example. Can I say diatoms, then krills, right? अब krills के साथ again I can link it. Maybe a small fish, Arctic cod, याद आ रहा है? Then a seal, and then a polar bear. Yes. So we had seen this. You tell me, aquatic ecosystems में which chain dominates? Grazing. Grazing dominates. And you remember, sea cow, dugong. Okay. Food webs will be non-linear, more complicated, more interconnected, right? This we had seen, right? So diversity साथ we had linked it. Then we had seen the three things. In fact, ecological pyramids, what was upright, inverted. Ecological, sorry, pyramid of numbers. May how are they arranged as per numbers? So here what we had seen, upright, right. Even inverted, even spindle shaped. The example was a tree. Then pyramid of biomass, upright, inverted. Why was it inverted? Pyramid of biomass, which one? Aquatic. But क्यों? पहली बात, dry weight is less, more, right? Weight is less. It is immediately consumed as it is generated, right? That was the challenge. Pyramid of energy, always upright. Unidirectional, 10% law. What are the limitations of pyramids? तीन चीजें हैं. Only talks of a food chain, does not talk of food web. Then 2 or more trophic levels are not addressed. Third, saprotrophs, there is no respect or izzat to saprotrophs, right? Then this is what we had seen. Then right, और ये जो पूरा टॉपिक है, this is going to be current affairs oriented. तो यहाँ पे बस एक शब्द लिखोगे आप, PFAS, which I will take up in pollution. PFAS ब्रैकेट में लिखो forever chemicals, right? James Bond की मूवी, there was diamonds are forever, but now pollutants are forever. PFAS is per and polyfluoroalkyl compounds. Yes. Amount of weight, amount of fat can be. I don't have a specific data to establish that. देखते हैं अगर पढ़ेंगे इसको, ठीक है. हाँ, क्योंकि अब देखो इसमें I can also give you, if somebody is malnourished, that person can still be overweight. अब बताओ, फंसे कि नहीं फंसे? ठीक, अब बताओ. हाँ, spindle, I don't think so. Normally we have seen only these two variations. अगर spindle होगा तो you also search and let me know. ठीक है, अब आप समझे ना? Malnourished and overweight, yes or no? People can be overweight but still malnourished. ठीक है, सो ठीक है, चलो where were we? हाँ, so we were seeing PFAS is per and polyfluoroalkyl compounds. These are what? Forever chemicals. We will talk in more detail about this. And then I think हाँ दो terms हैं. What is accumulation? In a trophic level, simple, in a trophic level. Accumulation across trophic levels. Four characteristics of a pollutant: long lived, mobile, soluble in fat, and right. उसके consequences देखे हमने. Basically remember, health consequences can be carcinogenic, will cause issues. And we've seen two things now: POPs and HG. POPs are conserved via Stockholm Convention, and then there is Minamata Convention, Makri. यहाँ तक समझ रहे हो? ठीक है. Now we'll take one more topic. After that, I think we can head for a break. चलो decomposition पे आते हैं. Decomposition, ठीक है. Now, this topic has also been dealt in detail in your NCERT, which is also why we will see some of the discussion on this. ठीक है. अब पहले चीज, what is decomposition? Any idea? Breakdown. बहुत लोग बोलते हैं हमारा मेंटल ब्रेकडाउन हो गया. इज दैट डिकम्पोजिशन? नहीं, फिर अच्छा ठीक है. So please remember, a very simple definition of what is decomposition is breakdown of organic compounds to inorganic minerals, I can say, or inorganic substances लिखो, organic compounds into inorganic substances. This is decomposition. Okay. Now, how this happens? One thing is, for example, this is a leaf, right? Leaf will be broken down because already we know what are decomposers. दो example, bacteria and fungus. How many of you say virus? ठीक है, जो बोलेगा भी उसके लिए भारत रत्न मिलने वाला है नेक्स्ट. चलो ठीक है. So here we have decomposers, you already know, but decomposers cannot directly act. It means something has to happen. So this work actually will be done by detritivores. Detritivores help in breaking down of the matter. It can be plant, it can be an animal. उसको break down करेंगे. They break down this into very small components. This process is known as fragmentation. अभी हम लिखेंगे जो सारे process होते हैं. So what they will do, they will break this down. चलो, I'll give you a simple example. How many of you have seen earthworm? Earthworm goes across this soil. क्या करता है वो? Thousands of times it almost loosens up the soil, right? Other, if there is this particular, let's say, leaf, a small ant species, it will go thousands of times and it will break it down into small fragments. Yes or no? So detritivores are what? Detritivores are, first keyword is invertebrates, right? They help in the process of decomposition, but they are not decomposers. Yeah, this is important. They help in the process of decomposition. So which means ants, earthworms, wood louse, if you remember that, what is the palemnic diagram dekha? These are all detritivores. Detritivores help in the process of decomposition. These are invertebrates, but they are not themselves decomposers. Itna samajh mein aa raha hai? So that means this would have been broken down. It would have been fragmented, small parts. And finally, now these small parts are acted by like bacteria and right. Now, for this to happen, still there are certain stages. But till now, what you've understood, detritivores are separate, decomposers are separate. Okay? Ab, there are certain stages which are at work here. One obvious stage from the name you can guess is fragmentation. What is fragmentation? ये तो नाम से समझ आ जाएगा. It is the breaking down of, right? Fragmentation happens, then happens leaching. ठीक है. What is the meaning of leaching? Any idea? You आपने सुना होगा. Fertilizers on a soil, they get leached into the groundwater. Yes or no? So leaching also happens just after fragmentation. After fragmentation, so leaching happens. अब ये थोड़ा सा टर्म अब आप समझोगे. कैटाबॉलिज्म नाम से you cannot guess it from the name, and you'll be surprised to know all these terms are there in our NCERT. Catabolism means the release of enzymes by bacteria or fungus on the fragmented matter. So what happens? Fragmentation happens, leaching happens, and after that happens catabolism. Catabolism is the release of enzymes by bacteria, fungus, because these enzymes will further break this down, right? After this, there is a process of humification. You have a humus in the soil, humification happens, and last step is the mineralization. अब इसको लिंक करोगे लास्ट इससे. In mineralization, what happens? Ultimately, the organic compound which you add ultimately becomes a inorganic and it is transformed to a mineral, right? So there are 5 stages which are at play. First 3 stages happen simultaneously. So you have fragmentation, you have leaching, you have catabolism. Catabolism is difficult to guess from the name. What is catabolism? The release of enzymes, okay, by the bacteria or the fungus. उसके बाद क्या है? Humification. What is humification? There is a formation of humus. अभी इसका देखेंगे what is the meaning of humus, and it is again an important component of soil. And last is the mineralization. It is overall the release of minerals. This overall completes the whole process of decomposition, right? अब let us see first this in a slightly more let's say application. इसकी देखेंगे, then I'll come back to this concept. अच्छा, you were writing, चलो हाँ. इसको again I'll go through the slides, again I'll repeat the process. तो पहली बार में decomposition is not very easy to understand. अभी हम just writing the stages: fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. Right? अब let's take a couple of practical examples. Let's think of tundra region. Where is tundra region? Right? Ab tundra region में what is the temperature? Very less. Right? In tundra region, would you comment on the decomposition of soil? कैसा होगा? Very slow. So can I also say decomposition is also temperature dependent? So in tropical regions, decomposition is faster, yes or no? So one obvious thing is temperature. Yes. So if the temperature is higher, the decomposition is faster, right? Temperature is low, the decomposition is low. Second thing is availability of nitrogen, right? A soil that is rich in nitrogen will also decompose faster. A soil that is lesser in nitrogen will decompose slow. Agar nitrogen आए, that is easy to understand. But sometimes you can also be asked this. And this is simple maths. A soil that is rich in nitrogen will have high or low C/N ratio. अब देखो, 2 cases हो सकते हैं, right? In one case, N maybe let's say I'm writing as 100. This is high in nitrogen. This is less. C/N ratio high कहाँ पे होगा बताओ? इसमें high होगा. This is numerator. This is denominator. If the denominator is less, the numerator, the overall fraction will be more. This is what? High. C/N ratio this is. अब लिंक करो which is better for decomposition. Low C/N ratio is good for decomposition. Right? This you can, this whenever if you get this as a question, make this. और एक बार खुद कन्विंस हो फिर करो, वरना if you are in the hurry, because you know if soil is rich in nitrogen, it is going to decompose faster. You can also make the mistake high C/N ratio will lead to faster decomposition. That is not true. You want a lower C/N ratio for decomposition. Is that okay? Right? So these are two more nuances that one needs to know for decomposition. One is temperature and second is availability of nitrogen. Right? Third is quite obvious, oxygen. If you have oxygen present, decomposition is faster. Anaerobic conditions में it is slower. Right? Now till here are you able to follow? अब वापस आते हैं एक बार इस पे. Now you have a basic tree. एक बार फिर से. A leaf falls on the ground. This leaf is worked by, let's say this is a earthworm. It will break it down into small segments. This will further be acted upon by bacteria and fungus. Okay, people at the back, you can settle down. Okay, so I think I'll just quickly recap the decomposition topic. Some people online may have not heard it. ठीक है, we had a small power break. Resume करते हैं एक बार, ठीक है? So we're talking of decomposition. What is decomposition? Breakdown of either I write breakdown or conversion. So from organic to inorganic substances. And this happens via certain stages, right? There are 5 stages that we had seen, starting with fragmentation. Humification. Now, we had seen, for example, if there's a leaf that has fallen down, this leaf will not directly be impacted by decomposer. Who is going to work on it? Detritivore. They will break down the leaf first, okay? And when it is broken down into very small fragments, small parts, then it is acted by decomposer. For decomposer, we already know what are the examples of decomposers. Bacteria and fungus. ठीक है, detritivore में till now I've only given you example of earthworm. Okay, certain ants. Now, are we clear till here? Right? Now, just to expand on these steps and just a basic idea. So here, few things you need to know. We'll come to these 3 terms detritivore in just a short while. कौन से process होते हैं? Fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. Now, we see the very first step. You have detritivores like earthworm. What they will do? They will break down the detritus. What is detritus? The dead remains, okay, into small particles. What is this step? This is self-explanatory. That is fragmentation. You are breaking let's say a leaf or any dead matter into small parts, right? Second process is of leaching. Leaching में क्या होगा? Some of these water soluble nutrients, they will go down into the soil, okay, and they get precipitated. That is normally because leaching you hear in agriculture, okay, you hear in some of these parts. That is there. Then, so there are 2 processes that we have seen. Third one was a process catabolism. What was catabolism? The release of enzymes, okay. When this release of enzymes happen, and by the way, this is a very important distinction, right? Decomposers release the enzymes externally, hai na, ya internally? Externally. This distinction is very important because you can also say, sir, we have seen vultures eating on carrion, carrion. Carrion is what? It's a carcass, right? But in case of vultures, all of this part happens externally or internally? No, when they eat it, the whole this release of enzymes and etc. that happens internally. In case of bacteria and virus, it happens, sorry, not bacteria and virus, bacteria and fungus. We're talking of decomposers, right? So third step is catabolism, bacteria and fungal enzymes, they degrade the detritus into smaller inorganic substances. That is there. That is the third step. Fourth step is humification, right? And with humification, you have to, अच्छा इसमें क्या है, अभी तक जितने भी steps देखे, 3 steps are there: fragmentation, leaching, and catabolism. They all operate simultaneously on the detritus, and this is followed by 2 steps. One is humification, and last step is mineralization. We'll always remember mineralization because definition क्या है, what is the definition of right, from organic to inorganic minerals. So last step तो clear है हमें, that is mineralization. Now let's see humification. अब humification में what is happening, you have the carbon, or let's say the organic substances, that is getting transformed into a dark colored amorphous substance, that is humus. And the humus is resistant to microbial degradation, right? So that is thing. So it is resistant, and main thing is it is going decomposition at a very slow rate. Normally it will go at a very slow rate. We also discussed while concluding the topic some of the conditions which may accelerate or decelerate decomposition. Yes, okay. So there's a process of humification, and lastly there's a process of mineralization. Mineralization में क्या होगा? That is the last step, right? Finally inorganic nutrients are released. So humus is degraded into these inorganic nutrients. That is the entire cycle in the 5 stages that happens. Okay. Now जहां पे आपके पास जो लिखा है, right, definition लिख लिया आप लोगों ने, right? What was the definition? Breakdown of organic compounds into inorganic substances. That was the definition. Now second, just write the heading stages and write the 5 stages. Fragmentation में no need to expand on it. Fragmentation में bracket में लिखिएगा by detritivores. Fragmentation happens by detritivores. Fragmentation is simply जिसको, if you're not able to understand the English of fragmentation, is what? Breaking into smaller fragments. That is fragmentation by detritivores. Your mind will go to earthworms, for example. That is the first. Second one, so first stage is fragmentation. Second one is leaching, right? Leaching, maybe just put a dash and write just a keyword we'll write. Water soluble inorganic nutrients, they are leached into the soil. That's it. Water soluble inorganic nutrients, they are leached into the soil in this process. Yes, C2N ratio, I'll take it up after I'm done with this. Water soluble inorganic nutrients, they leached or they're washed into the soil. That's it. Third is catabolism, third stage or third process. CATA, catabolism, BOLISM, catabolism. Put a dash and write release of bacterial and fungal enzymes. Release of bacterial and fungal enzymes. Why? To degrade, further degrade. Then come to humification. Humification. Humification से humus याद रखेंगे. Now put a dash. Humification. Right? Dead organic matter. Dead organic matter is converted. Dead organic matter is converted into a dark, stable, and a complex organic material. Dark, stable, and a complex organic material dash humus, HUMUS. Dark, stable, complex organic material humus. और humus की one property will remember, humus is resistant to microbial action. Humus is resistant to microbial, because ये जो भी facts है ना NCERT के, वो they can directly flip it, और exam में when you see a multi statement question tough लगेगा कि humus is decomposing at a slow rate, it is resistant, आपको लगेगा नहीं हो सकता, flip कर दिया हो. So on the points which are there, because decomposition is mentioned in the NCERT, Two facts I've told you. One is resistant to microbial action. When I'm saying resistant, it means it will take some time for them to get decomposed. And if they're resistant to microbial action, second point that follows is decomposition at extremely slow rate. Humus will decompose at a extremely slow rate. Humus will decompose at extremely slow rate. Humus will decompose at an extremely slow rate. And last one is mineralization. Last is mineralization. So here, of course, because humus was created in humification, so humus will be degraded. And finally, release of inorganic nutrients. So humus degraded to inorganic nutrients is mineralization. Humus is degraded to inorganic nutrients. Inorganic nutrients. Humus is degraded to inorganic nutrients. Inorganic. That is the definition. What is the definition of decomposition? क्या था? अच्छा अभी भी आयो. Decomposition starts with from organic to inorganic, right? ये हमने देखा, ठीक है. अब आ जाओ. If you have a space in your table, okay. Otherwise मैंने note जो लिखा है ना, note तीन चीजों के लिए है. Note is for three things. First, and we are talking about on what factors decomposition is depending. Three things we'll see. Factors, right? The first factor is oxygen. अब देखो, temperature में I gave you the example and comparing tropical regions to tundra, right? So for example, if I write tundra, यहाँ पे decomposition क्या होगा? Fast is slow. यहाँ पे same aerobic means presence of oxygen. यहाँ पे anaerobic absence, यहाँ पे slow. Now if nitrogen is abundant, then this is fast, right? Now we'll see C to N ratio. Now for that I did tell you, let's take two cases. In the first case, we have high nitrogen, let's say 100 units. And in this case, less nitrogen, 10 units, right? Simple numerator upon denominator. If the denominator is more, the fraction क्या हो जाएगा? Less. So if n is more, अगर नाइट्रोजन ज्यादा है तो C to N ratio क्या हो जाएगा? Less. So less C to N ratio means faster decomposition or slower? The same numerator denominator thing is also there in ecotones or productivity. If you have a small exposed area as opposed to open oceans, किसकी productivity ज़्यादा होगी? Small area की. So if you think of any mangrove estuary, that is why mangroves and estuary have far greater productivity, because production happens over per unit area, per unit time. So that area is limited. Open ocean is a huge area. So that is why the productivity is less. यहाँ पे simple numerator denominator है. यहाँ पे nitrogen is less, but T to N ratio becomes high. And that leads to slower decomposition. Slower decomposition, right? These are the factors on which decomposition depends. Okay. Now, We'll write some examples for them so that we are not confused. Detritivores में let's try to write examples. Earthworms, millipedes, woodlice, ants, termites. This you understand? अब इसमें if you find कि I have read about a certain slime mold or I've read about a mushroom, all these are under fungus only. Scavengers में one very obvious example is vultures. अब देखो what is the work of scavengers? The dead remains, the carcass, they will eat up, they will clean it up. Okay. They say we also talk about the Asian wild dog. Right? They do the work of cleaning up. Up cleaning up say now I'll be linking a couple of concepts. We have done niche. What is niche? Unique functional role, right? Why do you want to know the niche of an organism? Kyun? Can knowing the niche help in conservation? Yes, it can help in conservation. अब हम vultures की बात करते हैं, right? Now, vultures feed on. You would have some space related to note के बाद जिसके पास जो space है vultures पे I'll tell you a couple of things. First of all, vulture is a scavenger, right? Second thing, remember, and for example, what work they do? They eat up the carrion. I can write eat up or clean the carrion, right? Now, what was the issue and what actually happened? We have cattle. Cattle was administered diclofenac, and because of this, the vulture population declined by almost huge decline has happened in the vulture population. This अब यहाँ पे दो concept linked हैं. One is ecological niche and one concept is the food chain, right? So cattle was administered this. What is this? For pain relief. A more technical term for this is non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, NSAIDs, right? अब डाइक्लोफेनाक क्या है? Even humans use it, right? If you look at Move, Volany, ये जो भी आप देखोगे स्प्रे उसके पीछे पढ़ोगे, there is diclofenac. Okay. Now, when cattle got, let's say when cattle was administered diclofenac, when the cattle died, vulture fed on it. It ate up. Okay. A problem क्या हुई? This diclofenac, this caused the renal failure. Renal is kidney failure. This led to neck drooping of vultures and they started to die in huge numbers, right? अब क्या हुआ? अब when vultures start to die, what will be the issue? The carcass will start to increase. Vultures are not there to clean up the carcass. अब carcass में there will be a lot of microorganisms which can lead to issues. अब क्या हुआ? After the death of these vultures, I am writing जो remaining carcass है, this starts to be eaten by Feral dogs are basically wild dogs. कोई भी species है, you can have domesticated species and the wild species. They will start to eat it. अब problem क्या है? They don't have the mechanism in their body. What mechanism? Now, if vulture is eating the carrion, vulture in its stomach, first of all, the stomach is very acidic. Second, they release a lot of enzymes, so they are able to totally digest this. This was not present in feral dogs. And the feral dogs, when they started to bite, what it led to? Rabies and other diseases, right? So diseases spread. Why diseases spread? Because the feral dogs don't have, let's say, adaptations, I can say, for totally digesting carrion, which was already present in vultures. Vultures में दो चीजें मैंने बोली, which they have. One thing, their stomach is filled with a lot of, it is highly acidic. When I'm saying it is acidic, the pH is low or high? Low, very low pH. Second is a lot of enzymes are released through which they're able to digest this whole part. ठीक है? तो अब क्या इशू हो रहा है? फेरल डॉग्स ने खाना शुरू किया बिकॉज वल्चर्स नहीं है, तो प्रॉब्लम है लॉट ऑफ डिजीज. तो दिस विल लीड टू अ पब्लिक हेल्थ आउटब्रेक. This also tells you that every species will have a very important part in the ecosystem. Vultures play a very important role in scavenging and cleaning up, right? If they don't do this, other species are not specialized to do this. So even keeping their population is important, right? Now, in this context, there are four, the fatal four. All these are what? Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. These are the fatal four. अगर सिर्फ पूछेगा भी what are fatal four, these are related to the death of vultures. Fatal four, right? Just like what is dirty dozen, related to POP, persistent organic pollutants. Diclofenac, aceclofenac, ketoprofen, nimesulide. Ab, they have been banned, right? When I'm saying banned, but this is only for the veterinary purposes. This was banned in और year आ गया. I said all the four have been banned. The year, right? 2006, 2023, aceclofenac, ketoprofen, and one is nimesulide. Okay, but we are saying these are banned for and not a complete ban. So only a specific ban. Just like we saw DDT. DDT is banned if you talk about, right, agriculture, but in some cases for mosquito control it is still used, right? So यहाँ पे this is the most recent aspect that nimesulide etc. has been allowed. Oh sorry, has been banned. This was the most recent trigger. These are the fatal four that you need to know. ठीक है? Yes. No, here the thing is vultures were doing this part of scavenging, so they are directly getting impacted because of this. No, other species will also get affected. That is going to be impacting other species also, but most predominantly seen in case of vultures. Number one, vultures in the Indian context. I'll just write one more thing if you're able to add it. Okay, there are 9 types of vultures that are found in India, right? 4 of them are critically endangered, right? Which 4? So it is easy to remember. long-billed vulture is also known as the Indian vulture. These four are critically endangered. Two you can recognize from the bill. Bill is the beak, and two from color. These are the four which are critically endangered in India. Total, we have 9 vultures in India, and one is fatal 4. That is there in news. Okay. Other than that, this whole thing talks to you and tells you about the process of niche. So their niche is also getting impacted, and of course the issue of food chain. Yeah, and it also, yes, accumulated in them over a period of time. Yes, magnified also, yes. But mainly the issue was it was again causing renal failure. Renal here means kidney. Slender build, long build, white headed and red headed. 4 critically endangered vultures out of 9. ठीक है? उसका द सेकंड नेम इज इंडियन. कहीं कहीं पे आपको बुक्स में इंडियन लिखा होगा, फिर आप सोचोगे यार याद कैसे करना है. हाँ, अच्छा, here for example, if the vulture will directly eat up the carrion, and to let's say metabolize it internally within the body itself, the mechanism is there. But in case of bacteria, they will externally release it. Okay, and that is a big difference between a scavenger and a decomposer. In a decomposer, things happen externally. In this, they will happen internally. That is the point of difference. In case somebody wants to write this, they can also write that. So decomposer में external है, the method of enzyme release, whereas in this case it is internal. ठीक है? Now coming back, we have seen what is decomposition. थोड़ा सा idea लग रहा है? Decomposition में one is conversion of organic to inorganic. Second is 5 stages are there: fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, mineralization. Humification और catabolism याद रखो. Catabolism is release of enzymes by bacteria and fungus. दूसरा क्या है? Humification में what happens? A dark colored amorphous complex organic substance, humus, is there. Humus with 2 attributes you remember: resistant to microbial action, and second one is decomposition at a slow rate, right? That we have seen. So 5 stages. Then 3 factors: temperature, oxygen, nitrogen, and within that we've seen carbon to nitrogen ratio. And lastly, we have seen the examples of scavengers, detritivores, and decomposer. Decomposer, detritivore, what is the difference? अब detritivore जो लिखा है आपने वहां पे, you have to write the term, these are invertebrates, detritivores. They help in decomposition, but they are not decomposers. ठीक है? I think almost all these we've written. Scavenger, if you want, you can even add eagle. So detritivores, ants, termites, earthworms, beetle also you can add. All these are invertebrates. इसमें टेबल से ही होनी चाहिए. हाँ, you were saying something. हाँ, which one? Carcass. Humus is related to the soil part. Carcass is the carrion or the dead body. ठीक है? नहीं, सैप्रोफाइट्स आर द, अच्छा, इसमें एक छोटा डायग्राम बना लो. पहली बात, detritivores and saprophytes are not same. Saprophytes are what? Which feed on the overall dead, right? So एक बड़ा scale है decomposer. Within decomposers you have saprophytes, right? And saprophytes also release some enzymes. So saprophytes का भी example है. So in case somebody has a confusion, in, or you can also write all saprophytes are decomposers, but all decomposers are not saprophytes. अलग से कहीं लिख लो, all saprophytes are decomposers, but all decomposers are not saprophyte. Basically just understand, देखो फिर से देखो तीन अलग अलग टर्म्स है, detritivore को अलग रखो, ठीक. Decomposer is a big set. Okay, decomposer में main thing is, first not only does it release enzymes but it is also talking about nutrients. Yes, so saprophyte कब तक होगा? Saprophyte के example fungus है और bacteria है, only to the level or to the extent when it is only talking about external digestion. दोनों external होता है, बट डीकम्पोजर्स में क्या होता है, एक स्टेप आगे, फिर वो न्यूट्रिएंट्स की बात करते हैं, एक्सचेंज की, वो है सैप्रोफाइट्स. और दैट इज व्हाई, एंड द बेस्ट वे टू अगेन रिमेंबर इज डेट्रीटिव और डिकम्पोजर, क्लियर है. और डीकम्पोजर और कैवेंजर्स में प्लीज रिमेंबर इंटरनल एंड एक्सटर्नल पार्ट दैट आई टोल्ड यू. कैवेंजर्स में ऑल ऑफ दिस मेटाबॉलिज्म सब कुछ अंदर होगा बॉडी के. फॉर डीकम्पोजर्स इट विल हैपन आउटसाइड, एंड दैट इज हाउ देयर होल प्रोसेस ऑफ एंजाइम रिलीज एंड न्यूट्रिएंट इज गोइंग टू हैपन. ठीक है. So whenever you have to recall, these are the kind of questions you should ask yourself. What is the difference between detritive or decomposer? Decomposer and scavenger. What are the stages? What are the factors on which this depends? What is the definition? In this just one diagram, I can revise the entire topic in 1 minute. आप कर पाओगे बताओ 1 मिनट में? आप कर सकते हो? तो अब ये जो टॉपिक्स है ना which we are doing, you will just finish it in seconds. चलो seconds बहुत हो गया. In minutes, you'll be able to cover them in minutes. But the point is, you should have trained your mind कि ये ऐसा होता है कुछ है. और जितने भी, अब आपको यहाँ पे बीटल दिख रहा है, किसी को हो सकता है बीटल से बीटल्स बैंड याद आ जाए, और somebody remembers a beetle car, whatever. So that is why if you see a species here, tea cucumber, okay, although we in let's say more कुछ समय बाद we can talk about cucumbers, right? So these are very different, and I'll talk to you about cucumbers also in the second lecture in more detail. What are their attributes? What are the special? Yeah, right. So you should have a habit of at least looking through the species you're not aware about. There have been questions जहाँ पे सिर्फ महासीर लिखा होगा, and they'd ask you which of the following is not a bird. So if I knew महासीर is a fish, I could have gotten the answer, yes or no? So these are some low hanging fruits. ये clear है? Up, flip your page. Types of species. Yes, yes, the remaining three, that is why they are fatal four. So after diclofenac, you had aceclofenac. All of them lead to the death and decline of vultures. In nitrification also, yes, there is an element of decomposition. I'll link it when I tell you this, the cycle. ठीक है? Now, yes, it is again related to a part of fungus only. तो अभी इसको यहीं लिख लो, slime molds. I am not going in too much detail here. Let's so when I do aquatic system, then I'll tell you this. ठीक है? Okay. Now let's talk about types of species. Okay. पहले तो some very obvious species are there. We'll have a look at one by one. इसमें more than the concept, it is important to know the examples. Okay, so we'll see a lot of examples for this part. We start with keystone species. Okay, with keystone species, first you have to understand what is the meaning of keystone, right? What is the keystone species? Any idea? ठीक है, अब देखो, if you remove that species, first of all, keystone means very important. ठीक है, अच्छा, attention बोर्ड पे होना चाहिए. I should not see people murmuring and talking. ठीक है, देखो keystone species क्या है? Right, see, first of all, very important. So that means if you remove these species from an ecosystem, it will have a disproportionate impact, right? These are keystone species. So for example, if I'm talking of a simple grassland ecosystem, right? I'll give you one of the most famous example was of Yellowstone National Park. So Yellowstone National Park में wolves, they started to disappear, right? If wolves are disappearing, whose population will increase? At least let's say any herbivore, let's say we talk about any elk, any deer, their population will increase. If these population will increase, what will happen? The grasses will not be there. They'll eat up all the grasses. If they eat up the grasses, what will be the impacts? अब think of, चलो of course can be desertification, think of other microbes, rodents, burrowing animals, all of them will be impacted. So just somehow if these species are eliminated, reduced, there will be a disproportionate impact on the ecosystem. इस पूरी चीज के लिए एक और टर्म होता है यूज, ट्रॉफिक कैस्केड. Cascading impact, you know, it is like a domino impact, right? The moment you remove an important species, it will lead to disproportionate impact on the ecosystem, right? तो पहले तो एक लाइन लिखो इसमें, what is the definition? Good. तो एक पहले just write a keyword, पहले देखो important, comma, so keystone species are important. Important to the stability of ecosystem. They are important to the stability of the ecosystem. And second point likho, their removal leads to disproportionate impact on the ecosystem. Their removal / reduction leads to disproportionate impact on the ecosystem. Bracket mein write this term trophic cascade. This can also come as a one line. What is trophic cascade? Leads to disproportionate impact on the ecosystem. See, plant and animal kingdom, of course, not needed. Only that what part is needed, we'll have a look at. Okay, so basic parts like कुछ नाम होंगे वो अब मैं आपको I'll tell you when we do species and some of its parts. Because other than that, there is no limit. Then it will become a whole botany zoology class. Right? Okay. So very first thing that we have seen. अब इसमें examples देखते हैं. सबसे famous example है. अच्छा. In this case, when they started to disappear, this happened. So the strategy was reintroduction of wolves. And the moment they were reintroduced, after some years, what happened? Their population reduced. These grasses, they began to appear. Burrowing animals, rodents, they started to again come in. The whole ecosystem, national park, was restored. Okay, so यहाँ पे पहले example लिखो. Wolves in Yellowstone National Park. This is one of the most famous quoted example. Wolves. ठीक है. Second example, right? अब second obvious example will be, right, tigers. Tiger / lion. Third, right, sea otter. Sea otter. OTTER. Sea otter. Ab. In aquatic ecosystems, you have seagrass. Seagrass is eaten by sea urchins. Sea urchins are eaten by sea otter, right? So if you remove sea otter, what will happen? Same issue that happened in the terrestrial ecosystem, right? So sea otter's population also tries to keep the population of seagrass in check. Otherwise, if you remove them, the whole seagrass will be then eaten up by sea urchins. This is just one example, right? So this is one more example. So we've seen a couple of examples here. सबसे पहले जैसे wolves in Yellowstone National Park. Second, again tiger and lion, if you remove them, deer population will increase, and then the grassland ecosystems will be impacted, right? Talking of lion, we today discussed about Asiatic lion. Which part of India? Gir in Gujarat. ठीक है? That is Asiatic lion. Tiger में चलो, I'll tell you how many tiger reserves etc. in coming classes. How many tiger reserves by the way in India? एक बढ़ गई है, 58. Okay, and sea otter is that example. Now second one is endemic. ठीक है? Endemic में आप what you can do, make a table, divide it into two. We'll see in India, and I'll tell you some global examples. Two types of examples I'll tell you endemic में. First, let's talk about India. Okay, some species endemic to India. Now this part, later on you try to map it on your map. When you have sufficient number of species, at least the endemic species you should recall. ठीक है? अब ओके ठीक है. नाउ व्हाट आई टेल यू टू मेक योर जॉब इजियर, आई टेल यू पार्ट्स ऑफ इंडिया और वहां की स्पीशी लिखेंगे एज अपोज टू ओनली राइटिंग द स्पीशीज वन बाय वन. ठीक है. सबसे पहले वन वेरी फेमस एग्जांपल फ्रॉम कश्मीर, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर. हाँ, अब ये आप लिखते रहोगे, मैं बोलता रहूंगा. ठीक है. द वेरी फर्स्ट एग्जांपल इज हंगुल, HANGUL. हंगुल इज नोन एज कश्मीर स्टैग. राइट. नाउ इफ यू हैव स्पेस, अब डिपेंड करता है कितना स्पेस है, you can in the bracket write down Dachigam, DACHI, Dachigam National Park. It is where it is mostly found. I'm not saying only found, mostly found. ठीक है. ओवेरा अरू वो अलग है. हेमिस इज फॉर स्नो लेपर्ड्स. हाँ चलो वापस आते हैं. अभी देखो भूल जो, अभी जो है ना कुछ और बोला. आप अभी लिखो इसको क्या बोलते हैं, दचिगम. मोस्टली इट इज फाउंड इन दचिगम. दैट इज वन एग्जांपल. फाइन. नाउ second one very famous example, because I've talked you to talk to you about this, right? Manipur. What is famous? Dancing deer. That is Sangai deer. That is the dancing deer. देखो अभी तक one example we have seen is Kashmir stag. Very popular species we are seeing. Second one is Sangai deer is your dancing deer. Right? Kashmir stag में what was the location area? Dachigam National Park. Sangai deer से हाँ दो चीजें याद रखेंगे. Loktak Lake is famous for its floating vegetation, also known as fumdies. Abhi, when we do wetlands, we'll again see this area. And second is Cable Lamjao National Park. Cable Namjao, acha, in case. Cable Lamjao National Park, Sangai deer, one more example ho gaya. So this is one example from Northeast. Chalo, one example I take from Assam. Very prominent example. Pygmy hog. Pygmy hog. I want also remember it is the world's smallest pig. Pygmy hog is world's smallest pig. Where is it found in Assam? Manas National Park. तो अभी थिंक ऑफ इंडिया. कश्मीर क्या देखा अभी एग्जांपल हमने, हंगुल कश्मीर स्टैग, सांगाई डियर इन मणिपुर, पिग्मी हॉग Assam. Now let's come to Gujarat. One example, obvious example that we have seen is Asiatic lion. Right. One more example I'll tell you. अच्छा खराई कैमल ठीक है, पर एक और चलो खराई कैमल इफ यू वांट यू कैन राइट, बट खराई कैमल से ज्यादा बेटर है इंडियन वाइल्ड एस अराउंड द रीजन ऑफ रन ऑफ कच्छ. So one more right, Kondana rat. It is only found in Singhal Plateau, Pune. Jordan's cursor. This is a bird. This is a critically endangered bird found only in Sri Lanka. Don't think this is in Sri Lanka, but Sri Lanka, Maleshwar wildlife sanctuary in Andhra Pradesh. This is a critically endangered bird, Jordan's cursor. Sri Lanka Maleshwar Wildlife Sanctuary in Andhra Pradesh. And last area or region we'll see is Western Ghats. वहां पे I'll give you a couple of examples of Western Ghats. Sri Lanka Maleshwar Wildlife Sanctuary नाम है. So again I'm not saying it is in Sri Lanka. वो पूरा एक साथ आप लिखो श्रीलंका मलेश्वर वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी. श्रीलंका मलेश्वर वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरी आंध्र प्रदेश. Now then write in the region of Western Ghats. चलो Western Ghats में कुछ एग्जांपल लिख लेते हैं. One right और Western Ghats या नीलगिरी. One right नीलगिरी तार. नीलगिरी तार. From the name it is very obvious. नीलगिरी में मिलेगा. Right? Nilgiri is a trisection of which areas? Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu. Okay. One also example, right? Western Ghats के region में lion-tailed macaque. Lion-tailed macaque. ठीक है? Lion-tailed macaque. Now, when you see all these examples, when I'm saying these are endemic species, which are endemic means these are geographical concepts. Yes, it is located or found in that region, right? That is the example, that is the mention. So when I'm saying Asiatic lion is endemic to India, it is found only in that part. It is not found anywhere else. Okay, so there are certain species, and this UPSC can always play a trick. For example, if you look at, somebody had mentioned, let's say rhino. We have one horned rhino, but that rhino can also be found in yes, Bhutan, even Nepal. So it will be is found distributed in certain regions, right? Sometime back they also played this trick also with Great Indian Bustard. Whenever you hear of Great Indian Bustard, पहले तो वो है क्या? It's a bird, right? Where is it found mostly? Rajasthan may be desert national park, right? But it is also found in Gujarat, it is also found in Maharashtra, it is also found in other places, right? So it is not just only linked to one area. Plus, can it also be found in Pakistan? Yes, right? So when you think of endemic species, they are, so certain regions are only famous for those species. That is the whole idea, right? So we have seen certain examples. Nilgiri tar, or Nilgiri tar happens to be the state animal of Tamil Nadu, right? Okay, there is lion-tailed macaque again found in Western Ghats. So I think these are some sufficient examples. Again, we'll be building on them as we move along in species. These are sufficient examples. I'll now tell you certain global examples. So these are Indian examples. Okay, so here, how many of you have seen the logo of WWF? WWF, by the way, I have to clarify, is Wildlife Fund for Nature. ठीक है. Panda. अब पांडे तो बहुत, मतलब there are many pandas India में. You have red panda. There is also a giant panda, right? So then what is, so when I'm talking of, तो पहले example लिखो giant panda. Put a dash and write China. Giant panda, right? China. Mm-hmm. Hmm. अच्छा सेकंड राइट, कोआला, Koala, koala. It is the marsupial. Have you heard this name, marsupial? Anything famous or what is important about them? Pouch. Example, very obvious thing, kangaroos. Okay, koala marsupial found only in Australia. Yesterday we had the cricket match. किस किसने देखा? New Zealand are also known as kiwis, right? Now, any idea to what height can the kiwi fly? Hmm? So लिखो, it's a flightless bird. Kiwi is a flightless bird. Any other flightless bird that you are aware of that got extinct? Dodo. ठीक है? क्या किसी ने बोला? अच्छा GIB. अच्छा, it was getting stuck in these, है ना? ठीक है. Although it's a very heavy bird, हाँ? Kiwis में just go flightless bird in New Zealand. Okay. One more example you can write. Lemurs. So lemurs, put a dash. Primates. These are the primates found in Madagascar. Right? In some moments from now, I'll also give you examples like bonobos. UPSC पूछ चुका है. Orangutan सुना है? Orangutan, ये सारे examples अभी the moment I do biomes, so biomes में you will get even better idea of the moment I say Amazon, at least 2-3 species आपको याद आ जाएंगी. That is why we also have a discussion just I think just maybe one page after on biomes. So there also I'll tell you Congo forest में at least 1 or 2 species that should strike your mind. What are they? We'll also have a look at, right? So I think couple of examples you have with you, right? एक बार just quick recap करते हैं. You will tell me the detail. Endemic species, the sequence that we have seen. Kashmir stag is Hangul. Second thing, the Dachigam National Park. ठीक है? If you want to write, you can write CR. It is critically endangered. Okay. Second one was Sangai deer. This is the dancing deer. It is found in Loktak Lake in Manipur, which has fumdis. What are fumdis? अच्छा ठीक है. This is floating vegetation. ठीक है? Because it's a dancing deer, you had your history classes sometimes. Art and culture, I keep on asking this question. Which is the dance that is it? Which it is doing? बताओ. Break dance. नहीं. So there is no dance. It moves from one vegetation to the other, which gives the illusion that it is dancing, right? So ऐसा नहीं है कि आप अलग से कोई dance prepare करोगे इनके लिए. Although yes, when we do honey bee, we'll see a waggle dance. That is separate. Second is Cable Lamjor National Park, right? Associated. Pygmy hog, what do you remember? Assam, world's smallest pig, Manas National Park. Asiatic lion, अब तो याद हो गया. Gir, okay. Indian wild ass, again, the region of Kutch, okay. Kondana rat, इसमें भी लिखो, this is critically endangered. Single plateau, Pune. Jordan's cursor, also critically endangered. Sri Lanka, Malaysia, wildlife sanctuary in Andhra Pradesh. In Western Ghats, we have Nilgiri tar and we have lion-tailed macaque. Okay. Okay. चलो अभी इनके एरियाज नहीं बताऊंगा फिर ज्यादा. लेट्स आई विल लीव सम फॉर क्लास नंबर 2 आल्सो. एग्जांपल्स देखते हैं. ग्लोबल जायंट पैंडा फाउंड इन चाइना. कोआला marsupial, that is important, found only in Australia. You have kiwis, flightless bird, New Zealand. Lemurs, these are primates, Madagascar. ठीक है. अब आपको I'll give you a couple of examples. Okay. In lecture number 2, I'll be telling you how we classify mammals. So there will be one having placenta, okay, and they can also be egg-laying mammals like platypus, echinida. I'll talk about that. But one is read about marsupials. First homework. Second homework is read about primates. Now, how I want you to do it? You have seen langurs, right? What is the difference between a monkey, a langur, gorilla, chimpanzee, bonobo, orangutan? ऐसे बहुत सारे नाम है, right? So, and first you read about it. I'll tell you a very simple way of how to classify them, right? उसमें hint मैं आपको दे रहा हूँ. There is the brain to body ratio. On that they are also classified, right? And one which has tails, one which does not have tail. A very simple hint, but try to read about them, right? Because I'll jump to the section of species and then I'll tell you the differences. For example, what is a macaque? Okay, so we'll do a quick comparison, but you should know the terms that I've told you. Orangutan kya hota hai, right? Bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas, you often hear these terms, yes or no? But read about them. All right, so are we clear with endemic species, right? Next, come to pioneer species. These are easy to remember. Why? Pioneer species are the first to invade an area. Okay, तो इसमें लिखो डैश करके. Pioneer species are the first to invade slash colonize an area. They are the first to invade or colonize an area, right? Now, example, right? Lichens and mosses, right? और pioneer species जो हमने लिखा है, what we've written is again discussed in the topic of ecological succession, right? So pioneer community is lichens and mosses. So think of a bare rock when nothing was there. So started with lichens, mosses, then some small shrubs, grasses, so on and so forth. So pioneer community or species are the first to invade or colonize an area. The examples include lichens and mosses. Lichens, in the very next page we'll discuss in more detail what are lichens. This is pioneer. Now indicator species, I think this is easy. What is it's indicator का other नाम slash लिखो. Sentinel. Indicator species are also known as sentinel species. Now here also you will see. So what can happen in these classifications? Some species can occupy multiple positions. That can happen. Now when I'm saying, right, so for example, if there is an ecosystem and if that ecosystem is getting damaged, polluted, their numbers may decline. That gives us an indication of the collapse or the health of the ecosystem. The best example, for example, if I talk about river Ganga, right? River Ganga has Gangetic river dolphins. Okay. Now, when the Ganga gets polluted, what will happen? Number of dolphins will decrease, and when it becomes better, its numbers will increase. So dolphins are an indicator species. Yes. We also have corals as indicator species. Okay. Abhi corals very shortly we'll discuss. And lichens. Lichens are an indicator species for air pollution. In air, more specifically for ठीक है. अभी we have not defined what is lichens. Very shortly in the very next segment we will see lichens in more detail. क्या होते हैं, ठीक है, mutualistic association etc. That we'll have a look at, right? So indicator or sentinel species are the species which are telling you the health of the ecosystem. If their numbers decline, it means the ecosystem is facing challenges. एक और species लिखो इसमें indicator में, frogs. Frogs, F-R-O-G-S, frogs. And bracket में लिखो amphibians. Okay. Now, frogs, by the way, when we're talking of climate change, when we're talking of pollution, amphibians are the most threatened species when it comes to climate change. If we open IUCN की website, right, उसमें mammals की बात होगी, amphibians की बात होगी, बाकी reptiles की बात होगी. The species that are the most at threat are amphibians. Okay. So when you've written frogs bracket में amphibians, वहां पे लिखो 2/5. That means nearly they have a 40% threat. 2 out of every 5 amphibians is under the threat of extinction. और उसकी रीजन है बिकॉज दे विल ब्रीथ थ्रू द स्किन, subcutaneous respiration. So the moment air quality or if there is any change that happens, they are the ones going to be impacted. And this fact we are saying quoting from, अच्छा नहीं नहीं इसको पूरा लिखो, IUCN red list of species, because IUCN also has a red list of ecosystems that we will do when we do IUCN. So somebody, किसी ने बहुत अच्छा लिखा है, मैंने said the first to invade an area, somebody wrote Britishers. Okay. Okay, this is there, right? Next you have umbrella species, right? So think of umbrella species. The idea of umbrella species is, of course, they're not holding the umbrella, but the idea is if you want to conserve a lion, a tiger, or an elephant, आपको इनको बचाने के लिए you have to conserve the entire area. So, for example, if I want to conserve the tiger, what will tiger eat? Deer. What will deer eat? So you have to conserve the ecosystem. So when I say umbrella species, umbrella, by the way, is the conservation strategy, right? So wherein the concept tells you that if you want to conserve the population of a target species, you have to conserve a larger area signified by the umbrella, right? So umbrella species में पहले को dash करके, because this concept is used in conservation. This concept is used in conservation of target species. It is used in the conservation of target species, which also requires conservation of the conservation of other, species. And you can simply make this small diagram just to represent. So this is the idea of it creates a conservation umbrella. So in creating, saving, let's say one species, you are actually creating or saving a lot of species, right? Because single species cannot be isolated or just saved, right? That is umbrella species. One more species also, right? Above invasive, flagship species. अच्छा, flagship species में, for example, best way to understand is flagship phone सुने हमने, okay? So Samsung has its flagship phone, Apple will have its flagship phone, Xiaomi के अपना flagship phone होगा. So flagship, what is the idea of flagship? Most visible, right? So flagship basically again is good for marketing purposes, right? For awareness purposes, yes or no? So flagship species लिखो dash करके. Right, these species are designated for their visibility, and improving environmental awareness. Right, so for example, if an Olympics happens, कोई भी बड़ा event होगा, there will be some mascot also, right? So these are examples of flagship species. A flagship species may generally, what you see generally is, it can be, it can be a tiger, right? It can be a certain, that was there for which part of India, right? MP mein Kanha, right? That was also asked. This is the question of 2018 most probably, right? और ये बना था उससे भी पहले, right? So flagship species are the ones which are used for again environmental awareness ज़्यादा होगी इन species की, right? So that is the idea that we can write. Hmm? Yes, yes, all these can all वो तो depend करता है which, let's say particular bird which you want to designate, but the term you should know flagship species, right? Now just quickly recall करते हैं the 6 type of species we have seen. Now keystone species में 2 things you remember, disproportionate impact and trophic cascade. Examples बताओ. Wolves, Yellowstone याद आया, tiger, lions and sea otter, right? Sea otter eats up urchins, seagrass, ठीक है. Second example was endemic species. We've seen Indian as well as global. This is both a geographical concept. We've seen a lot of examples on the endemic part. Next one was pioneer species. They are the first to invade or colonize an area. Best example is lichens, mosses, and this concept जहाँ पे लिखा है उसमें स्टार करके कहीं लिखो ecological succession. When I do this, again this will get reinforced. What were the 4 functions of ecosystem? याद करो. Energy flow we have done. There is nutrient cycling which we will do. There is ecological succession. One of the function is ecological succession, right? And one is homeostasis. ठीक है. Indicator species, health of an ecosystem. कौन कौन से हैं? ये sentinel, lichens, corals, gangetic dolphin, frogs या amphibians, and they are threatened because of climate change and concerns, right? Then we are showing umbrella species, right? Umbrella may be simple examples and they are overlapping with some of the other examples also, right? So here these are certain terms that you see. So umbrella may you can even have elephants also, right? Okay, now the last one was flagship species, okay, more for marketing, awareness, conservation purposes. Now we come to invasive species, right? Invasive species again will be covered in 2 portions. First, today I'm going to introduce this. While doing biodiversity and threat to biodiversity, one threat to biodiversity is invasive species. Then I'll also give you more examples. Okay? So first, let me just tell you the concept of invasive. Right? IAS is invasive alien species. Now, here few things to remember. Now, when I'm saying what is an invasive species, right? So remember, invasive species, we are talking about exotic species, non-native species, right? So for example, again यहाँ पे I'll make a reference of Britishers only. So some of the British scientists in 1800s, 1900s, when they had gone to South America or Africa, उनको कोई वहाँ पे plant अच्छा लगा, they brought that plant to India. So first of all, it is non-native, वो native नहीं है हमारे यहाँ, right? So the moment you bring that plant in, the biggest issue is that there is no natural predator for the species that were existing in India. The food chains have evolved, so there is the prey, there is a predator, right? Now because there is no natural predator, what will happen? It will grow faster. Again, think of niche and the discussion we had. Every species is competing for resources. Yes or no? अब resource क्या हो सकता है? It can be sunlight, it can be water, it can be minerals. So when it is growing very fast, it is going to compete with native species. Yes or no? It grows faster and it competes. And over a period of time, because they are very productive, the native species get lost, right? So it ends up out competing the native species. So very simple, याद रखेंगे क्या है सबसे important चीज? They don't have any natural predator. Because of that, their population increases. They are very efficient, so they take up a lot of water, they take up resources, and the native species face the challenge. So native species will not get enough water, right? And ultimately there will be decline of biodiversity. So one of the very obvious impacts of invasive species etc is decline of biodiversity, right? This has been seen in various parts of India. We will see that shortly. Now when we see invasive species, can plants be invasive species? Plants में everybody will say yes, but अब इसमें can turtles be invasive? तो इसमें all types of species can be invasive. It is not just plants. Normally we see many examples of plants only, but there are many examples. Okay, so you think of any, so think of even fish, this can be invasive. Imagine, I'm just writing some examples here, right? Turtle species, they can be invasive. Okay, so the point is I'm just writing here any species overall can be invasive. It is brought from an outside ecosystem, and over a period of time it will create challenges, right? Now I will first give you the example of one which has been asked by UPSC, और UPSC ने इसमें डायरेक्ट साइंटिफिक नेम पूछा है आपसे, राइट? So UPSC had mentioned recently seen Prosopis juliflora is in the news. Okay, and of course one direct answer was it leads to decline of biodiversity, right? So here we'll see certain examples of invasive species, right? One very obvious example is Prosopis juliflora. Some other examples we'll see. Okay, Prosopis juliflora. Eucalyptus. अब देखो, eucalyptus is used in a certain plantations. If you ever visit the areas of UP, you will see a lot of eucalyptus plantations. One thing to remember, till now you may get the impression that these are very bad species, okay? But here the point is they may also have certain benefits. Negative thing is what? They lead to decline of biodiversity. But if I talk about the positives, one thing is they can grow fast. Now, if you want to, let's say, have a natural forest, let's say if you want to plant teak, to do that it may take you 75 to 100 years for the entire forest to come. It has a long time, but eucalyptus can do the same in less than 10 years, right? So fast hai. Second thing is they are very good in absorbing water. So even in UP, even in West Bengal, initially they had been planted so as to absorb the waste water. They were able to do so. The problem kya ho gayi? After absorbing the waste water, then they end up gobbling other resources also, right? Third thing is third में positive में लिख रहा हूँ, and here I am writing there is an article, if you want from PIB you can just read it. From weed to wonder, and that article is related to water hyacinth and the different uses of water hyacinth, right? So water hyacinth of course is also known as but it can also lead to if you have time also read this article from weed to wonder. It is also going to tell you, although I'll take it up in sustainability topic, that invasive species also in some cases can also have positive outcomes. Okay, they can also be used in waste management, okay, and sustainability. This is the article, this is, you can also Google it, this is in PIB. ठीक है? Terror of Bengal. What I said, terror of Bengal. Why terror of Bengal? When it used to infest the area, okay, so here it will totally take up, again consume a lot of water. Native species को outcompete करेगा, that is the problem it created. Fine. So this positive sign is there. If you get a question in the exam, which of the following is related to invasive species, it is not just negative. इतना याद रखना. They also have certain positives. Okay, but broadly speaking, there are challenges in these species. Fine. अब Prosopis juliflora, ब्रैकेट में लिखो, Delhi, comma Gujarat, comma Tamil Nadu. These are prominent areas where this has become a problem. Prosopis juliflora. Okay. Now, Prosopis juliflora, again there is a famous case study which goes around, like, for example, if you look at the regions of Gujarat, Bunny grasslands and around that area, Kutch. Initially in the 60s and 70s, it was infested by a lot of salt water. Right? To absorb the excess salt water through helicopter, Prosopis juliflora was almost sprayed. So over 10 years period, it was able to absorb the excess salt water. वो तो positive हो गया. But negative क्या हुआ? Slowly and steadily in Bunny grassland, it was taken up by Prosopis juliflora. Right now, almost 1/3 of Bunny grassland is Prosopis juliflora. 1/3 of Bunny grassland. Okay? So one example I've given you is Delhi. Right? If you visit some of these areas, you will very commonly see Prosopis juliflora. Second, Gujarat may remember the area of Bunny grasslands. Okay? Which is? अच्छा, हाँ. Which fish? अच्छा. Not aware. I have to see. No, I'm saying some of them. Some of them are very adept at absorbing water. Right? So, for example, the examples like we see eucalyptus, the juliflora, they are very good at fast and absorbing water. So, for waste water treatment also they are used. ठीक है, आप वाला एग्जाम्पल एक बार मुझे देखना पड़ेगा, आप कौन से स्पेसिफिक बोल रहे हो. Maybe I'm not aware of it. ठीक है. ठीक. Positives में, of course, they grow fast. They are able to absorb water in most cases. And from B to wonder is one thing. So coming back, Prosopis juliflora में where were they found? Gujarat, Tamil Nadu also, right? Eucalyptus in general is a problem in some parts. Parthenium is the Congress grass. ठीक है, बहुत popular example है. Water hyacinth is the terror of Bengal, but please remember it is also found in Kerala, other regions, not limited to only one region. ठीक है. Tena spectabilis, अभी के लिए just write down Western Ghats. Tena spectabilis. Right? इससे ज़्यादा डिटेल है कि again it was in news in the areas of Mudumalai National Park. Of course, this is a part of Western Ghats. Mudumalai, अगर if you want to remember it. Now, talking of Lantana camara, again it's a very exotic. In most of Indian gardens, one can see this Lantana camara. Okay, so this is there. Now, Lantana camara has been in use in areas like Bandipura in Karnataka, even in Madhya Pradesh, and it has become a problem that even in MG Narega, the removal of Lantana camara is mentioned, right? So Lantana camara, these are very popular examples that you will see. है अभी मैं फिश है, मैं जान पूछ के मैं नहीं लिख पा रहा हूँ अभी, और मेरे पास बहुत एग्जांपल हैं अभी. मेरे पास अभी टर्टल्स के अलग एग्जांपल हैं और भी हैं, बट आई एम नॉट. See, there is actually, see, of course, when you see the name Congress grass, so of course थोड़ा सा political implication भी है. But if you think of PL 480 and how India had to import food grains, So it is around that time. Yeah, so on health and environment, the major issue is it will lead to decline of biodiversity, right? Okay. Now, here you have to just write couple of more example. This is a recent down to earth article which has summarized the most, let's say, pertinent invasive species. Okay. This is there. Isme the examples that we have not written, we'll write it. India is losing 15,000 square kilometer in area. This is a fact you can write. Don't remember how many crores are needed. Okay. This is again a study. This is done. Think of accounting of ecosystem services. राइट अब इसमें हम देखने वाले हैं कुछ एग्जांपल्स जो हमने नहीं लिखे हैं विच इज कवर्ड इन द आर्टिकल. अब देखो जो हमने लिख रखे हैं वी हैव ऑलरेडी रिटन जूली फ्लोरा, राइट, लैंटाना कैमेरा वी हैव रिटन. So what is not written? A wet biome invader. So one is this name, Egertina adenophora. Second is Chromolena odorata and Micania micrantha. अब वो याद कैसे होंगे इसमें ना, मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस दैट विल कम इफ यू हैव सीन दिस अ कपल ऑफ टाइम्स, राइट, आपको लिखने तो नहीं है, यू डोंट हैव टू राइट दिस इन मेंस, राइट, तो स्पेलिंग नहीं, अगर सुना हुआ है. दैट इज व्हाई इफ यू आर हियरिंग मी स्पीक, व्हेन यू राइट देम, एक बार इसको पढ़ लोगे, आइडेंटिफिकेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चन आएगा, वो आप कर लोगे आराम से, राइट. सो दिस Geratina adenophora 1, Chromolena odorata and Micania micrantha, right. Second, dry biomes. Of course we've seen the areas of even Gujarat. In these areas Prosopis juliflora हमने देख लिया है. Xanthium primarium is one more species. अब देखो, that is why I said lantana has emerged the most dominant invader in most states, right. So lantana is a very obvious example. और Chromolena odorata, चलो ठीक है. This is fastest growing threat. जो आपने इसको लिखा है ना, this is the fastest growing threat. Right now we are in the month of January. Memory is all about iterations. If you do it, if you repeat it, जितनी बार आप देखोगे, it will be there in your memory. Prelims में last में you have to identify, right. Fastest growing क्या है threat? Chromolena odorata. अब can be a question recently seen in the news is a recent GM rice variety, right. Second can be something else, a new whale species which has microplastics, okay, or maybe something else. But this is what? Invasive species. Right. In our second lecture in biodiversity, then I'll talk about management of invasive species. I'll talk about the IUCN database related to invasive species, okay, and then some other details around it. Abhi ke liye we've just seen some of the names, only the names, okay. How many of you have written these names? Okay. Now flip your page. So, acha, I'll give you 1 minute, just quickly go through the previous page, especially invasive species and their names. People online able to follow? Yes, red eared slider turtle, वो अभी सब है in the slides. I'm not showing it अभी right now. एकदम से आप कहोगे कि एकदम से invasive species have taken up my mind. This is how it looks like, by the way. This is also one of the worst 100 invasive species of the world. ठीक है, so while doing turtle, वहां पे एक बार फिर से आएगा ये invasive, तब मैं इसको अलग से कवर करूंगा. I still have more examples for mangroves, etc. But अभी I'm not doing it right now. In the respective sections, we'll do it. ठीक है. How many of you have gone through your page? एक बार जल्दी से just have a quick glance, especially the invasive section. This is red-eared slider turtle. The other names, I think I've already pronounced it quite few times. Ageratina adenophora, Chromolena odorata, Micania micrantha, Prosopis juliflora, Xanthium strumarium. ठीक है? Okay. Now flip your page. We have seen species. Now a very interesting section, which is going to be interactive because you will have to fill this up, right? Ab, we are seeing species interaction. How we are going to fill it up? A very basic. Plus is for a species positively impacted. Minus is for negatively impacted. 0 is for कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा, right? It is not harmed या impacted, right? Plus, minus and 0. We'll start one by one. यहाँ पे first I'll tell you the code. आप उसमें code मत लिखो. After I'm done with this section, I'll give you 1 minute to fill the codes yourself. Then you have to recall, and you have to make sure that you don't put it wrong, and then you cross it and then you rewrite it. Okay? Examples, whatever I'll tell you, you can write it along with me, right? The very first is mutualism, right? Mutualism means both the species are benefited, right? It means a plus and plus. Species 1 is benefited, species 2 is benefited. The best example of this is pollination, right? What happens in a pollination? You have a flower. Let's say there is a pollinating agent, which can be a bee. Can you give me examples of pollinating agents? Butterfly, bee. Can wind be a pollinating agent? Elephants. Various examples can be there of pollinating agents. Okay. Ab dekho. What is the benefit of the flower? Its pollen grains can move. What is the benefit for the bee? Nectar. Very obvious. सबसे पहला और सबसे आसान एग्जाम्पल क्या है? पॉलिनेशन, राइट? पॉलिनेशन है. अब here I'm just, there are various pollinators. All these can be pollinators. It can be insects. When we're talking of bee, bee is what? Insect only. ठीक है? And talking of honey bee, which dance it does? In unique species behavior, we'll again see this, right? Up pollinators may, of course, insects are there, birds, rodents, reptiles, okay? Even people, monkeys, squirrels. ऐसे question में who all can pollinate? Even wind, etc. I can add. All these are pollinating agents, right? Very first example that you have seen is pollination. ठीक है? पहला example लिखो, pollination. And pollination may think of the flower and you keep on changing the pollinating agent. Very obvious is the insect, but other than the insect there can be other pollinating agents. ठीक है? नीचे टेबल के नीचे जो स्पेस है उसमें अलग से लिखो pollinating agents and write down these examples. Insects, birds, rodents, reptiles, squirrels. इसको आप नीचे लिख लो, क्योंकि अभी हमारे पास बहुत एग्जाम्पल है म्यूचुअलिज्म में. ठीक है? तो नीचे जो स्पेस है आपके पास वहां लिख लो. Okay, birds, rodents, reptiles, so that you know which of the following can be a pollinating agent. As simple as that, right? Although इसको याद करने की, you don't have to remember this, right? So there can be various pollinating agents. Even wind can be there. Wind is not written here, right? And when you later on go through the handout, अब जैसे यहाँ पे ना Apis mellifera, best known bee species. This is something that you should read later on. Okay? Normally, if a bee species named, it is starting from Apis and then second name कुछ भी हो सकता है. So honey bees और इन सब के केस में, this is how the nomenclature is there. That is one. Is this okay? First example. अब आते हैं दूसरे examples पे. पहला example हो गया pollination. This is again example of mutualism. Both species are benefited. Are we sure how are they benefited? Right? Second, this is an example you are seeing again and again. Lichens. We are seeing this in positive. Two things have to be there who are getting benefited. Okay? कौन सी दो चीजें हैं? algae and fungus. People will confuse algae and bacteria, mosses and virus, क्योंकि सब तो सेम ही लगते हैं, क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है, right? Algae and fungus. Now first, before we move ahead, how each is benefiting the other, ये बताओ. Algae is providing food. What is fungus doing? Shelter. Fungus will create colonies that will create shelter. Yes or no? Iska food, this is shelter. Now, there is an experiment which you can do, right? Free of cost, take a piece of bread, थोड़ा सा उसमें पानी डालना, बाहर रखना. By the next day, you'll see a green kind of a fungus almost there, right? So what is there? Why is the color green? There is going to be some mold growth there also. Yes. So here there are two things in lichens. Please remember, lichens क्या example है? This is mutualistic, algae and fungus. Fungus is giving the structure, the support colony. Algae is preparing the food. They cannot exist independently, right? Because the conditions are very harsh. Now again think of pioneer species. What examples we saw? Lichens. Lichens can invade a bare rock. इसका मतलब अगर soil नहीं है, even if we don't have soil, lichens can still grow on it. बताओ सोच के, yes or no? It can. Lichens can grow even without soil. That is also very important attribute. Two examples till now. What was the first example? Pollination. Both are getting positive benefit. Second is lichens. Third देखते हैं. Fungus है. And you have leaf cutter ants. Leaf cutter ants are also known as the world's oldest fungus farmers. Leaf cutter ants, right? Now, we have already done the topic of decomposition, if you recall, right? They will break down these leaves. When they break it down, what will happen? Later on, so directly, so when they break it down, this can later on be a source of nutrition. Yes. And if, or jo fungus hai, the fungus provides them shelter in harsh conditions, right? So these leaf cutter ants are supported by the colony of fungus, right? So this is the important part, right? So both of them are getting benefited. The fungus is providing what? Just like here, shelter in tougher conditions. That is why these species are able to survive. And they are doing the hard work of breaking this down, and again the nutrients which the fungus can then use. Yes or no? Yes. और fungus को अभी हमने देखा था साथ में. Fungus is the decomposer. They are the detritivores. Yes or no? Both are working in tune. This is a simple example. Leaf cutter ants and fungus. 3 examples. Okay. Fourth, corals. Corals में आप लिखेंगे coral, right? Coral reefs are there. Now just so that you understand this better, when I say coral reefs, there are certain corals which will form reefs, certain which will not form reefs. This I will explain to you when I do corals as a separate unit. Abhi ke liye we are doing a simple case where corals are forming the reefs. Okay. So here there are two things. There is a coral polyp. And a zooxanthellae. What is a zooxanthellae? It's an algae. Now you will understand this very better. How many of you know this term? Dinoflagellate padha humne, right? Try to recall that. What did we do in dinoflagellate? So one example we had seen was Noctiluca. Another example we are seeing is zooxanthellae. But ultimately these are phytoplanktons. Can they make their food? Yes. These corals, these are what? ये तो algae हो गया. What are these? Okay. इसमें आप ऊपर या कहीं लिखो. These are, of course, these are animals. Under the phylum Cnidaria, right? In case somebody is wondering, is this level of detail needed? This has been asked as a PYQ. Which of the following exhibits symbiotic association? One option was Cnidaria. So when you read about Nidaria, one example of Nidaria is jellyfish, sea anemone, but one very obvious example is coral. So for corals, first thing you have to remember is these are animals, right? Many of you would always think of corals as plants or some colorful random things, right? देखने में बहुत सुंदर है पर पता नहीं है क्या, right? These are corals. So corals, please remember, are animals, right? Invertebrates under the phylum Nidaria, right? One second, I'll just show Nidaria to you. ये Nidaria, right? Nidaria में one example you can remember is jellyfish, one sea anemone, and third example that we are seeing is corals. Three examples of Nidaria: jellyfish, sea anemone, and corals. तीन example याद रखोगे, ठीक है? Coming back यहाँ पे, right? So you have a coral and you have a zooxanthellae. Coral creates the exoskeleton which provides shelter, and zooxanthellae is the algae. So it is obvious. What will algae do? It will provide food, and zooxanthellae have certain pigments which gives coral the color. So coral reefs में हो क्या रहा है? There are two things. One is an animal, and then there is the algae, that is the zooxanthellae. One is producing food, one is giving shelter. Now corals में, if you want to make a guess how much marine biodiversity they support, percentage, 1/4, 25%. While they occupy hardly 1 or 2% of the world's land, they support 25% of marine biodiversity. 25. That is why they have a huge impact on the ecosystem, which is why the challenges that we have, not only in Andaman or Lakshadweep, but let's say more, of course, Andaman. But if I think of Great Barrier Reef, there is a lot of coral bleaching. There is an impact of climate change also on corals. तो क्यों प्रॉब्लम हो रही है corals? Because the corals support 25% of marine biodiversity. 25%, 1/4. Coming back, Abhi, for this discussion, all you need to know: coral reefs have symbiotic association. Coral polyp, the coral is an animal under Nidaria. Nidaria में तीन example I gave you: sea anemone, jellyfish, corals. Can jellyfish glow? Yes. Can jellyfish age backwards? ठीक. In case somebody does not know, पीछे homework लिखो, सर्च करना इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में jellyfish Benjamin Button. Benjamin Button is a famous movie, the role played by Brad Pitt, where he was reversing his age. उनकी एज इंक्रीज नहीं हो रही है, कम हो रही है. तो द आर्टिकल का नाम है jellyfish Benjamin Button. How corals are able to reverse their age. This can be a potential question, at least, of unique species behavior, right? And second thing, jellyfish can also glow. Bioluminescence I'll take up in lecture 2. I'll tell you other species that can also glow in land as well as water. Okay, that is there. And zooxanthellae is the dinoflagellate. How many examples have we seen for mutualism? Pehla, pollination. Second, lichens. Third, ठीक है, ठीक है, आप बताओ. Lichens are symbiotic. आप yes yes yes. आगे आगे आगे. Lichens are symbiotic association of algae and fungus. ठीक है, algae and fungus. Next example क्या था? Leaf cutter ants and fungus. Next example, corals. Next, mycorrhiza. The wherever you see the term myco, M-Y-C-O, myco, this is related to fungus. In pollution and waste management, you will see a term bioremediation. Remediation is way to treat the waste. अगर mycoremediation लिखा है, it means fungus is used to treat the waste. So myco कहीं भी है, myco means fungus. Now what happens? Mycorrhiza, put a dash, fungus plus roots of plants. So mycorrhiza is the symbiotic mutualistic association of fungus right with roots of plants. Mycorrhiza. right? अब देखो, this is mycorrhiza, so again with the roots of plants it is going to be there. Mycorrhiza helps in, क्या करेगा, it is a two-way process. So mycorrhiza provides water and nutrients. Nutrients में सबसे important है phosphorus, right? It helps in, so phosphorus है most important, this helps. Plants will provide carbohydrates, we already know photosynthesis, right? This is for mycorrhiza. Now another thing you need to know, plants which have very well established mycorrhiza, right, they are, chalo I'll ask you, are they susceptible to more disease or less disease? Less disease. Kyun? Because they have something known as mycorrhiza induced resistance. So if they have good mycorrhiza available, they have better water, they have better nutrients, so they are less prone to disease. Kyun? Mycorrhiza induced resistance. Now I want to ask you a question, can plants communicate with each other? कैसे? Roots, उसमें फिर से कॉन्सेप्ट आता है माइक्रोराइजा का, and then a term comes, you can write that as WWW. Again a word play here. Wood wide web with extensive mycorrhiza, right, roots. This is how the plants can also communicate. Now you understand what is WWW? Normally WWW is World Wide Web for what? Internet connections and better interconnections. Wood Wide Web is how plants can also communicate. One of the other ways, that is WWW. So when you are looking at mycorrhiza, think of सबसे simple क्या mycorrhiza? Fungus and plants. How does it help? Phosphorus या in general nutrients and water. उसके ऊपर MIR, mycorrhiza induced resistance. It also helps the plant communicate and interconnect. कैसे? Wood wide web. Wood wide web is simply a term that is used to signify how these are interconnected. Now, if any area जहाँ पे ढेर सारा, if I'm putting a lot of fertilizers, any acid rain, if this mycorrhiza is destroyed, problem क्या होगी बताओ? The moment they die or they are removed, resistance will go down, more prone to disease, like you said, lesser absorption of nutrients. This is a problem, right? Which is also why the moment a forest is cleared, and when you now plant a eucalyptus or any other plantation, it is never of same quality. So आप सोचो, let's say, when, what do we say? We'll say कि sir, if we cut down 10 hectares of land and if I again plant 10 hectares of, let's say, eucalyptus or any other variety, it can never be equal because all these root connections, mycorrhiza, have been destroyed. Yes, so these are the issues. So with mycorrhiza, I've told you 3 or 4 facts. फिर से रिकॉल करो, ये लिखो आप, अगर नहीं लिखे हैं तो क्या क्या बोला मैंने. सबसे पहले क्या है? फंगस, रूट्स ऑफ प्लांट्स, फर्स्ट थिंग. सेकंड, वाटर, nutrients में specifically phosphorus. Third, MIR, mycorrhiza, so less diseases. Fourth, WW, which means it helps in communication, wood wide web, right? And this is even that popular even in UPSC interviews. If you see the transcripts, they've asked this question many times, right? फॉरेस्ट के इंटरव्यू अगर कोई दे रहा है उसको तो बहुत कॉमनली सवाल पूछा जाएगा. वुड वाइड वेब सुना है आपने, राइट? सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस कैन अगेन अपीयर एज अ ट्रिविया वन लाइनर. ठीक है, अब आओ नेक्स्ट. बिग ट्री, wasp, right? This is an image directly from the NCRT. And by the way, this question has been asked also by UPSC. Okay. Up, when you see the mutualistic relationship between fig tree and wasp, here I'll tell you one concept. Okay. Normally, when you look at mutualism, mutualism is of 2 types, right? Mutualism can be obligatory, it can be facilitative. Obligatory means, simple याद रखो, it is like a lock and key mechanism, right? It means for a lock there is only a type of a key that is used. So that means here mutualism can only happen by a specific species and not any other species, right? But if you look at facilitative, think of pollination. In pollination, it can happen by many other also. Let's say it can happen by wind, it can also happen by other organisms. So ये जो example है fig tree and wasp, this is an example that comes under obligatory this obligatory mutualistic relationship. Obligatory है ये. Is this clear? Okay. Facilitative में और भी सारे examples हैं, like we saw in pollination. All these are facilitative examples. हाँ, फैकल्टेटिव, रुक जाओ, शायद फैकल्टेटिव ही, हाँ ठीक है, फैकल्टेटिव है. ओके, फैकल्टेटिव ठीक है. So here, if when you will read it later, what just you need to know, obligatory means two species are totally dependent on their survival, right? Fig tree and wasp may only these two can actually carry this out, others cannot actually carry it out. Okay, whereas when I say facultative mutualism, okay, here it can be done by any other species. Pollination by can also happen by honeybees, but it can also happen by other insects. ठीक है, this you have seen. चलो एक बार just quickly have a look at this easy question. Which option? 1, 2, 3, 4. Lichens capable of initiating succession even on a bare rock is a symbiotic association of algae and fungus. ये देखो एक बार, just see this exam question, classic question. Symbiotic with other. Start, don't tell me the answer, we will discuss this question. Cnidaria, can Cnidaria do symbiotic association? कौन सा example है Cnidaria? Corals. Corals are, we know, animals, right? So there are this example. With fungus, what all examples we saw in the class? एक एक करके. Lichens, leaf cutter ants and fungus, mycorrhiza. देखिए हमने examples. So fungus can also be there, right? Third is protozoa. अगर हाँ तो example बताओ. सुना है कि नहीं सुना है बताओ. अच्छा yes है सर, 100% yes है, ठीक है, नहीं yes is correct. Now in this case protozoa, you have to write the example of termites. Okay, or termites or protozoa, they actually have a symbiotic relationship. Now what are termites? लकड़ी, दीमक, ठीक है. So this, for example, when they eat this up, what is the wood made of? Cellulose, right? These protozoa actually help in digesting the cellulose. That is how it is symbiotic. They are eating it up, but they're not able to digest it. This is how this helps. So even protozoa, which is found in the gut of the insect, it is going to help, right? Now when you are done with this topic, आपके जितने हमने example देखे, हमने 7-8 example देखे हैं, that you will write as comma 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 in the example का list. But for certain examples I've given you some more detail, so whatever space is there remaining उस पे लिख सकते हो, ठीक है. If we want some space, you can also take up in adaptations, because in adaptations I'll be only, let's say, talking about 3 types of adaptations, so that will anyways take not that much of space. But my point is whatever you want to know, because ultimately last में example याद होने चाहिए. But if you want to write anything which I'm telling you peculiar, that you can even add wherever you have space, as simple as that. ठीक है. देखो fig tree wasp में, fig tree और wasp का जो example है, that is an example of obligatory. It means only these two species are so specific that nobody else can pollinate. So fig tree has to be pollinated by only a wasp. Nobody else can do it. Other case was facultative mutualism. facultative mutualism में if you talk of pollination, like I told you, pollination can be done by various other points. दोनों एग्जाम्पल है म्यूचुअलिज्म के, बट म्यूचुअलिज्म में दो पार्ट्स हो गए, ठीक है. नाउ विच वन, मतलब विच टाइप मीन्स नॉर्मली भी आप इसको वही देखो, जस्ट थिंक ऑफ म्यूचुअलिज्म ओनली. हाँ, किसका ऑब्लिगेटरी, ऑब्लिगेटरी राइट. हाँ 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 हाँ. Pseudo, look, in pollination also there are certain concepts. जैसे there is अभी new term of self pollination also, right? Pseudo pollination में pollination does not really happen, but the plant feels the pollination has been done, right? तो वो एक और term है, which again is a part of biology etc. आप थोड़ा सा self pollination अगर और पढ़ोगे, right now not directly linked to this part, ठीक है? Mutualism में are we clear? चलो ठीक है, mutualism में चलो let me quickly again recall. Mutualism में what is the code? प्लस प्लस. एग्जाम्पल्स क्या देखा? पॉलिनेशन का देखा. सेकंड एग्जाम्पल लाइकेंस. थर्ड लीफ कटरांस एंड फंगस. फोर्थ कोरल्स. फिफ्थ माइकोराइजा. फिग ट्री एंड वैस्प. टर्माइट्स, प्रोटोजोआ, नाइडेरिया. आपको समझ में आ रहा है ना? नॉर्मली व्हेन यू रीड दिस टॉपिक दीज आर वेरी स्कैटर्ड. आप कोई चीज कहीं पढ़ोगे, कोई चीज कहीं पढ़ोगे. सो माय आइडिया इज टू ब्रिंग ऑल दीज एग्जांपल्स दैट यू वुड एनीवेज रीड इन अदर सेक्शंस एट वन प्लेस, including the images that are there in the NCERT. So there is a lot of discussion on this front. ठीक है. Now second है commensalism, right? In commensalism, what happens? One species benefited, the other species zero, neither harmed nor benefited, right? Let's take a very classic case जो आपको यहाँ पे दिख रहा है. Do you see a big fish, okay, and some small fishes? When this big fish moves, right, ये जो small fish हैं, they just act like bodyguards, right? Small fish का जो predator है, ठीक है, will it attack these small fishes? No. Knowing that they're surrounded by the big fish, so they are positively benefited. Number one, whatever this fish will eat, इसके leftovers कौन खाएगा? They will eat the leftovers. And this is just moving around, roaming, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा, right? Another example that we also see is you've seen the cattle egret. Cattle, egret is a bird which is there on any, let's say, cattle, cow के ऊपर होगी, bird होगी, right? Now same thing, it gets a free ride, free की ola, yes or no? So it is also getting benefited, right? So if you see this example, one species getting benefited, the other species unaffected. This is the case of commensalism. So one is this example, sucker fish, etc., or this is remora attaching itself to a big fish. Second example also that we saw, cattle egret, right? Another example, no, this example is very peculiar, we'll again discuss this in biomes, is the case of epiphytes. So what happens? So let me show you the image. ये देखो, in tropical rainforests, there are, let's say this is a tree, there will be certain epiphytes. Now main thing to remember, epiphytes only take support, they don't take nutrition. If they would have been taking nutrition, तब तो negative हो जाता. They're only taking the support but not nutrition. And this commensalism is seen in epiphytes. Epiphytes are a characteristic feature of tropical rainforests. Very prominent thing. Tropical rainforest में normally दो चीज बहुत famous है. One is it has canopy stratification. Second thing, it has epiphytes. And epiphytes are what? Related to commensalism, right? So here you write the example. पहला example लिखो. Sucker fish remora attaching to a shark. First example, sucker fish remora attaching to a shark. First example. Second example, right? Trees and epiphytic plants in tropical rainforests. Trees and epiphytes trees and epiphytes in tropical rainforests. और epiphytes में you have to write again. Epiphytes get what? Support, tick, nutrition, cross. You'll remember. They get support, but they don't get nutrition. सनलाइट के लिए होती है, बट सनलाइट के लिए कैनोपी बन जाती है. यहाँ पे दे आर जस्ट टेकिंग सम सपोर्ट. So already we are saying that other able sunlight, they are able to get the big trees, but they are also existing simply for support. ठीक है. Second example क्या है? Trees and epiphytes in tropical rainforest. And epiphytes, they get support but they don't get nutrition. Heard? ये example. अब इसको बोलते हैं cattle egret. Egret is a bird. Cattle egret, EGRET. So one more example I just recalled. If there's a crocodile, crocodile has opened its mouth, and if there's a bird inside the mouth of crocodile, what is that kind of association? आप कहोगे सर भूख पे डिपेंड करेगा. हाँ, situationship. Okay, I just show you that image. Can you see this image? For some reason, चलो दिख रहा है? आप बताओ. म्यूचुअलिज्म कैसे बताओ? कमेंसालिज्म. So देखो, I'll tell you. First thing is, of course, it is doing the dental flossing. It will take up all the meat leftovers on its. So it is getting the food also. इसके फ्री में दांत सही हो गए. अब आप कहोगे नहीं सर, what if it is hungry and it, है ना? Right? So normally, of course, this is a case of mutualism that is seen, right? By the way, talking of this image, and if you look at saltwater crocodiles, right? Saltwater crocodile के बारे में चलो बहुत ऐसी मतलब, it has the highest bite force of any species, right? Of course, there are three types of crocodiles that you have in India. You have ghadial, you have magar, and you have saltwater crocodile. Saltwater crocodile has the highest bite force, right? We will see this abhi aur aage in more detail. Any reason why we are discussing crocodiles? Project Crocodile was launched in 1975. It has completed how many years? 50. Okay, we'll see that in more detail, etc. Some of the updates on crocodiles. Are three examples clear? Right? This is commensalism. Next one is competition. Competition is easy, right? We are preparing for a competition. Abhi Trump is wanting to invade Greenland. There is a competition for resources, right? If there is competition, what is the code? बताओ. माइनस माइनस पक्का. सो कंपटीशन में प्लस प्लस कैसे होगा? राइट. कंपटीशन में ultimately what happens, the resources are going to be, so even if you think of a dominant species also, they will also be negatively impacted. So competition में simple है क्या है? Minus minus, right? Both of them are negatively impacted in a competition, right? Plus minus will be the case of predation, right? Yes, yes. नहीं 75 years नहीं, it is 50. Okay. चलो कंपटीशन से अगेन लेट्स रिकॉल समथिंग दैट वी हैड सीन. याद आ रहा है? गॉसेस एक्सक्लूजन एंड रिसोर्स पार्टीशनिंग. अब देखो इस इमेज को, अ क्लासिक एग्जांपल. यू सी इनिशियली in this tree only yellow colored birds are there, yes or no? First image mein. Later on, certain new birds have come. These are red colored birds. Do you see? अब क्या हो रहा है? Later on, the top part is taken by the yellow. Red birds have their own area. What is this? Resource partitioning, right? In some case, it can also lead to exclusion, depending on what type of interaction is there. But if I say that competition will always lead to exclusion, that is not correct, because we see resource partitioning also. This is a very good example just to see. Same thing, अगर if you see a big tree, अब tree में parasites भी हैं, termites भी हैं, birds भी हैं, small birds, big birds, everybody has their own space, right? That is what is the resource partitioning, right? That is related to competition. Okay, competition के साथ एक और word लिख सकते हो, realized niche. Niche everybody knows. Realized niche is even more practical aspect. Niche में हम बोलते हैं, right? No two species can have the same niche, but many times you will think of, let's say, lion or a leopard in the same area competing for the same resources, right? Which species has been brought from Africa to India very recently? Cheetah, right? Which cheetah? African cheetah. In which place of India? Kuno National Park, right? Very recently, you also may have heard about the deaths of certain cheetahs. One of the possible reasons can also be the conflict between the predators, right? Now, Kuno can also house the cheetahs. Kuno can also house, right? So you can have multiple predators in the same ecosystem. So that means जो niche ideal concept है. So let's say this was a habitat, this was a niche, theoretically speaking, but with more and more species coming in and more evolution of the food chain and food webs, actual ये niche हो सकता है और छोटा हो जाए. So when we see competition, the niche actually becomes what? Realized niche, right? So just remember, realized niche is nothing but the practical part of that. Okay, now next one is अच्छा parasitism. ठीक है, talking of parasites. Okay, now here remember, who are parasites? They require a host, right? Any example of parasitism that directly comes to your mind? Mosquitoes, ठीक है? तो अब देखो, parasitism can be seen in certain types. Ectoparasitism, endoparasitism, brood parasitism, अब देखो, what does ecto mean? Outside the body. Best example क्या हो सकता है इसका? Leech on a skin. Of course, आप कहोगे सर best कैसे है ये? It is very painful, right? Or a mosquito, that is what? Ecto means outside the skin or the body. That can be an example. Endoparasites within the body. Certain tapeworms, roundworms, yes or no? Okay, you would have heard about taking a deworming tablet, right? Again, if there is any such tapeworm, roundworm या और भी कोई infection है उसको हटाने के लिए, to get rid of these parasites. We also have brood parasitism. Okay, what happens here? Let's say this is a nest. Okay, and in this nest, a bird has laid white colored eggs. Brood parasitism is, let's say, cuckoo, quail will lay its egg. Now the white bird will take care of all these eggs. Sometimes when this egg, the other colored egg, if it gets bigger, sometimes the white egg may fall down. So problem kya hui? That first it is not taking care of its own egg, right? The white bird has to expend energy on its own egg and also this nest. and sometimes by accident or by any design, its own birds or sorry, its own eggs may get damaged. This is also a challenge. This is brood parasitism, right? Not maintaining its own nest, but again directly using host. So parasites may, it's very important to have a host. So there is a host and there is a parasite, right? In fact, when you're looking at it, what I can also do here, you have a host and there is a parasite, right? If there is a host and a parasite, can virus be a parasite? बताओ, हो सकता है? Bacteria हो सकता है? Yes. Even so, now virus can also be there because you have a host here. From the host, you are getting the nutrition, right? So here I'm also including virus. This can also be a potential, and other examples, of course, they will follow. अब देखो, if we are talking of mosquitoes, okay, mosquitoes have been biting humans since time immemorial, right? What has happened because of this? Chalo, malaria, okay, certain diseases. So normally speaking, the mosquitoes can have a continuous supply of blood. Yes. Does it lead to death of its species all the times? Not necessary. In parasitism, the parasite keeps on taking benefit of the host, but it is very rare that the death will happen. In case of parasitoids, this is the most extreme example. Let's say parasitoid wasp. Okay, when they lay eggs, let's say under a certain fruit or a tree, it will lead to the death of the host. तो यहाँ पे host की death पक्की है, certain है. In all these cases, there can be mild discomfort. हो सकता पता भी ना चले, right? And it is only the most extreme case of parasitoids where the death is certain. Normally parasitism में क्या होता है? The weak species the parasite, and weak species harming the bigger, more dominant species, that is the host. It is just deriving the benefits from the host. Yes or no? That is why what is this? Host का क्या हुआ? Negative. Parasite is positive. This is the main thing. Only in the most extreme case, let's say the parasitoid wasps, this is the death is certain. So again, when you're looking at parasites, what is the interaction? Positive for the parasite, negative for the host, right? It can be ecto, it can be endo, it can be brood parasitism, and it can be parasitoids. In parasitoids, क्या issue होगा? The death is going to be certain. इसमें death certain है. The moment we see parasitism, it is also important to compare directly this to predation. Predation में there is a prey, there is a predator, right? The prey has to prey to keep the predator away. Yes or no? Give me example of prey and predator. Lion is a prey, is a predator, and then who is a prey? Deer, right? So what is again बहुत common examples है lion है, या फिर think of hyenas. A pack of hyenas are also very wild, right? They can be your predators. Now, what is? Achha, that is also plus and minus. This is also plus and minus. Take 10 seconds. Is there a difference between parasitism and predation? Just पहले सोचो, क्या कोड दोनों के सेम है या अलग है? बताओ कैसे? No, I'm asking the code. Is the code same? Plus minus minus. हाँ? Code is same. चलो ठीक है. How many of you saying code is same? चलो how many saying code is different? बताओ what is the code? नहीं चलो वो नहीं. That I'm not asking. That is the answer. ठीक है. The code is same. Plus minus. But there is a difference between predation and parasitism. First difference is the dominant species. In predation, the dominant species gets benefited. Benefit क्या है? Directly kills the weak species. But in case of parasitism, the dominant species is getting harmed. Are we clear on the first difference? Right? Second point of difference is in predation, death is guaranteed. Death कब guarantee नहीं होगी? हो सकता है deer is very lucky and is able to run, but हो सकता है अगले दिन रोज थोड़ी ना भाग पाएंगे, right? So if you see Nat Geo etc, and you may have seen those escapes कि crocodile आया है, पैर पकड़ लिया है, and then finally somehow they are able to escape. Yes or no? The point is यहाँ gazelle and this many such videos are there. So the point is death is almost imminent because in there's a prey, there's a predator. The predation में death is almost guaranteed. Whereas in parasitism, death happens in the most extreme case, that is the parasitoid species. Yes or no? These are the two major points of difference between parasitism and predation. चलो कोई बताएगा फिर से जो मैंने बोला? What are the two differences? Yes, correct. हाँ, in extreme cases that is only the parasitoid wasp, उस केस में डेथ हो रही है. ठीक है? ओके. अच्छा, इसमें आई थिंक आई ऑल्सो टेक अप. अच्छा, हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू ऑल्सो रीड अबाउट ड्रैकुला एटसेट्रा? ड्रैकुला सुना है? व्हाट इज द ड्रैकुला? ब्लड, blood drinking. What is this example? For example, blood sucking flies are there. Parasitism, right? And talking of vampires and bats, etc. Okay, abhi hum Batman and then a lot of novels on this front. We're not going into that. But I'm asking, how is a bat or such species are, how are they able to drink blood and process it? So, any idea? Hmm? क्या बात है? The answer is correct. कोई तो enzyme होगा. ठीक है? The answer is hidden. There is actually. अच्छा, by the way, these blood drinking organisms are sanguivores, right? They feed exclusively or partially on blood as the main source. बहुत common example है vampire bat. Only mammals that rely solely on blood for nourishment. Main चीज सिर्फ एक लाइन याद रखनी है. Their saliva contains draculin. It is an anticoagulant which prevents the blood from clotting. तो इनके पास क्या है? Draculin enzyme है that prevents the blood from clotting. Right? That is how they are able to use it. Continuous flow. Otherwise, the blood will stop. This helps. Other than that, bats, insects हैं, fish हैं, birds हैं, they also use it. Right? इसकी जो बाकी details हैं, you can again later on refer this slide and then see it to update. But remember, this is also a popular example. Right? तो ड्रैकुला से ड्रैकुलिन याद हो जाएगा. ड्रैकुला सुना है? Right? Now, next we are left with is predation. We have done. Predation में example में लिख देना Nat Geo, which means the normal documentaries that you see. Okay, so leopard या lion running after any deer, etc. That is the best example. Predation. This is what you see in predation, right? Okay. अभी सिर्फ इतना याद रखो, blood sucking में sanguivores and they were enzyme draculin. अभी के लिए just remember this. Later things you can all fill in later on. Predation. हाँ, in this also, right? अब लास्ट आते हैं amensalism. Now this can be popularly understood through इसमें तेरा जाता मेरा कुछ नहीं जाता, right? What is this? What is the code here? Minus and 0, right? Here there are some popular examples to understand. Amensalism is minus and 0, so one species harmed, मेरा and मेरा कुछ नहीं जाता. Okay, so this is what we'll see here. Amensalism, it's a negative association for one species whereas other species unharmed. इतनी इंग्लिश के लिए आपके पास सिर्फ कोड है माइनस एंड 0. माइनस एंड 0 होगा, right? अब couple of examples we will see here. First example, a very popular example is antibiosis, but here we'll see the example of penicillium and bacteria. Now penicillium releases what? Antibacterial compounds, right? So penicillin, who discovered this, by the way? Alexander Fleming, ठीक है. This release is going to negatively impact this bacteria, right? But इसकी वजह से इसको तो कोई impact नहीं हो रहा है. This is directly zero, right? And you are looking the association from these two perspectives, right? Its secretion, the penicillin is going to harm the bacteria, they will go away, whereas this is not getting impacted. First example. Second very simple example is there's a big tree and there's a small tree. Okay, so चलो पहले ये देखते हैं. 1 second. So I think that I'll draw it here only. Now, if there is sun, all the sunlight will be taken by the big tree. Big tree will put this tree into shade, right? So that means because of the big tree, the small tree is negatively impacted. Small tree can do nothing about it. इसको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा, right? This is one example, right? Another example that we also see here is allelopathy. Allelopathy का example क्या है? जैसे for example, अब यहाँ पे I'll introduce you to a particular example here. जैसे चलो ये है allelopathy. Allelopathy में if there is a plant, it releases certain allelochemicals. Mostly these chemicals are going to harm a species, right? I'm saying harm, I'm not saying death of the species. There's a difference between them. हम कैसे करेंगे? इसकी growth को रोकेंगे, right? It is going to limit the growth of this. Fine. Because of this क्या होगा? It is going to grow, right? But the point is this species cannot impact this species. Yes or no? Its allelochemicals cause a negative impact on the species, but this species does not impact the other species, right? So when you see this example of black walnut tree releases something known as juglone. Because of the release of juglone, the small plants are not able to grow. So इसको तो आपने negatively impact कर दिया. These small plants can do nothing about the big walnut tree, right? This is one example. Penicillium वाला example we just saw. अब इसमें भी almost elephants and small burrowing animals. If elephant is almost crushing them, negative. What can rat do about this? Yes or no? So you will say this is very unfair, right? In our lecture 2, we'll also see a very recent comprehensive survey on elephants has been done, right? That India has around 22,000 elephants. कौन से state में ज़्यादा है, कम है? कुछ और updates on elephants. We'll see that also. Bacteriophage is not a bacteria. ठीक, नाम से लग रहा है ना? Phage means to eat. Bacteriophage is a virus that eats a bacteria. Sorry. हाँ तो उसमें तो देर डायरेक्टली ईटिंग अपना, उसको तो इंजेस्टिक खा ही जा रहा है, ठीक है. Phage is but the name is very confusing sometimes. Name is bacteriophage. You think of it as a bacteria, but it is a virus, right? So black walnut tree is there, right? Can elephant modulate its voice? Pitch, treble, echo. Achha, somebody was raising their hand. Huh? Eucalyptus, if it is involved, I am not sure about what enzymes it secretes. If it secretes an enzyme, तब तो होगा. Allelopathy में क्या होता है? It has to secrete certain allelochemicals. Like for black walnut tree, I am aware of juglone. But in case eucalyptus also secretes something, अगर आप पढ़ लेना, अगर होगा तो देख लेंगे, ठीक है? रुक जाओ, अभी somebody had asked something, क्या था? अच्छा हाँ, elephant. Can elephant modulate their voice? कर सकते हैं, right? चलो आगे देखेंगे. Elephants, by the way, are very sensitive, very intelligent, very social. They mourn for the loss of their dead ones, right? Okay. हाथी मेरे साथी देखी किसी ने? हाँ चलो ठीक है. Not that you have to watch it now. ठीक है. Okay. Then last में neutralism में put 0 0. Just so that you remember, know there is something. कि दो अगर ऐसी species है unrelated, not interacting, who are not impacted, this is nothing but neutralism. This is also something that exists. Okay, so isme any two unrelated species which are there, right, their interaction, because they're not impacting the other one or the other, this is known as neutralism, right? Right. Now, acha, the mosquito part you were saying that yes, it is a vector that ultimately is there. Okay, एक बार चलो ठीक है, just take a minute, quickly just see the examples once. If you have any doubt here, ask. Otherwise, now we'll go to adaptations. Competition में in general, if plants are competing for sunlight, competition लिख लो, plants competing for sunlight, right? Same predators competing for the prey. He सारे simple examples है predation के. So I'm not giving any specific example, right? Basic any prey and predator example is the example here. Good example, चलो ये भी लिखते हैं. चलो, does India have any insectivorous plant? इंडिया में पिछा प्लांट फंसे ना फंसे. चलो इंडिया में देयर इज ओनली वन कार्निवोरस प्लांट. कहाँ पे? हाँ, चलो नेम कहाँ से शुरू होता है पहले बताओ. तो खांसी याद आ रहा है, खांसी कहाँ पे होगा? राइट. ओके, टॉकिंग ऑफ इंसेक्टिवोरस प्लांट्स, व्हाट इज एनी एग्जांपल? बचपन में पढ़ा है वीनस फ्लाई ट्रैप, और क्या सुना एग्जांपल? पिचा प्लांट एटसेट्रा. व्हेन यू लुक एट इंसेक्टिवोरस प्लांट्स, आई एम नॉट श्योर हाउ वेल आई ड्रॉ दिस, बट कुछ इस तरह से कुछ स्ट्रक्चर होता है, राइट? कुछ फ्लैप होगा यहाँ पे, and if there is an insect, they will trap it, Venus flytrap, etc. Why? Acha, first tell me what is this mechanism in this interaction? Which type of interaction is this? Predation है, ठीक? Predation. For this, again a simple, although मैंने आपको hint दे ही दी है, आपका homework है to find India's insectivorous या carnivorous plants and where are they. That will also give you a hint where are they found. Now I want to ask you, these plants are found in nutrient rich soils, true or false? False. Why false? बिल्कुल सही, right? There is a deficiency of nitrogen, and which is also why they have to eat up insects. Insects have proteins, yes or no? हाँ है ना? तो इतने चुप कैसे हो गए, right? This is going to be the new source of proteins. वे के बाद अब जो next protein famous होगा, that will be insect proteins. Okay? Yes. हाँ हाँ हाँ. नहीं नहीं, क्यों क्यों कैसे? इट इज हेल्पिंग ना, हमारी बॉडी में भी गुड और बैड बैक्टीरिया होते हैं ना, सोचो. चलो lactobacillus, you know the example of lactobacillus. So here it is helping to digest the cellulose by releasing cellulase enzyme. Otherwise they would have not done it by themselves. So merely the presence in the gut is not bad. What is the function and the role, that is more important. ठीक है? हाँ. But it is what? No, I'm not very sure about this. ठीक है, आप लिख मैं कहीं लिख लेता हूँ इसको, but I'll read about it once. ठीक है, brain eating आप पूछ रहे हो ना? I think there have been certain articles on this also in the recent times, but whether this is classified under this particular, that I'll have to see once, right? Because इसमें main चीज होगा ना, whether it necessarily causes death or not, or is it a documented case? Because ये फिर this case intersects with health in two three aspects. No, I know. In Kerala this was there in the news, हाँ? बट वो वैसे इसमें क्लासिफाई हो रहा नहीं हो रहा है, तो ये ना स्पीशी इंटरेक्शन है. यहाँ पे आपके केस में ना पब्लिक हेल्थ एंड कंटामिनेशन, तीन चार इशू एक साथ चले गए हैं, तो वो डायरेक्टली इसमें तो नहीं आता, आप समझ रहे हो? बट इट इज हैज टू बी देन सीन. यस, somebody was asking. हाँ, गलत किस में देखा था? हाँ अब बोलो। म्यूचुअलिज्म में हो सकता है, अब वो कैसे हो सकता है म्यूचुअलिज्म में, इफ देर इज अ टिक और एनी इश्यू ऑन द कैटल, अगर उसको रिमूव कर रहा है, इट इज ऑल्सो बेनिफिटिंग देन, इफ राइट, वहां पे हो सकता है। चलो पीपल फॉर पीपल ऑनलाइन ऑल्सो आई जस्ट शो, अब ना इफ दैट इज देयर दे वुड हैव टू मेंशन दैट, इफ इट इज रिमूविंग दैट टिक और इफ देयर इज एनी डिजीज्ड पार्ट, राइट। एक और चलो एक एग्जांपल मैं आपको दे रहा हूँ, होमवर्क दे रहा हूँ, बार्निकल्स एंड वेल्स, बहुत कॉमन एग्जांपल है, यू हैव टू फिल इट इन द कैटेगरी, राइट, बार्निकल्स एंड वेल्स। अच्छा बार्निकल्स देखा है, व्हाट आर दीज बार्निकल्स, नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं, तो वो कैसे हो जाए कमेंसालिज्म, इफ इट इज द इन्फेस्टेशन फिर। चलो ठीक है, पहले लिखो होमवर्क, सी नहीं सॉरी व्हाट वाज आई सेइंग, वेल्स एंड बार्निकल्स। अच्छा एनी पार्ट which have maybe said in Hindi, I'll repeat, anything which I have done just let me know. अच्छा फॉर दिस ब्रेन ईटिंग जो आपने क्वेश्चन पूछा है, I'll also update that, right? Now any other doubt which is remaining, किसी ने पूछा था ना, चलो ठीक है, okay. Now let's move to the next part, adaptations. Okay, now here I'll also follow the part of our NCRT, some of the examples from that, and then in the NCRT only there's a simple 3 type of adaptations that I mentioned, वो भी ये देखेंगे, morphological adaptations, physiological adaptations, and behavioral adaptations, okay, and we'll have an overview on that, okay. As we see more and more species, you will understand more about adaptations, yes or no. जैसे mangroves में there's a very specific adaptation that happens, yes. Now when you are looking at adaptations, right, a couple of concepts you need to know. अब adaptation में सबसे पहला point लिखो homeostasis, because these kind of graphs are also there in the NCRT. तो मैं पहले जो जो NCRT में है terms that I'll first cover, that you should know absolutely with clarity, okay. The first term is homeostasis. What is homeostasis? Put a dash. The ability to regulate one's temperature. Ability to regulate one's temperature, right. Now to understand this, right, you need to know two terms. One is warm blooded, one is cold blooded. When I say warm blooded, what comes to your mind? Don't say Sunny Deol, but what comes to mind? Who are warm blooded? Are we warm blooded? Yes, we are able to regulate the temperature. How come? We will be sweating when it is hot, we'll be shivering when it is cold. तो सबसे पहले लिखो warm blooded, इसी में लिखो साथ में, two terms you have to write. One is write warm blooded, simple say infographic just for your reference. Warm blooded are what? Who are able to regulate their own temperature, warm blooded. Body temperature, even if it is hot or cold, they are able to regulate it. That is warm blooded first. Second, write down cold blooded. Second is cold blooded. अब देखो वार्म ब्लड में, अच्छा आपने जो लिखा है उसमें एग्जांपल्स भी लिख लो. व्हाट कैन बी अ गुड एग्जांपल हियर? मैमल्स. ओके राइट, मैमल्स. आर ह्यूमंस मैमल्स? यस. एनी अदर एग्जांपल दैट यू कैन काउंट अपार्ट फ्रॉम, कैन आई से बर्ड्स? वो सब तो उसी में आ जाएगा ना, बर्ड्स. हाँ हाँ. नेक्स्ट लिखो मैमल्स कॉमा बर्ड्स अभी के लिए. दे आर एबल टू रेगुलेट देयर टेम्परेचर. दीज आर वार्म ब्लडेड. सेकंड राइट डाउन कोल्ड ब्लडेड. Cold blooded, right? Cold blooded में if you see if it is cold outside the temperature drops. If it is warm outside, it shoots up. So they are not able to regulate their temperature, right? So cold-blooded may, right? The body temperature depends on whether it is hot or cold outside. It depends on whether it is hot or cold outside. Okay. अब इसमें of course this is the frog amphibian. What do you recall from the class? One is indicator, second is 2/5, 40%, right? Threatened because of climate change. They breathe through the skin. That is known as subcutaneous respiration. Because of that, they are threatened, right? Subcutaneous respiration, right? अभी हमने क्या देखा? होम्योस्टैसिस, right? Now, अब ये बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट लाइंस हैं कुछ. First, I'll read out only the keywords you're supposed to write. 99% of animals and nearly all plants cannot maintain constant internal environment. नहीं कर सकते. And this knowledge is also very important for you to know when we're talking of global warming. We were talking of extremes of temperature. This also will tell you that why species are getting extinct. One big reason is the temperature changes, fluctuations that are happening, right? How many of you are aware of the term sixth mass extinction? Right? बहुत popular term हो गया है. What is sixth mass extinction? The first 5 mass extinctions were natural. They took a lot of time. The sixth mass extinction is anthropogenic, very fast, right? एक reason ये हो सकता है because the temperature changes. So first, this is 99% of animals and nearly all plants cannot maintain constant internal environment. First thing to know. If we are regulating the temperature, that is known as thermoregulation. Up again, think from a point of thermodynamics, right? Energy can simply not be created in vacuum, right? If I want to keep myself warm, I have to spend energy while doing so. It means metabolic activity ज़्यादा हो जाएगी. Yes or no? So here, this process is very expensive for organisms. As simple as that. हमारे लिए भी expensive है, but the point is, our body intake, our body design, we are able to regulate our temperatures, right? Other species are not able to do so, right? Especially the part that mammals are able to regulate their temperature is the reason for success of mammals over a long period of time, right? Mammals have been able to survive for a very long time. Kyun? Because they are able to regulate and maintain constant temperature. That is important. Ab, important line for us to understand: heat loss and gain is a function of surface area. And this simple line explains why small animals are not found in the polar regions, right? Polar regions are very cold. To keep warm, you have to spend some temperature, which means your respiration, metabolic activities, वो तो होनी है. So why this is happening? Because जो small animals हैं, main thing is they have a larger surface area relative to the volume. Based on the volume, the surface area is more, so they lose more energy, they get less energy. अगर ऐसा होता रहेगा, will they be able to survive? नहीं ना, they will get extinct. And the nature is in such a manner, because what we are discussing has happened over hundreds and thousands of years. So we are not discussing about any random sporadic phenomena. These are well established. The species which are existing in any area have survived that area for a very long time. As simple as that. So why are small animals not found in polar regions? Simple है, heat economics. They lose more heat. और इतना खाना, that much amount of food is not there for them. Now, if you look at polar bear, first of all, it's big, huge. Bear is also known for hibernation, right? And when you look at bear, their skin have a huge thick fur. Body में fur है. Fur क्या करेगा? It will keep themselves warm. So one is, of course, they're bigger in size. So relatively, how much energy they lose versus whatever they eat, they are able to maintain a balance. That is why they're surviving. As simple as that. In addition to that, their body has adaptations. In 5 minutes from now, I'll tell you 3 types of adaptations. One is morphological, which means on the structure. One is physiological, right? And one is behavioral. So usme again I'll tell you, for example, who has a coat, who has a fur, okay, various कैसे roots change होती हैं, etc etc. That will again lay the groundwork for your understanding of the topic of species, right? Is right. I hope that is clear. The main thing is the small animals, they have to spend a large amount of heat through metabolism, right? Now, when we are talking of polar regions, if we have two bears, which will have longer ears, in polar regions or in tropical regions? And what makes you say that? Allen's rule, right? Allen's rule simply says that in polar regions, plants, or maybe not plants, I should say, animals will try to minimize the exposed area. हाँ है ना? So when I talk about Allen's rule, this is your Allen's rule, right? And there is a list of 5 rules that is there in your terms. एक बार बाद में देख लेना उसको. Allen rule क्या है? Animals in cold climates, they have minimum exposed surface area. Minimum exposed, which means if you look at this rabbit, this is the normal rabbit. But if you look at the Arctic counterpart, this has smaller exposed area. Here also, if you look at this tail versus the Arctic fox, so tails, ears, legs are shorter. This is the Allen's rule, right? Minimum surface exposed area. So अभी दो चीजें सीखी polar areas में. One thing, do you find small animals or big animals? Big animals. So why don't you find small animals? Because they have a larger surface area to volume, they lose more heat. One thing you understand. And second, you also remember is Allen's rule. What does Allen's rule say? Animals in colder regions have minimum exposed area, right? This is one thing you'll remember, right? So, अच्छा, we have written thermoregulation is energetically expensive. एक और क्वेश्चन अपने दिमाग के लिए लिखना, which you will be now able to answer. Why are small animals not found in polar regions? You will remember what we have discussed, right? The question can be a cue for you to recall. Why are small animals not present in polar regions? And second, just write down Allen's rule. Allen's rule. Right? Now, in adaptation, write the 3 headings, and you can make this as 3 headings: morphological, physiological, behavioral. इसको you can make it like this. Physiological, behavioral. ठीक है. अब इसमें in this part, just write in the bracket so that you remember. Morphological structure simply means what are the changes in their body, which means outside में क्या changes हैं. So if you look at a polar bear, it has a thick fur. Yes or no? Body में changes क्या है? So first write down in the bracket changes in the body. Changes in the body. Right? अब यहाँ पे I'll give you certain points. आप लिखो उसको. पहला point लिखो. Thick fur. And this will help you almost consolidate a lot of things in one area. First write thick fur, put a dash, polar bear, bracket में tundra. और इसी के बाद जो next page है topic है वो हमारा biomes है. So all of that will get integrated. First point is thick fur. We just saw that example. Is seen in polar bear. Bracket which region? Tundra. बहुत ही obvious example है, right? Again same चीज, right? White colored body. Again I can take the example of polar bear. Now, talking of white color, you should know what albedo. What is albedo? Reflectivity. Black color absorbs more heat, white releases more heat. Okay, so this is one such. So white colored body can be polar bear, right? Third, right? Thorns instead of fish. Sorry, instead of leaves, right? Thorns, thorns dash cactus. Now, why would cactus have thorns instead of leaves? Right? अब देखो, think of normally what happens. Leaf में क्या होगा? Stomata. Stomata will open, stomata will close. That will lead to evapotranspiration. Now, normally in desert conditions, issue क्या होगा? Water availability is less. You want to conserve and minimize water loss as much as possible. So for that, they may have thorns instead of leaves. Yes or no? So this is also a body adaptation that is there, right? Then right next, needle-like leaves. When I say needle-like leaves, what comes to your mind? Hmm? Somebody said pine. Yes, so needle-like leaves you can also have in these coniferous areas, right? Needle-like leaves dash pine, pine for reducing water loss. For reducing water loss. Thick cuticle slash waxy leaves. Where do you see this? Again, desert regions, thick cuticle waxy leaves. Thick cuticle waxy leaves. The here idea again is prevent water loss. Prevent water loss. Then I think I mentioned mangroves also. Mangroves may quick point. In mangroves, the roots are very varied. ठीक है, roots में again बहुत examples हैं. I can talk about aerial breathing roots. I can talk about prop roots. So just take example लिखो. Prop roots, PROP, prop roots in mangroves. Prop roots in mangroves for support. Prop roots in mangroves for support. When you look at a fish, the body is very streamlined. Yes or no? क्यों? For movement, yes. To have least resistance as possible. अगर हम कार की डिजाइन देखते हो, right? तो उसमें भी we look at turbulence, etc. So yes, aerodynamics here. So here just write down fish के केस में a streamlined body. All these examples are morphological, structural examples. बोल सकते हो बट उसका भी बहुत मतलब इट इज जस्ट अ वे ऑफ रिप्रेजेंटेशन. द नेक अभी आएगा एग्जांपल, राइट? इनफैक्ट व्हाट यू आर सेइंग इज दिस. तो जिराफ का नेक जो है, द लॉन्ग नेक is again an adaptation which helps them reach, right? So this is again the extension, so that this can also be part of structure only, right? So I think we have written many examples on the morphological and structure. Morphological, the term may appear complicated, but है क्या morphological? Simple body के level पे visible जो changes हैं, whatever changes are visible at the body level, these are your structural slash morphological change. Second you come is physiological changes, right? इसमें लिखो for your understanding पहले changes in internal functioning or metabolism. Changes in internal functioning or metabolism. Changes in internal functioning or metabolism, right? Here I'll tell you some very popular examples. One of them is also there in the NCERT. पहला point लिखो, concentrated urine. Concentrated urine, put a dash, right? Kangaroo rat. Yes. Right? And what is the reason? Kangaroo rat again is found in deserts. Okay, kangaroo rat is not a kangaroo, right? So क्या है? Concentrated urine simply to conserve water. Very simple example. First example, right? This is again an internal mechanism, right? Second, right? CAM, CAM, CAM photosynthesis. CAM space photosynthesis. What happens in desert plants, right? They have a different method which helps them conserve water. That is known as CAM. Up CAM की detailing, you don't have to go in so much of detail, but CAM mechanism of photosynthesis happens in desert plants. This is the internal mechanism, how they are able to reduce this, right? तो इसमें लिखो dash करके desert plants, CAM, CAM photosynthesis in desert plants. For night time CO2 intake. For night time, इसका full form यही है. That is what you are seeing. That is again an internal mechanism, right? Night time CO2 intake. Okay. Next. Now, when you look at fishes in the polar region, any idea why they don't freeze themselves? Hmm? More fat. चलो और कुछ ठीक, वैसे तो सोच रहे हो, ठीक सोच रहे हो, और कुछ? They have, or they have internally anti-freeze proteins. That is why they are able to survive. तो लिखो इसमें anti-freeze proteins, anti-freeze proteins in polar fish, anti-freeze proteins in polar fish prevents blood freezing. Now I want to ask you, if somebody wants to take a expedition to the Himalayas and specifically to Mount Everest, right? So you are going from the base level, let's say, to a height. You tell me what changes will happen in the body apart from vomiting. चलो RBC को क्या होगा? चलो, what are RBCs? Red blood cells. What will happen to the RBCs? People who are living at higher altitudes, they have more RBC. बताओ. They have more RBCs, right? In fact, the organisms there will have more RBCs, red blood cells, right? Of course, people will have nausea, vomiting, but it will take some time to get adapted, right? So here, right, higher RBC count, higher, don't write RCB, right? RB, higher red blood cells count in high altitude animals. In high altitude animals, for oxygen efficiency. In fact, ये चीज अगर आपको याद रहेगी, when we do big cats and when I do snow leopard with you, snow leopard has a very specialized mechanism in its body, right? जो उसका when it takes up the cold air, right, within the nasal cavity of snow leopard, it warms the cold air first and then the air enter its lungs. That is a very specialized mechanism. So the organisms that are present in different regions, when we understand how they're able to survive, we get a lot of answers. Okay, so this is there. Last एक point लिख लो, salt secretion. Salt secretion, put a dash, simply mangroves. Mangroves can secrete salts, that we know. Yes, salt secretion which happens in mangroves. These are all physiological internal mechanisms. That is how they are able to survive in these regions. So mangroves may, not only mangroves have certain structural parts. Structural में क्या है? They will have pneumatophores, which we will discuss. They also have internal mechanisms, how they are able to secrete out excess salt. ठीक है? This is what? Physiological. What is structural? Visible in the body. Physiological is internal. Last आता है, ये आसान है समझना. This is behavioral. Right? अब behavioral में आपने सुना होगा terms like migration. Right? Some species can have long distance migration. Thousands of kilometers they can do. Right? So for example, if Russia and Ukraine are in a conflict, the Siberian crane may want to come to India. Yes or no? Although it is not coming in the recent times, that's a separate story. Okay? Yes. Huh? Camouflage may, if the camouflage directly the body specific hai, if they're changing the color, etc. Right? For example, the example I gave you of white color of beer, तो वो सारे camouflage इसमें आ जाएगा structural में. Talking of camouflage, what is there? Chameleon. What is chameleon? Girgit. Chalo, what is girgit famous for? Changing the color. Now your homework is how is a chameleon able to change its color. But now you know, अगर body में change हो रहा है, but उसके case में something happens inside its body and then it changes its color. Yes. बताओ बताओ, आप बताओ. हमने तो करा हुआ है क्लास में. हाँ चलो. हाँ हाँ, हाइबरनेशन अभी मैं इसी में कराऊंगा. हाँ, हाइबरनेशन यू कैन मेंशन इन दिस इंटरनल पार्ट. ठीक है, बट हाइबरनेशन चलो ठीक है, लिख लो, आप अलग से लिख लो. हाइबरनेशन डैश बियर इन दिस सेकंड पार्ट, क्या नाम है, फिजियोलॉजिकल. ठीक है, तो ये जब मैं व्हेन आई डू हाइबरनेशन, आई जस्ट डोंट डू हाइबरनेशन, वी डू हाइबरनेशन एस्टिवेशन. एक पूरी कुछ रिलेटेड कॉन्सेप्ट एक साथ करेंगे. ठीक है, नाउ लास्ट इज बिहेवियरल एडेप्टेशन. Behavioral is simply how they change their activity, and this is the easiest part. So इसमें लिखेंगे behavioral adaptation. किसमें किसमें? In hibernation, if see, चलो आपने जो सवाल पूछा, hibernation पता है आपको? What they do in hibernation, they will reduce their food intake. One, in fact, if you look at reptiles, अभी we were talking about which crocodile, saltwater crocodile. Saltwater crocodile can reduce its heartbeat to 2 beats per minute. ठीक, और फिर क्या होगा, कोई भी उसके आसपास है खटाक. Right? These are what internal mechanisms. Although the term that is to be used for reptiles is not this, a term is brumation. तो अभी रुक जाओ, अभी मैं जानबूझ के इसलिए हाइबरनेशन मैंने स्टार्ट नहीं किया है. But hibernation, if you want to write, it will be a part of second physiological. Now come to behavioral. First example, very easy activity wise, is migration. First is migration. अब माइग्रेशन में बहुत बेसिक पॉइंट्स हैं जो हमें पता होने चाहिए. Now when you are seeing migration, who can migrate? Can birds migrate? But apart from birds, who all can migrate? Can marine species migrate? Can aquatic, marine aquatic हो गया, marine, avian, terrestrial, all the three can migrate, right? Which convention is related to that? CMS, Convention on Migratory Species, right? So पहली activity हमने, what the first activity we have seen is migration. Okay, first thing. With migration, you just write down two keywords which will be doing that in birds segment. One is CAF, Central Asian Flyway. Second is CMS, Convention on Migratory Species. CAF is Central Asian Flyway, because it will tell you the routes which these species of birds are taking to move. That is CAF, Central Asian Flyway. Second क्या बोला मैंने? CMS, Convention on Migratory Species. Migrate, I hope you're able to recall. Now in migrate, Siberian cranes used to famously visit a part which is known as Ecological National Park. Where is Ecological National Park? Rajasthan, right? Amur falcon is there. Amur falcon is famously found in which part of India? Right, Nagaland. Okay, that is there. Great flamingo again visits some of the lakes. So migration is not very difficult, but migration, remember, it is not limited to birds. It can be avian, it can be aquatic, it can also be terrestrial, all three, and all three are covered under CMS, Convention on Migratory Species, which we will again do it in more detail, right? One is migration. Second is an activity, which means, for example, have we seen owl? Owl क्या करेगा? Right? So owl is nocturnal, some are diurnal, and some are crepuscular. सुना हमने? तो इसमें लिखो nocturnal bracket owl, nocturnal owl, OWL, right? Diurnal, which means they're active through the day. So various species are there active through the day. And third, right, crepuscular, this is active during the twilight. So between dawn and dusk. Crepuscular. Chalo, very good. Somebody has mentioned why chameleon is able to change its color. Chalo, very good. Iridophores. तो जो ऐसे छोटे मोटी चीजें, आई एम आस्किंग यू जस्ट रीड इट अप, हो सकता है बिकॉज एनवायरमेंट में ना स्काई इज द लिमिट. बहुत बार वी कीप ऑन डिस्कसिंग सम पार्ट्स एंड समटाइम्स इट डायरेक्टली अपीयर्स इन द एग्जाम. So whatever you are doing it tomorrow when you have free time and even after that, जो भी नोट्स है एक बार just see it with a simple mind. Do you know it or not? If you want to Google it, हो सकता है कोई नई चीज पता चल जाए. Okay? अब देखो, this is simply why this activity is done. Why some animals are active in the night? क्यों? Because they know some animals are sleeping in the night. Yes or no? These are activities, and some are active in the day so that they don't get killed. Yes or no? These are simple behavioral activities, right? So one is migration, one is nocturnal. ठीक है? अब इसी के बाद एक अलग एक्टिविटी लिख लो, टेरिटरी मार्किंग. दिस वी हैव डिस्कस्ड. टेरिटरी मार्किंग बाय बिग कैट्स. Okay, and last एक और लिखो, burrowing. Burrowing, BURROWING, burrowing. Okay, so now I think the last section here in adaptation we have to see is certain terms like hibernation, aestivation, and brumation. Okay, अब देखो, to understand these terms I will go through the segregation again seen in the NCERT. In the NCERT, they say that species can suspend their metabolic activity. That is also type of adaptation. Within that, we see multiple terms. Species can suspend their metabolic activity. जैसे कि how they can have formation of thick spores or thick walled spores. So bacteria में, fungus में, इन सब में, if there is, let's say this is a bacteria, there is a thick wore, it is thick spore, it is just like a defense mechanism. This is also a way to suspend the metabolic activity. Certain plants can become dormant, reduction of metabolic activity. If you reduce the metabolic activity, remember what will happen? You will require less resources. These things are done simply to avoid stressful environments, because sometimes the winter may be very harsh or they are facing a prey, simply to save themselves. So even bacteria, fungus can have void formation to reduce the intake. Dormancy can be there in plants. Okay, and now a term we were saying again and again is this term hibernation, aestivation, and then diapause. Right? What is hibernation? So hibernation is simply seen in bear, bats, rodents to survive the winter. Okay, so winters are harsh. You may have seen either some movies or even certain cartoon animations, right? So they will try to save things up for a very harsh winter. Winter is coming, etc., etc. Okay, so hibernation is happening. Yes, slows down the heart rate to save the energy, right? अब इसमें दो चीजें हैं. When they are actually actively going into a cave or an area, you can say सर ये तो activity कर रहे हैं. That is true. So some books can also write this as a behavioral activity, but after the behavior, when they are stopping the metabolic activity, then it becomes the even physiological. So there can be an intersection here, because if they are moving too actively to an area, if I'm only looking at that part, I can say this is the activity they are doing. Yes, but after that, when they slow down their heart rate, then it becomes the internal biochemistry, then they are changing. I hope we are clear on this. Then you have activation, right? इसको समझने के लिए एक बहुत सिंपल सा इंफोग्राफिक है ये, right? Hibernation में what is there in hibernation? Winters. Same activity done in summers is activation. Yes. One is hibernation, one is activation. Hibernation is in, activation is in summers, right? Before, अच्छा एक और है for zooplanktons. We have done zooplanktons. Try to recall some of the name of zooplanktons. Foraminifera एक, तो यहां से बोलो बोलो बोलो, हाँ साइनोबैक्टीरिया गलत, आपके बगल में आप बोलेंगे। हम्म साइनोबैक्टीरिया हो गया, गलत है वो, जूप्लैंक्टन बताना है। क्रिल्स, चलो ठीक है, ओके, एंड कोपेपॉड्स, राइट, एंड कुनाल, हाँ भाई वो तो सबसे टफ नाम है, दैट इज इन्वेसिव स्पीशी। यू आर टॉकिंग ऑफ विच वन? नहीं नहीं, साइनोबैक्टीरिया फाइटो, फाइटो, जू पूछा है मैंने, ZOO। इन विच दिल्ली जू आर जू प्लैंक्टन्स फाउंड? चलो अब ये बताओ आप, ये आप ही के लिए सवाल स्पेसिफिक। इन विच दिल्ली जू आर जू प्लैंक्टन्स फाउंड? बगल में। नेक्स्ट, दिल्ली के कौन से जू में जू प्लैंक्टन्स मिलते हैं? आप, चलो ठीक है, तो आप सोचोगे सर दिल्ली में नहीं, पर दिल्ली के पास बड़े जू में मिलते हैं। एक्चुअली जू एंड दैट जू इज डिफरेंट, राइट? जू इज अ टाइप ऑफ एक्स सीटू कंजर्वेशन, वो एकदम अलग चीज है। जू प्लैंक्टन ये एनिमल वाला पार्ट है, तो ये ट्रैप था, ठीक है, ऐसा कोई जू नहीं है दिल्ली में। ओके ठीक है, चलो कमिंग बैक, आई हैड आस्क्ड यू जू प्लैंक्टन स्पीशीज, रेडियोलेरियंस, और बताओ, कॉपेपॉड्स, फोरामिनिफेरा, जू फ्लैजिलेट्स, गुड, क्रिल्स, राइट, दे अंडरगो सस्पेंडेड डेवलपमेंट, डायापॉज। नाम से ये डाया, पॉज, पॉज मीन्स टू टेक अ ब्रेक, stop. Some of you are wondering when we will have our diapause. Yes. So this is there. So hibernation, activation, and diapause. Fine. Is this clear? 5 terms are there. Under the heading suspend, reduce the metabolic activity so as to survive harsh conditions. Yes or no? ये देख लिया. Hibernation, activation. A same activity done for reptiles is brumation. इसको लिखो कहीं पे. Brumation, BRUMATION. This is by reptiles and amphibians during cold months. So the term brumation is having the same thing, dormancy hai. This is a type of dormancy, but this is done in, done by reptiles and amphibians during cold months. So now you'll remember these 3 terms. Brumation, ठीक है? This is what we have just seen. Hibernation, activation, brumation. Hibernation is seen in winters by bears, rodents, bats. Activation, summers, snails. We just saw that. Brumation, reptiles, right? ठीक है, okay. We've used 2 terms, right? Warm blooded and cold blooded. उसी में term लिखो, one is endotherm, one is ectotherm. Who are ectotherms? कोल्ड ब्लड में लिखो ब्रैकेट में एक्टोथर्म्स होते हैं, वो एक्टो ECTO एक्टोथर्म्स. कोल्ड ब्लडेड आर ऑल्सो नोन एज एक्टोथर्म्स. वार्म ब्लडेड आर नोन एज एंडोथर्म्स. ठीक है. इसका ये अच्छा, बस ब्रॉडली इफ यू इवन रिमेंबर ना, amphibians and reptiles, because salamander etc, salamander is the example of amphibian. frog, toad, वो सारा amphibian हुआ, बाकी reptiles हैं. चलो आंसर सामने है, पर अब मैं पूछता हूँ, turtles are what? amphibians और mammals और bird, नहीं birds तो नहीं हो सकते आपको इतने. you will not be tricked by this now, you are far. हाँ बताओ, amphibians or reptiles? Because I've said reptiles. How many of you are naturally confused? Sir, there are so many organisms. The answer is reptiles, but this again is your homework. Is to read about at least basic reptiles, kya hai? Amphibians, mammals. Because when I'll do species wala part, I will do this. I cannot go in too much of detail that it's a bio class, right? Some you just spend 10-15 minutes just trying to be aware, right? And we have to put that effort in, right? So maybe whatever effort we are putting in the class, it will be in a very dedicated manner. All right. Chalo, how many of you? Chalo, yes, the answer is reptiles. But if you got confused, no issues. You still don't know what are reptiles, what are amphibians. Just a basic backgrounder is something I want from you. Okay. Chalo, how many of you done the adaptation? Kar liya? Right. This is an adaptation. Which one? No, that 5 was different. Then it was thick walled spore formation. Then there was 5. वो ये है, the slide you are referring to is this, dormancy etc. In this I've also included, because brumation has been covered by the Hindu, that was there in the news. Okay, one last term, right? Just term लिख लो. I will take this up in unique species behavior. सिर्फ ये term लिखना है. You have to write cryptobiosis. Cryptobiosis. This is also a way of suspending the development. Cryptobiosis. अभी don't get too perturbed by seeing so many new terms. अभी सिर्फ see cryptobiosis. Put a dash and write exhibited by, yeah, seen in tardigrades. Acha, you are writing this. Okay. Cryptobiosis. Cryptobiosis seen in tardigrades. TARDIGRADE. Tardigrades. This also I'll cover in unique species behavior. Tardigrades are known as the world's most resilient species. Right? If you're wondering, are they this big like a rhino? Nahi. These are microscopic organisms. Can even withstand, and they have been to Mars and even Moon and some other parts. Okay? They have been able to survive extreme conditions. Why? Cryptobiosis. So cryptobiosis may they are able to conserve and put themselves in a state of suspended development. तो cryptobiosis कौन दिखाता है, कौन शो करता है? Tardigrades. Right? Tardigrades bracket में write water bear. They're popularly known as water bear. Comma right? World's most resilient species. Yes. No, is also seen in other species, but very popularly seen in this. So that I have to check once एक बार आप देखना, but does it exhibit it or not? Because some of these bacteria etc can also survive in extreme conditions. But cryptobiosis very popularly is attributed to tardigrades. That is how they are able to survive in the extreme conditions. ठीक है? अभी के लिए you've just written water, bears. Okay. Second is these are the most resilient species. Okay. ये सारे updates we will see later. Some almost every 6 months or so new tardigrade species gets discovered. So based on that, either they will ask you a question on adaptation or unique species behavior or any of the related aspect that is there. ठीक है? Okay. Now flip your page. हाँ हाँ डेफिनेटली अभी मैं बोल रहा था ब्रेक ही है अब आपका. ठीक है. नाउ we'll have a break. What is the time right now? 5:52. कब मिले? 6:15. 30 भी आप 11 बजे तक बैठिएगा मेरे साथ. 6:15 is okay? Okay. Can we start at 6:10? Okay, so welcome back. People at the back, please be seated. Okay, so now uh, before starting biomes, I'll do a short topic with you first, that is ecological succession. Okay, move to ecological succession and try to recall. This is also one of the functions of the functional aspect of ecosystem. We have seen energy flow. After ecological succession, we will also move to nutrient cycling. Okay, homeostasis हमने देखा, हमने भी दो. We have seen 2 out of the 4. Now let's come to ecological succession. Right now, people at the back, this side. देखो, when we're talking of succession, right? This topic will help you understand that how from a bare rock that you have finally the full blown luxuriant forests. Okay, this will talk about that journey, and that journey happens in certain stages, right? So for example, we start with a bare rock. It is invaded also by, what are these species? Pioneer species. Invasive किसने बोला? क्यों? Why? Right now, what will happen? There will be multiple stages in between, and finally you will have, right, the stages that you see in between are known as series or parallel stages, the stages which are there in between. So series are nothing but these are the intermediate stages, right? Intermediate stages. What you have at the end, at the last, is this is different from the meaning of climax that we know. बहुत बार movies में after the climax there may be some other scene, this dialogue, epilogue, this and that. Here this is final. Climax community is the most mature and therefore the most stable stage. Beyond this there will be no evolution. Now what I have just mentioned here in just this slide, this can take up to 1,000 years to happen. 1,000 years, right? So from a bare rock to being invaded by mosses and lichens, and then to have multiple successive sterile stages, and finally to end up as a climax community, it's ultimately ecological succession. This is the very basic understanding that you should have, right? What is ecological succession? This is something that you can even draw. There's a box that is there. This is for your own reference. You can even draw this for your. Here you have to remember keywords. One is pioneer species. Who are the pioneer species? Mosses and lichens. Lichens are symbiotic or parasitic? Symbiotic. Between algae and fungus. Okay? So between algae and fungus. Then of course there can be small grass, herb, shrub, small tree, big tree, and finally a forest. One keyword to remember is pioneer species. Second keyword is the series or the sterile stages. Third thing finally to remember is climax community. Right? This is one thing you will remember. पहली चीज Okay. Now here there is, if you want, you can also write one line definition of ecological succession. After you've drawn this, इसी तरह से बनाओ. This is a very simple way to understand. If you understand this, then explaining and understanding primary and secondary becomes very easy, right? So you should include these two: pioneer, series, and climax community. Space में I'll show you diagram, then you'll understand. But यहाँ पे there will be multiple stages in between. These are intermediate stages. This stage is replaced by another stage, then by another stage, then by another stage. So these are intermediate stages, which means these are not the final stages. Final most stage is this climax community, the most mature and the stable stage. Okay. Now, if I show you the diagram, then you will understand the whole evolution, how this happens. Ab dekho. Just see this. You have bare rock, lichens. They can be small plants, grasses, shrubs, etc. And finally, you have the climax community. तो ये जो बीच की जितनी stages हैं, वो क्या हैं? These are several stages, intermediate, in between. These are the sterile stages which are there in intermediate stages. Fine. That is the first thing to remember here. Now, second, if you have some space in the very first box, okay, write, or we will draw something like this also. Stages in ecological succession. A couple of more keywords are there. We start with nudation. So here think from a bare rock. Nudation, invasion of that species. So invasion of the pioneer species, the first to invade that area. Okay, and here I can even add one more term. ECESIS, ECESIS. ECESIS को लिख लो because other terms are self-explanatory. ECESIS means the initial growth. So nudation, invasion, ECESIS. ECESIS is the initial growth of pioneers like lichens and mosses. ECESIS is the initial growth of the pioneer species like lichens and mosses. Okay? Then when they will grow, they will start to compete for resources. That is competition. This we have understood, competition. There will be reaction. And finally, there is stabilization that you understand with climax. So although this question has not been asked yet, but this is the process of ecological succession. ECESIS is just one thing you'll add, and this is a sequence. So if they even want to arrange what is the logical flow, etc., you should know. One basic thing we have understood is what is happening in the process of ecological succession. We have seen two things till now. One is a basic understanding of the terms. Second is the stages or the process which happens in this. Are we clear till here? Okay. Ab, we will now go for classification of ecological succession. Now this can be classified in various ways. The very, let's say, prominent classification first happens if there is availability of vegetation, right? If it is available or if it is unavailable, on this front it is categorized as primary and secondary Autotrophic, whosoever is the agent which starts the process, that is based on the initiating agent. Even the availability of water can also be one example. Now, in availability of water, this can be further clubbed second. इसमें से conceptually the most important one is this: presence or availability of vegetation. It can be primary, it can be secondary. Okay, based on initiating agent which starts the process. It can be autotrophic, it can be heterotrophic, right? If it is started by plants, it will be autotrophic. Heterotrophic kaise? If let's say there is a deer which can bring in certain seeds and pollens and then the whole succession starts, that is heterotrophic, done by heterotrophs. Then based on water, availability of water. So it can be their arc. Whenever you see this term XER, think of water scarce or desert like conditions. Just say when I say deserts, desert will have xerophytic plants. Yes, this is their arc. If you have abundant water, you have hydrarch. Iska golden mean is mesarch, right? Now here one more term also sometimes is used, is autogenic and allogenic succession. Right? Isko will light it at the last. Only one line I'll tell you. Almost very similar to autotrophic and heterotrophic. But let me first explain to you the availability of vegetation. That is primary and secondary. Right? Now, primary succession. In fact, the term primary means something which is happening for the first time. So primary succession happens in areas where there is no vegetation available. Right? So here nothing is available. It is a bare rock. As simple as that. Nothing was available. Right? So everything has to start from scratch. That is primary succession. Secondary succession is, let's say there were forests available because of man-made factors or natural factors. Man-made factors क्या हो सकते हैं? People were going for a picnic and the bonfire led to forest fire. The whole forest got. So that is a case of man-made forest fire. Now this can also be a case, let's say there is a volcanic eruption and that also leads to a case, a problem, right? So so when the vegetation has been destroyed, which was existing, and when then you allow it some time, it will again regrow. That is known as secondary succession. So primary, secondary mein main difference in secondary mein succession happens when the vegetation was already there, because of some calamity, because of some mishap, it got removed. Right? Now I want to ask you, which one will be faster, primary or secondary? Secondary. Same thing like if you're reading your book for the first time, it takes a lot of time. Second, third, fourth reading ideally should take lesser time, or it takes the same time, right? Or even more. Okay. So here secondary section takes far less time, right? So I think there's a simple table, and first I'll show you a diagram to understand this visually. Very simple to have a look at. This is the simple primary succession. Nothing existed. We started with a bare rock. Okay. Whereas, have a look at this. We already had forests. There was a fire which broke out, but soil was present. In the previous case, soil also was not there. Soil formation itself will take a very long time. So slowly and steadily, with the abundant sunlight, what has happened? You have abundant, so vegetation, etc. Everything is available. Right? This is the case of secondary succession. So we have seen two types of succession: primary and secondary. Okay. Now, a couple of points. I think there is a head or proper this table that is there, primary and secondary. Right? So primary mein right? Very first line in a simple table only. So primary में it occurs when no community had existed. Occurs when no community existed. You also know what is community, what is population, what is biome. याद है? So here first is no community existed. Of course here community has already existed before. In primary, lichens will be the first one to appear. Lichens will be the first one to appear. Whereas in secondary, because already you now have proper soil available, you can start directly also with grass, shrubs, and weeds. This can also be a question that can be asked. I'll tell you what kind of questions have been asked on this topic also. So grasses, shrubs, and weeds are the first one to appear. Right? Primary, which is very obvious, it takes a very long time, almost 1,000 years to reach climax community. Whereas secondary, 50 to 100 or even 200 years. So lesser time it takes. It takes lesser time, right? So here's huge difference. And primary can start with sand dunes, volcanic islands, lava flows. यहाँ से शुरू करेंगे. Here it can be devastated by fire, earthquake, forest cleared by men. So very conceptually, very easy to understand what happens in primary and what happens in secondary succession. ठीक है? ठीक है? Now come back to the classification now. Primary, secondary is now clear to you? The differences, right? Which is faster, primary or secondary? Secondary, ठीक है? Autotrophic done by plants, autotrophs. Heterotrophic done by heterotrophs. Availability of water, they can be xerarch based succession. Xerarch means limited water, desert like conditions. Hydrarch means abundant water, and here sometimes the golden mean is mesarch. Last है autogenic and allogenic. Autogenic में लिखो, देखो succession happens by the biotic factors within the community. Succession happens by the biotic factors within the community, that is autogenic, so they don't require help from external sources. Succession happens from biotic factors within the community. इसका opposite क्या होगा? Allogenic. So allogenic में they take help of external abiotic factors also. So in allogenic, right, external abiotic factors, like floods, okay, volcanic eruptions, floods, volcanic eruptions can help initiating succession. It can help in initiating succession. It can help in initiating succession. ठीक है? अब So autogenic, what is there? Autogenic is, right, it is almost, you can say, self sufficient. It does not require help from outside. Allogenic is external abiotic factors. So flood ho gaya, volcanic eruptions, it can help in the process of succession, right? These are the different types of succession. One more type of question that can be asked to you, for example, if you are looking at a mature or a climax community. So kahin pe, if you have maybe at the box or just last पे लिखो, a mature, ये देखो, a climax community signifies, I'll tell you few points. A climax community signifies अब you tell me high productivity or low productivity, right? तो लिखो high ecological productivity. High ecological productivity. Somebody just remind me after I'm done. I have to just also tell you a short one or two definitions on productivity also. ठीक है? उसमें भी gross or respiration losses etc. I have to tell you. First one is high ecological productivity. Second thing I want to ask you, will it have low biodiversity or high biodiversity? High, because, so second, right, high biodiversity. High biodiversity. Third, right, will it have simple food chain, food web, or very complicated ones? Right, complicated food webs. One more thing, will it be more resistant to disease or less resistant to disease? Like more resistant to diseases. Last जो point है उसमें sometimes people can get confused. चलो यहाँ पे YOY is year on year, right? When we talk of companies and when we have to compare, we talk year on year. Dash year on year variation in ecological productivity. Take 5 seconds and then tell me. प्रूव करना पड़ेगा जो भी आंसर दोगे. क्वेश्चन समझ गए? अभी जस्ट रीड डाउन व्हाट आर द पॉइंट्स वी हैव रिटन. पहला क्या है? हाई इकोलॉजिकल प्रोडक्टिविटी. सेकंड, हाई बायोडाइवर्सिटी. थर्ड, कॉम्प्लिकेटेड. फोर्थ, अब ये तो we have written first point is high, तो यहां पे क्या होगा? This will be low. अब you have to understand, I'll tell you how to understand this. Low year on year variation in productivity. Now let's say we are talking of two companies. This is company A. चलो आयुष, which according to you is more stable, company A, company B? It's more stable, right? It has lesser fluctuations. If I say a, let's say community or let's say an ecosystem is stable, mature, when year on year variation is very less, if there is high fluctuations variation, it still means it is not mature, or it is prone to maybe a pest attack, or maybe there is climate change, anything that is almost altering what was usually being seen here. तो ये याद रखेंगे, low year on year variation in ecological productivity, right? Because something, things of, or let's say questions on this can also be asked, that a mature climax community will exhibit 4 से 5 points they will ask you, right? So think from the perspective of food chains, they will be complicated and you want them to be as complicated as possible, very interconnected, high species diversity, low diseases, and low year on year variation in productivity. Is that okay? ठीक है? No, one reason can be mycorrhiza induced resistance, but the point is it, because everything is very well established, so here it will not be prone to many diseases. That is the point. One reason can be MIR, mycorrhiza induced resistance. Okay, That is the whole argument. Now, चलो सबसे आखिरी में कहीं पे लिखो. This is just a small topic. Ecological productivity. Maybe in the last page if you have space. यहाँ पे space है तो यहाँ लिख लो. I have to just tell you a couple of terms. You can also link it even in succession. No major issue. Ecological productivity, right? Now, if we are talking of primary ecological productivity, the moment I say primary, it is about plants, right? It means it is about इसको लिखो, just write a line. The rate of biomass production. मैंने लिखा rate of biomass. I have not said biomass production. Rate of biomass production by autotrophs. Rate of biomass production by autotrophs refers to, right? अब लिखो gross, GROSS, gross primary productivity. Gross primary productivity. So primary productivity में one is rate of biomass production. What is biomass production? Simply we're talking of photosynthesis. And उसकी rate की बात कर रहे हैं. Rate of biomass production. This is gross. In economics, you hear terms like gross and net. What is there in net? Which is more, gross or net? Gross. Gross salary में taxes करके क्या होगा? Net. Yes, in hand. So here primary में one thing is gross, that is overall. Net में लिखो gross minus R. R is respiration loss. And remember, we have mentioned the term rate of biomass production. Secondary ecological productivity or even secondary productivity. Now here everything is same, rate of biomass, etc., etc. But this is by consumers, not producers. This can be a very simple trap. So this gross, this can also be gross. This can also be net. Net will be lesser because respiration losses are more. Right? Rate of biomass production. Now, so I'll give you some time to write this. Isme I'll now link two more concepts just on this definition. Right? Now, if I talk to you, first concept which I'm linking, let's say ecological succession. We know climax communities. Climax communities are mature, high biodiversity, so they will have high productivity in general. Yes or no? Right? Second, we already are aware about ecotones. Again, the same thing, numerator versus denominator now. If I'm talking of primary productivity, in this ecotone, if you think of mangroves, or let's say wetlands, or estuaries, all these examples, in a small area, limited area, because this is a transition zone between two ecosystems, they have a lot of birds coming in, already they have a lot of plants. What will plants do? Photosynthesis. So rate of biomass production will be high or less? They will be high. Biodiversity is also high. So biodiversity means what? Plants, flora and fauna is more. And the rate of biomass production, will this be more or less? This will be more. Rate of biomass is high. That is why they will always outcompete open oceans. Open ocean में simple चीज है, exposed area is bigger. In the entire open ocean, some area will have phytoplanktons. ऐसा तो नहीं पूरे के पूरे area में होंगे. Not the entire area will have phytoplanktons. So this concept also explains to us, same numerator versus denominator, rate of biomass production. Now rate of biomass production can be per unit area or of course per unit time. In these cases, the area exposed is less. Therefore, the productivity of these regions is very high. How many of you are able to get this? Okay? That is the crux. That is why this concept you can link it. go to succession. Succession mein our main takeaways are important, that what a climax community will have, 4 or 5 points we've written. Okay, less year on year variation, high biological productivity, etc., etc. These are a few things that you should remember. Okay, how many of you done till here? Huh. Hmm. What, so whatever they eat based on that, whatever they eat based on that, which will always be lesser than this. Again, remember 10% rule. What they generate versus what they generate will be limited, right? And ultimately they'll also be eaten up. Huh. No, but here ultimately they will also be then eaten up. Na puri chain ban rahi hai. Okay, is this okay? Hmm. ये देखो, this is a very easy question. This you can only answer. बताओ, टेबल देखो, आंसर सामने आपके. चलो, your question, your friend is asking a simple question. चलो, simple नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. He's asking a question. Rate of productivity if you have to compare primary versus secondary, कहाँ पे होगी ज्यादा? पक्का? कैसे? No, no, no. His question is in between primary succession and secondary succession, which is related to the rate, which is faster, which takes less time, secondary, because it is just going to come in a very short span of time. In which? No, no, in case of secondary, it takes a very limited time. In the very limited time, the entire forest can regrow. So we are seeing the rate of biomass production. So it is dependent on time. Secondary succession takes very less amount of time. तो एकदम क्लियर है, सीधा. ठीक है? Yes. Hmm. No, no. On that part also, main thing is, if you limit the area also, let's take the area constant. But here also, that when I say about time taken, in the ecotones you have an edge effect. In general, you have higher biodiversity. अब इसको compare करो. For example, oceans may, when the rivers are meeting, that particular small area is what? Estuaries. If I compare estuary versus that open ocean area, which is higher productivity, estuaries. So same point. Even if we take, चलो वो तो सही बात है. If I take overall the same area also, the biodiversity is higher in ecotones. They are rich in species. They will produce more biomass in a smaller amount of time, which is why they are higher. And oceans, the issue is their exposed area is more. In very small or limited area, they have production, right? So that production is lesser as compared to the overall production in a limited area of ecotone. That is how it is different. Okay? Okay, so that is there. So we have seen this part. Now come to biomes. Ab वापस आ जाओ. We have a table. ठीक है? How many of you have done biomes in geography इससे पहले? पूरी class, nobody is raising their hand. Couple of people have done it. Now see, when we are doing this, just see the table in front of you. Okay? Here we'll be directly filling this table, and then what this will help you? This will help you, and we'll be directly mentioning the species, some adaptations, whatever I have to tell you on this part. Okay? Here also I will ask you, for example, there is a mention of tropical grasslands. So there are famous grasslands around the world that you would read in geography, or some other tribes. So this exact topic overlaps also with geography. Our main focus is to cover it from the environmental perspective, which is why I will focus more on vegetation. So here I'll tell you some of the prominent plant species and some of the important animal species in general, right? This is also a very simple way to cover the topic. Otherwise, you will get very much confused in this topic. Okay? Now, before I begin this topic, छोटा सा space है आपके पास. In that space, you can draw this. Okay? When I'm classifying the biomes, or chalo biome, I can even write this as natural vegetation. Right? If I move from forest to grass, sorry, to grassland to desert, what changes? Of course, vegetation changes. My question is why? Yeah, what is the limiting or determining factor? Huh? Insolation, somebody says. Insolation is incoming sunlight or kuch. Agar if you have to mention just one factor, what is that? The answer is precipitation, right? From forests. So you will draw here, and or you can mention a declining rainfall. This concept even has been asked 2 times in your PYQs, and this simple table is also there in class 7th geography and CRT. When they classify the vegetation, there is forests mentioned, there is a mention of grasslands, and there is a mention of deserts. In our lecture 2, I'll be going into forests. I'll talk about Indian State of Forest Report, Miyawaki method, some forest in news. But I will give you again a very simple homework. Either see the class 7 Geo NCRT, उसमें से 5 species of evergreen in India and 5 species of deciduous. Even this question has been asked in pre, if you see the paper of 2023. And normally what the classical trap is, 4 species they will give evergreen, 1 they will add deciduous. Right? Talking of evergreen species, what are evergreen species? Evergreen species shed leaves in which month of the year? They do not. That is why they are evergreen. Deciduous, when do they shed their leaves? There is a reason to that. Somebody says summer. The answer is right. So they will do it to reduce the respirate, right? So they want to minimize the water loss. So there is a term evergreen, deciduous. One simple homework I am sharing with you is 5 species of both. Okay? Roshit, you can write the homework. Okay? You are the director of homework. I'll ask from you. Okay? Director of homework, at least abhi ye hai. If you're not able to maintain, but then I'll shift it to somebody else. Department of Homeland Security and Homework Security. Okay. So one is this. Okay. Decreasing rainfall is there, right? Now let's come to our table. एक ही चीज हमेशा याद रखना यहाँ पे, please make it declining rainfall. Somewhere you have to write rainfall. Okay, because rainfall is the most important factor, and which I'll show you through a PYQ also. It is rainfall because highest rainfall is in forest, which comes lesser to grassland, which reduces to desert. Second homework here in only is tropical and temperate grasslands. लानोस, काम्पोस, वेल्ड्स, डाउन्स, ये जो भी हैं, ट्रॉपिकल की लिस्ट अलग बनेगी, टेम्परेट की अलग. Anyways, you may do this in geography, but if you do it here only, this will help you. Right? Right? What is savanna? Is it a forest? Grasslands from which part of the world? Africa, right? Savanna grasslands, very prominent. Right? Now, let's come to our table. How are we going to do it? In climate, I will simply tell you about temperature and precipitation. High, low, whatever is there. Then I'll come to vegetation, any proponent. Let's say, for example, tundra mein. What do I need to know? Mosses, lichens, some type of that vegetation. And finally, the species that are there, if there are there. Right? Anything which stands out. This is Arctic fox, polar bear. A very simple table that you will see. This will give you a lot of insight in generally into species and how the world operates. Iske baad, when you see that, if you have time, our planet or any of the वर्क ऑफ डेविड एटनबरो, कोई भी एक सीरीज अगर आप देखोगे आपको आरओआई बहुत ज्यादा मिलेगा, रिटर्न ऑन इन्वेस्टमेंट. फाइन, सो लेट्स स्टार्ट. इसको यहीं पे फिल करेंगे. राइट, पीपल ऑनलाइन, नाउ बी अटेंटिव, प्लीज डोंट आस्क मी टू रिपीट अगेन एंड अगेन. राइट, एंड दिस वी विल डू, बट व्हेन आई शेयर विद यू, आई विल शेयर यू स्लाइड्स विद प्रॉपर डायग्राम्स एटसेट्रा. इस तरह से इसको आप, यू कैन सी इट लेटर ऑन ऑल्सो, सम ऑफ पॉइंट्स, बट everything that you need to know will be there in the table. If you want to see this for additional information, anyways, I'll be sharing the slides with you. Is that okay? Okay. Let's start with tundra. Tundra में सबसे पहले शुरू करेंगे. We'll talk about climate. सबसे पहले देखो, extremely cold. Just 3 keywords we'll write. Tundra is extremely cold. Second, very low precipitation. very low precipitation. And third thing is a term I will again repeat later on, right? Permafrost present. How many of you are aware of permafrost? What is permafrost? That is permanently frozen, right? Permafrost is rich in more than carbon dioxide. Of course, carbon dioxide can also get released, but more than that, even methane. If I say permafrost is released, can it lead to release of bacteria also? Certain microorganisms can be trapped also. Permafrost hai yahan pe. And in climate change, we will see how permafrost is melting, how glaciers are melting. Yes or no? Three keywords we have seen. One is permafrost is present. Second is extremely cold and very low precipitation. Three obvious things. Now come to the next part, vegetation. अब आप बताओ, will you see forest here? नहीं. क्या लिखेंगे? पहला lichens. This is the third time you are seeing lichens. We have seen them in ecological succession. We have seen them in mutualism. Now we are seeing them in tundra. Lichens. Lichens are symbiotic association of algae, fungus. Okay, that is there now. So mosses, second, right? Mosses. Third, right? Mosses, lichens, dwarf shrubs. Dwarf means very small shrubs. And last, right? No trees in caps. No trees. No trees. Okay. Now, before I talk to you about last part of species, one term also I'll tell you. When I talk to you about tundra, tundra of course is found in these polar regions. Yes. This part is known as Arctic tundra. They can also be Antarctic tundra. But can it be found on mountains? Right? Now, this also tells you that your climate changes on latitude and also altitude. The higher we go up the altitude, the latitudes mimics themselves. Yes or no? That part, whenever I'll talk about mountain, I will use this term alpine. Alpine tundra. Right? When you think of Valley of National Parks, wahan pe kya aata? Valley of Flowers, alpine meadows. Alpine means on a height, mountainous. So tundra will have Arctic, which means it is there on these poles. But alpine, jahan bhi term aayega, it means on these mountain peaks. Are we clear on this? Same pattern of biodiversity we also see normally also, that when your latitudes change and when your altitudes change, we see a similar representation, right? This also we'll do in more detail. In fact, there is a famous, I should say, biologist, Alexander von Humboldt. And when Humboldt saw that in the mountains also there is a lot of diversity, this is referred to as Humboldt's enigma. That we'll see later on. Okay? Chalo, coming back. So we have seen this. Come to species. Obvious species likho, polar bear, Arctic fox. Now try to recall for polar bear what have we seen in adaptations. Yaad karo. Or better. Furs, white colored body, Allen's rule. Okay. So Arctic fox, polar bear. Third, right? Reindeer. Reindeer से क्या याद आता है? क्रिसमस. ठीक है. ब्रैकेट में लिखो कैरिबू, CARIBOU. रेनडियर, कैरिबू, CARIBOU. ठीक है, कैरिबू. Now just read it once. In the exam, if you are able to recall this much, अगर टुंड्रा सुन के मुझे इतने points, if I'm able to click these points, does this make your life easy? पहले ये बताओ. Otherwise, biomes is a topic I know people will always leave. Biomes is BYEM, right? This is how we'll do it. Especially, I will give you even more details on tropical rainforest वाला part. उसमें तो more detail में करेंगे. ठीक है. Is this clear? Tundra? Okay. Tundra means write somewhere so that you remember alpine as well as Arctic. Alpine भी याद रखेंगे. Fine. Second is taiga. Taiga में लिखो slash करके. Boreal forest. BOREAL. Boreal forest. Now here in this table I have not added soils and that part, then the table will never end. Okay. Boreal, BOREAL, boreal forest. That is taiga. Now, taiga, chalo, let me rephrase. Tundra is found both in northern and southern hemisphere. True or false? Taiga is found in northern and southern hemisphere. Why? अब देखो इसी के लिए आई जस्ट शो यू, लुक एट टाइगा एंड लुक एट दिस, इट इज ओनली फाउंड इन, तो एक पहला लिखेंगे, कहीं पे भी लिखो, ओनली फाउंड इन नॉर्दर्न हेमिस्फीयर, टाइगा, टाइगा इज ओनली फाउंड इन नॉर्दर्न हेमिस्फीयर. Okay, now in taiga, right, first I think we have climate, climate में, right, long cold winters, second, right, short cool summers, right, long cold winters, short cool summers, cool cool, ठीक है. Come to vegetation, और तो यहाँ से दिख ही रहा होगा आपको, right, conifers, vegetation में, right, conifers forests, तो यहाँ पे एग्जाम्पल नहीं, चलो लिखे भी एग्जाम्पल, राइट, कॉनिफरस फर्स्ट आई एम टेलिंग यू, राइट, ब्रैकेट में पाइन, PINE, फिर FIR, फिर प्रूस एंड लार्च, पाइन, पर, spruce, larch. How many of you recall needle shaped leaves, coniferous forests? Now India में which part of India is very prone to forest fires? उत्तराखंड. Why? Coniferous, ये जो needle like leaves हैं, these are rich in resin compounds and resin compounds are very prone to catching fires. ठीक है, ओके. तो कॉनिफरस हमने वेजिटेशन लिख लिया इसका. ओके, इफ यू वांट कोनिकल इन शेप, नीडल लीफ लिख सकते हो, राइट, नीडल लाइक लीव्स एंड कोनिकल इन शेप, नीडल लाइक लीव्स, कोनिकल इन शेप. ओके, स्पीशीज में यू कैन राइट some of these species, mink, silver fox, lynx, Siberian tiger, right. So main takeaways that you see here, you see conifers, number one. Second, it is absent in which part? Southern hemisphere, right? And third thing we also see here, that you have started to see vegetation because of conifers, right? Now what is the third? Temperate grasslands, ठीक है. अब देखो, when you are looking at grasslands, why don't grasslands have trees? Because their name is grassland, huh? No, plants नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, I'm saying why grasslands don't have trees? Fire, और कुछ? I've already given you the answer. Number one factor is rain, but are there even more factors? Fire, is that a factor? And then what about the presence of a lot of herbivores in that region? All these are factors, which is why grasslands remain grasslands. But the biggest reason has to be the climatic, which is the precipitation factor, right? Just somewhere write this question. Why grasslands don't have trees? In 15, 20 minutes, we will see a PYQ of UPSC based on this theme, right? Why grasslands don't have trees? They've asked you even these kind of questions. Why grasslands don't have trees? Okay, now we are seeing temperate grasslands. Any example of temperate grasslands that you know? So steppies लिख लो, right? Steppies. Later, other examples you'll add it later. Steppies, STEPPES, steppies. चलो prairies लिख सकते हो, steppies / prairies. इसी में जो इसका नाम लिखा है उसी के ब्रैकेट में, सो दैट यू नो व्हाट आर प्रेरीज फेमस फॉर। तो प्रेरीज में लिखो डैश करके ग्रैनरीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, ग्रैनरीज, बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ, यस, wheat production, so wheat की spelling is WHEAT, right? Wheat protection production happens, ठीक। चलो, now we'll fill it one by one. Let's start with climate. Steppies में what did, one is steppies, prairies are granaries of the world, wheat production were very prominent here. Now सबसे पहले देखो moderate rainfall, climate में moderate rainfall, second cold winters comma warm summers, cold winters, warm summers. Then right in vegetation, right, dominant grasses, dominant grasses, right? Second, right, almost no trees, almost no trees. Now some of the species which are seen here, right, bison, bison, antelope, prairie dog, prairie dog, dog, right? Prairie from this region only, prairie. So there is a prairie dog, one of the species that is seen here, right? Next is, अच्छा कुछ confusion है से पहले, अच्छा bison, antelope, 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 and prairie dog. This is one species, right? Which one? देख सकते हो, हाँ, तभी तो, and it is a very popular species, right? Now after temperate come to tropical grasslands. Any example of tropical grassland? ठीक। अब I want to ask from you, when you see tropical and temperate, which will have more rainfall? Tropical, हाँ, नहीं, rainfall जहां कहां पे ज्यादा होगी? पक्का? कैसे? Close to tropics, where will you have more rainfall? This question, why I'm asking you, if I want to compare which will have taller grasses, savannas. So when you look at steppies versus savanna, which will have taller grasses? Kyun? More rainfall is seen in this. And I've said taller grasses in comparison to steppies. This point of comparison, please remember, right? In fact, when I talk about steppies, also seen in areas of Central Asia, and steppies, maybe you will see a lot of nomads, okay? So herders, etc., they will be found here. So when you are writing about the climate of tropical, उसमें लिखो more rainfall than temperate, more rainfall than temperate, which explains that they will have taller grasses. Second, right, there is a long dry season, a long dry season, long dry season, ठीक है? Now coming to the vegetation of savanna, so right, grasses with scattered trees. And when I'm saying grasses, remember these are taller than steppies. Grasses with scattered trees. Scattered, why? Because there will be more rainfall here. That is why grasses with scattered trees, first thing. Second, in vegetation, right, here, fire adapted vegetation. Fire adapted vegetation. वो भी देखेंगे अभी आगे, बाओबाब, Okay, how is it linked to Madagascar, Africa, and then it is also found in Madhya Pradesh in India. रुक जाओ. अच्छा, next is अच्छा species में if you think of any savanna, कोई documentary देखी है? चलो, what are the species that come to your mind? लिखो लिखो. Good. Giraffe, right? Giraffe. Zebra, lion, right? Can you find elephants here? Right? These are some of the very prominent species that will be seen. Very prominent. Hmm? Right? Now, what is the next one? Tropical evergreen. अब इस पे लगा star mark. Tropical evergreen is very important for us. Right. Talking of tropical evergreen, if I want to ask you, in the world, where is it seen? Which regions in the world? नहीं, कुछ पॉपुलर रीजन्स बताओ. So we are talking of Amazon. एक याद रखो, Amazon. Second in Africa, where? Congo Basin. Third, when you look at Southeast Asia, where? Borneo, Mekong, all of that part. These are the three most important parts. In India, where do you find this? Tropical rainforest कहाँ मिलते हैं अपने को? Western Ghats. Windward side, leeward side. Windward side. Can I also find them in Andaman and Nicobar? Can I also find them in Northeast? Yes or no? This you have to know. So यहाँ पे if you have space, you have to write 3 global regions and 3 regions of India. Right? 3 global regions में, and for that, whatever space you have later, I'll also make you write down Amazon, Congo, and even Southeast Asia. What are the species that you find here, etc., etc. Because in the recent times, UPSC is very interested in Congo Basin, in this DRC, cobalt-rich region, if you recall, right? तो सबसे पहले क्या लिखेंगे? Global 3 regions हैं, main. One is Amazon Basin. Second is Congo Basin. Third is the Southeast Asia wala part, right? This Borneo Mekong region. 3 regions which are globally there. Region of Indonesia, regions of Malaysia, all of that in the Southeast Asia. These are the 3 regions globally, right? Where we find them. In India, remember the 3 regions, the windward side of Western Ghats, of course, Andaman and Nicobar, and then a part of Northeast West which has more rainfall, right? 3 regions in India we'll recall. Now come to when we're filling the table. सबसे पहला क्या है? The climate, right? तो सबसे पहला क्या है? देखो, high rainfall. Is it throughout the year? Right? So लिखो high rainfall throughout the year. Second is, does it have abundant insolation as sunlight? Right? This is also true. Right? So लिखो abundant sunlight. These are the 2 most important things. So it has abundant sunlight, it has adequate amounts of rainfall, right? That is the first part. Now come to vegetation. वो अलग part है, because there are abundant canopies available, etc. That is there. Okay, but can we reject the part that it does not have sunlight throughout the year? Right? Now come to vegetation. Now we will be writing some of the examples that we have seen. First thing, do we see canopies in tropical rainforest? Proper canopies होंगी, and these canopy के लिए we use a term stratification. Okay, so one second. चलो, I think यही तो है. देखो, this is the part I was telling you. Amazon, Congo, okay, Indonesia, Malaysia, this whole part, Southeast Asia. These are the regions of these tropical rainforests, right? Tropical rainforests. If you first see this, right? So here write down in vegetation. देखो पहले tall evergreen trees, Second keyword, multi-layered canopy. Multi-layered canopy. Third keyword, right? Climbers and epiphytes. Climbers and epiphytes. Now with epiphytes, what do you recall? Which species interaction? +0, which is commensalism. Climbers or these epiphytes are only taking support, they are not taking nutrition. Yaad aa raha hai? Right? So canopy, what are the three keywords? Tall evergreen trees, like you can see. They have multi-layered canopy. And canopy is a very important feature of tropical rainforests. Although because of canopy, the point your friend was also making, there is the intense competition for sunlight. Issue क्या हो जाता है? Very limited sunlight is able to reach the bottom layers, which is why these layers or these parts cannot grow much. सारी की सारी sunlight is taken up by these tall trees. So you have seen stratification, we have seen canopy, right? And we have seen climbers and epiphytes. Very prominent vegetation that is there. Okay? Epiphytes जहां लिखा है bracket में, right? Commensalism. Again you will make a connection. Commensalism. You can write it यहाँ पे ना. हाँ, ट्रॉपिकल रेन फॉरेस्ट आप यहाँ लिख लो ना इस पे वेजिटेशन में. This is one of those occasions where at least you have some space, right? Okay. So this is there. Epiphytes. So 3 keywords are there. Now let's come to the species. Some of the prominent species we'll have a look at. Okay, jaguar, etc. I'll give you examples when I talk about individual areas. Okay. So first, right, primates. Primates. In the bracket, right, monkeys, comma, apes. This was also one of your homeworks. Apes, APES. Second, right, high biodiversity. High biodiversity. इसी में right, high biodiversity. Bracket में, right, birds, insects. Specific species I'll tell you just after this. When we do Amazon specifically, we'll write for them also, right? Abhi birds, insects, because overall in this region it is famous for high biodiversity. Any tropical rainforest region, if you think of Amazon, Amazon is also known as lungs of the earth. Yes or no? Right? We have written this. Ab hum likhenge whatever space is there below. First now, right, Amazon rainforest. Amazon rainforest, because now we are seeing these three. अब इनको देखेंगे 1, 2 and 3. First at नीचे maybe. ठीक. Write the heading Amazon, and then I'll tell you some important attributes related to Amazon. So here first keyword, remember, largest tropical rainforest, that is Amazon. Largest tropical rainforest. Second, right, lungs of the earth. Why are they called lungs of the earth? Because forests are carbon sink. They will sequester, store carbon. Lungs of the earth, right? Third, write down climate tipping point. It is one of the climate tipping points. Put a star mark. We'll do tipping points in the lecture on climate change. Tipping point simply means any ecosystem which is put under stress and beyond a limit. If you do not control it, it will lead to irreversible damage. So they have a huge biodiversity that is present. So this will lead to more problems. Yes? So Amazon. Now your homework remains Amazon basin. Look at homework. Congo basin, UPSC has asked you. This year, COP30 of UNFCCC happened in which part of the world? Brazil. Kahan pe? Belém. So that region, Belém, ultimately when you track the movement of the river, it comes from these Amazon regions only, right? So that part of geography I'll do also when I do COP30 Belém. I'll tell you which location and some of the facts. But Amazon basin में countries remains your homework. ठीक? Now, अब यहाँ पे I'll just mention some of the very prominent species in this region. Amazon basin. पहला लिखो jaguar. Is jaguar a big cat? In which state of India is it found? नहीं ना? ठीक है. So this jaguar and the car jaguar is different, right? Similarly, puma and the puma, they are different. ठीक है. One is jaguar. Second, right? One this right. MACAWS, macaws. Third, right? Poison dart frog. Poison dart frog. This is a very prominent bird. ठीक है. Similarly, if you're not aware or sure about the term, देखो अभी macaw and macaque, those are different. Lantern macaque is different, macaw is different. Fine. Now, here, चलो don't write it here. When I'll do wetlands, वहाँ पे एक और connection आएगा Amazon region का, that you will understand. Okay, this is there. Second, now come to Congo basin. Congo basin. Congo basin में countries in the Congo basin UPSC is already asked. ठीक है, if you want to again read it, see the map. Okay. अब Congo basin में what you should be remembering, couple of things. पहला लिखो largest tropical peatland. Wetland में again I'll reference this point. World's largest tropical peatland. Peat, P-E-A-T, peat. देखो the largest tropical peatland. Okay, there's a Brazzaville declaration also related to same thing at the peatlands. Actually, just write it now. Now I recall the name. What is the complicated name? Right? Cuvette Central region. This is the region which has the largest tropical peatland. So I'll just tell you the exact name. The world's largest is CUVETT, Cuvette Central region. This is the name. Cuvette Central region. In the Congo basin itself. So Congo basin में world's largest tropical peatlands. For your reference, I have not taught you peatlands yet. ना ही wetlands पढ़ाया है. But remember, peatlands are the biggest terrestrial carbon sinks. Terrestrial. If I talk about coastal, then you will talk about blue carbon, like mangroves. Right? Biggest terrestrial carbon sink is what? Peatlands. The biggest one is found in DRC. What is that region? Cuvette Central region. I'd also written a Brazzaville. अब लिखो Brazzaville declaration, बस इतना लिखो यहाँ पे. This point will get referenced. Brazzaville declaration is for saving the peatlands. Brazzaville declaration this is Brazzaville declaration for saving the peatlands. ठीक है, Congo basin. Now Congo basin is also famous for cobalt, right? So लिखो 70% of world's cobalt comes from Congo basin. 70% of world's cobalt. Third key, right? It is famous for blood minerals. blood minerals का अलग second name is right conflict minerals. Conflict minerals, these are conflict prone regions. In extracting these minerals there is a lot of conflict between these tribes which are there, and there is a lot of exploitation. For example, some time back Apple, the company Apple, was in news because of this, because they want to extract a lot of cobalt is useful, right? A lot of these blood minerals are very useful. This leads to conflict. So the regions that we are seeing is also rich in biodiversity. Why? Because it is the world's largest tropical peatland. Pehla thing. Second thing, because it's a tropical peatland, it will store carbon, and I've told you it is the world's maximum terrestrial carbon sink is these peatlands, right? Next we had written is 70% words cobalt, yahan se milta hai. Third is blood minerals slash conflict minerals, right? Okay, now write couple of species and their names. Right, gorilla, chimpanzee, and okapi, okapi. Gorilla, chimpanzee, okapi, okapi. I'll just show this to you. Acha. Okay, DRC mein you'll find this okapi. ठीक है. Now write fourth example, right? Bonobos, bonobos. Has anybody heard bonobos? अब देखो, bonobos are found only in DRC. Only. I wanted to give you this example even in endemic species, but ठीक है, it's okay. This is bonobo. लिख लो अभी ध्यान से. अभी exclamation I'll ask you when I'm done with the species. Then I'll ask in the whole table. चलो इसको लिखो. Bonobos are only found here. And one more attribute about bonobos, right? They are matriarchal. Bonobos are matriarchal groups. What are matriarchal groups? Led by females, adult female. Any other group that you recall that is led by adult female? Elephants. और कोई? I'll give you one example and you will definitely get confused. आपको ये कैसे हो सकता है? चलो, some of you know lion. Now when we say lion hunt in prides, who is hunting in prides here? Right, and it is the male lion that is taking care of the cubs. These all details I'll do with you when I discuss the big cats. Big cats से बहुत कुछ है जानने के लिए. Bonobos क्या है? These are matriarchal. एक और homework. Other matriarchal species, 2 species, 3 species now we know. One is bonobos, one is elephants, and even lion. But I want you to read even more. What are the other matriarchal species? Okay. Now come to Southeast Asia. So we have seen this Congo, we've seen Amazon. Now come to Southeast Asia. अब देखो, the region of Indonesia, Malaysia. Anybody, if you try to recall from a environment perspective, why is it in news? Sometimes. और कुछ from environment. अच्छा बोलो. अच्छा, एक capital change हो, climate change. Anything else? चलो, if I say palm, याद आ रहा है कुछ, right? So here, now it is very obvious this region will have same attributes of rainforest. We are not repeating that. High temperature, high rainfall. Only what is specific, right? First keyword. देखो, deforestation and palm oil issues. This is very prominent here. Deforestation and palm oil issues. deforestation and palm oil issues. Palm oil पे stomach लगाएंगे, right? You can also read this in current affairs later on. Now I'll tell you three very prominent species here. One is orangutan, and I want you to read up a term, orangutan diplomacy. There is a term, panda diplomacy, right? Orangutan is one, and orangutan, bonobo, chimpanzee, gorilla. When you read about primates, monkeys, apes, and their classification, you will get some clarity. Otherwise, सब कुछ अलग अलग लगेंगे, scattered. But we can still, I've told you, segregate them into brain to body and tail or not, right? One is orangutan, second, right? Now this Borneo, Sumatra, one, right? Sumatran tiger. Third, right? Rhino. There's a Javan rhino, there's a Sumatran rhino. Okay, these are prominent species. Orangutan, Sumatran tiger, right? And then rhino. All right. Western Ghats, may try to recall which species have we done today. So lion-tailed macaque and Nilgiri tar, right? We can have almost, when we say Western Ghats, in lecture number 2, we'll see Western Ghats is a biodiversity hotspot. If it is a hotspot, what is prominent in a hotspot? High endemism. And don't be surprised that every week or almost every second, third day, a new species is discovered in Western Ghats. Talking of Western Ghats, a very prominent environmental conservationist recently passed away. We're talking of Madhav Gadgil. Okay, so when I talk to you about him, I'll also tell you some of the important contributions of, again, we'll discuss committee and its recommendations, some of those aspects. Okay. On Northeast, any think of evergreen forest and any prominent species that comes to your mind. Hornbill, chalo, okay. Anything else? Has anybody heard of Hullock gibbon? एक species लिखो इसी में, नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाले पार्ट में, राइट? वन इज हुलॉक गिबन. I'll take it up later on also, so don't worry. हुलॉक गिबन, सुना है नाम? HOLLOCK GIBBON, हुलॉक गिबन. Second, right? Somebody mentioned hornbill. One more, right? Clouded leopard. And you have to see why it is called clouded leopard. In which cloud it is there? Cumulonimbus और ठीक है, ठीक है, तो आपको नहीं होगा. हाँ, ठीक है, ठीक है. Clouded leopard, right? And you have to see whether it is a part of IBCA or not, International Big Cat Alliance. Okay. Now, okay, so we are done with this. Now move to the next one, tropical deciduous. Our rainforest, we've done a lot of species around. In one go, you will not be able to remember it. Slowly and steadily through map. That is why I'm also showing you the map. Think of Amazon, think of Congo, and think of Southeast. Now, whenever any new update comes on these topics, you have to add it. I've already given you frameworks how to consolidate these topics. This is one of the best ways to cover biomes. Otherwise, biomes khatam hi nahi honge. Yes. Now come to the last almost two small sections. So which is there? Next one is tropical deciduous, right? Moderate rainfall. Moderate rainfall. Okay, and also write distinct seasons. Now come to more important for us is the vegetation here. Tropical, अच्छा इसमें I'll also tell you for temperate deciduous. ठीक है, temperate पहले लिख लो इसी में, if you have time. मतलब दो एक, I have to just tell you one example of temperate deciduous. दोनों अलग अलग, मतलब one for I'll tell you for tropical deciduous and one I'll tell you for temperate deciduous. ठीक है. अच्छा, you write for temperate deciduous, right? Broadleaf forest. फॉर टेम्परेट डिसिडुअस, ठीक है, ब्रॉड लीव्ड फॉरेस्ट, in vegetation, because here not much to add because most updation is there on this part only. Okay, ठीक है, other part you can leave it, you can just fill it from the slide, ठीक है, some of this minor details are only there in deciduous. If you just do tropical and temperate deciduous, what are the main varieties, your job will be done, right? यहाँ पे भी not that very prominent species are found, which is why I am not adding too much of detail on this part, ठीक है. Come to the last part, the last two, hot deserts and cold deserts. When you read deserts, ठीक है, अच्छा आपका क्या अभी है ट्रॉपिकल टेम्परेट पे, फ्रॉम हियर ओनली यू कैन ऐड इट, ठीक है, लेटर, ठीक है, अभी तो आई एम आल्सो नॉट एबल टू रिकॉल डायरेक्टली दैट पार्ट. हॉट एंड कोल्ड देखते हैं, ठीक है. फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, whenever we look at desert, I have to show you one image again, and most of this is covered here in, यहाँ पे भी काफी डिटेल है, but at least I want that some discussion we can have. Right, geography में again you'll read about deserts. Fine, what are the deserts? Desert are found on which margins, western or eastern margins? Western margins. Why? One of the reason is cold currents. Any other reason? Right, so winds, most of, yes, by the time they reach these areas they become offshore, they already, so if you look at Namib desert, you should remember the cold current, right? Here also there is a cold current, you have a cold current here, just remember this is basic geography part. Now we come to the environment aspect. We've already seen certain adaptations that you are aware of, right? तो अब इसमें लिखो आप हॉट डेजर्ट में, वेरी ऑब्वियस, रेनफॉल हाई लो, लिखो लो रेनफॉल, low rainfall. Second, right, high temperature, low rainfall, high temperature. In vegetation, right, xerophytic, XERO, xerophytic plants, bracket में right, cactus, okay, comma thorny shrubs, right. There are many other examples, desert palm bush, desert grass, various examples. अच्छा एक और लिखो इसमें, ऑप्टूनिया, OPTUNIA, ऑप्टूनिया, OPTUNIA, ऑप्टूनिया, right. And then इसी में we are writing in the vegetation only, we have seen 3, thorny shrubs, cactus, optunia, these are some of the examples. Later if you want to add, you can add later some of the more examples that is there. Now what kind of animals would we find here, right? Would you find camels? How many types of camels are there in India? 2. You have single humped camels and double humped camels. What are dromedary camels? बताओ, सुना है नाम? Dromedary camels. And what are Bactrian camels? So dromedary क्या हुआ? Don't get confused, these are single humped camels, these are dromedary camels, okay. So chalo, that I'll tell you in species later on, don't worry. Here, right, camel, अभी simple camel ले आओ. India में 2 types of camel है, single hump, double hump, right? And I'll tell you, because last year was the International Year of Camelids, some of those debates, sorry, not debates, but information I'll tell you. Camels, anything else that you find in deserts? तो यहाँ पे, right, desert fox, comma, reptiles. Come to cold desert. Cold desert में क्या होगा? Rainfall low, temperatures low. Low rainfall, cold temperatures. Do we have cold deserts in India? Where? चलो Ladakh, right? Cold desert, low rainfall, low temperature, okay. वेजिटेशन में लिखो sparse grasses and shrubs, sparse grasses and shrubs, right? One example you have to write is this, right? Sea buckthorn, it is also known as lay berry. Just write the name sea buckthorn. Right? Now, sea buckthorn has become very popular in the recent times. Right? Why is this? Of course, it has vitamin C, but main thing, it is able to grow. It requires very limited water. Right? So, for a lot of reasons, for example, yes, it has also got the GI tag. So, here, few things. It has ecological benefits, it has medicinal benefits, it has economic benefits. Right? This you can read on later. But this example is very popular in the recent times. Sea buckthorn. This is something you should remember. In the cold deserts. Okay, and you can also just in the bracket write down GI tag. What is GI? Geographical indications. Okay. Do we have a GI Act? We have a GI Act of 1999. And the GI Act complies with which body or institution? TRIPS, and TRIPS complies ultimately with WTO, World Trade Organization, right? So geographical indication. The first GI tag in India, Darjeeling tea. Okay. So this has also gotten that GI tag. We're talking of the example of sea buckthorn. Has ecological benefits. Why? Because it prevents soil erosion, supports biodiversity. Okay. It can even thrive in very dry conditions. That is the benefit of it. Okay. It has a lot of medicinal benefits, can cure ailments, offer vitamins, etc. Carotenoids, omega acids, and finally, of course, juices and jams can also be exported, has a lot of market potential. Right? This is sea buckthorn. So this is one example you should remember, at least has been in the news. Okay. Now come to the species here, like yak, Y-A-K. Second, right, very prominent species, snow leopard. Also, right, Tibetan antelope. Bracket में write chiru, CHRIU. Tibetan antelope. Tibetan antelope. How many of you know Pashmina shawl? It is taken from Pashmina goat, right? Chiru also produces a shawl. Which shawl is that? So, chalo. Its wool is also extracted to make shawls. This I'll also tell you while talking of wildlife crime. To prevent the crime related to this Tibetan antelope, there is also a specific initiative of WCCB, Wildlife Crime Control Bureau. Okay? We'll see it there, don't worry. Abhi ke liye, even the name is enough. What is the name that you've written? Chiru, right? Chiru is Tibetan antelope, CHRIU. Is that okay? Right? ठीक है. अब okay, this part is done. Flip. Deserts में. Now adaptation, I'll give you 1 or 2 minutes. Whatever we have done previously in adaptation on deserts, you try to recall and write. याद आ रहा है? For plants also we have seen some points. For animals also we have seen some points. Try to recall and write. Flip karo. Next page is deserts. Hot and cold deserts we've had a look at. Adaptations, you try to recall whatever we have written. So there are 2 images here, right? If you look at the plant, that is, which plant is this? Cactus. And you also have a camel, right? There are certain adaptations that you see here. So we had seen a thick cuticle, thorns instead of leaves. Okay. Okay. Widespread roots, spikes, thick waxy skin. So write down the heading plants and write these keywords. Then for camel, write some of the keywords. That's it. Baki, I've also told you CAM photosynthesis, although it's a very advanced concept, you don't have to go into that much of detail, but remember, the plants in those areas have a different type of photosynthesis. In the night time, they'll have a CO2 uptake. Okay. Plants and animals, what are the adaptations? We've already seen this in adaptations. The climate of that part na, jo last wala bacha hai, that tropical and temperate deciduous, when I share with you, आप वहां से you can fill it. Okay. Because major heavy work we have done on this tropical rainforest. So उसमें nothing much is left. मैं बोल दूं चलेगा? Thick waxy skin, large fleshy stems, spikes, shallow widespread roots. You can also write thorns instead of leaves. That also is something we've done. Thick cuticle, etc. All these keywords. So somebody's already mentioned it. Shatush, very good. That is related to that. वो हम करेंगे अलग से. When we do Tibetan antelope example. Here, remember wide feet. Why wide feet? Yes, to be able to move in desert conditions, right? Anybody can give me why these camel have hump? Don't tell me, so that people can sit on it. So that we can do tourism, huh? The answer is good answer, to store fats, right? In terms, so they can later on oxidize the fat when there is lesser availability, right? So they have a hump. Other than that, thick, they are very well camouflaged, right? Some basic thick eyebrows, etc. are there. Just write a couple of these points. Kangaroo rat, how many of you recall? Concentrated urine, right? Also maybe write down kangaroo rat somewhere. ठीक है? The other part is actually a continuation only of hot and cold deserts. Okay, so you read that, then this will flow, right? Now, how many of you have done till here? The remaining part I will cover later. UNCCD wala part. National, because for UNCCD I have to give you, no, that does not mean we are done, but achha, somebody has actually drawn a proper camel here. ठीक है. Now on deserts you are left with UNCCD. We are left with the recent COP of 16 which has happened, and national other initiatives. This I will take up, okay, later. Now we move to the next topic. Flip your page. What is the next topic? Desert wala part. I will again take it up because I have to here. When we do deserts, I'll also tell you there are a lot of updates. International Year of Camelids, dromedary camel, Bactrian camel, single hump, double hump, Harai camel. Somebody was mentioning. Harai camel eat what? They eat mangroves. They survive in those conditions. On Harai camel, there has been some update. Then, so there are certain things I'll also tell you. Israel, there is a Negev desert. Wahan pe there is also Arabian leopard and some of these updates. So there is some update left on deserts, which we will do in the next class. Now, the last topic for the day. And after that, no, last nahi, abhi to hai abhi. Chalo, you flip your page. Let's do aquatic, very short topic. Okay. Because here water pollution is a separate topic. First we'll do, here we are only seeing some zones. The next topic that you have is aquatic zones. ठीक है? Okay. This short topic should take me around 10 minutes to complete, 10 to 15 minutes. It's a very short topic. After that, there is a bigger topic of biogeochemical cycles. हम बैठ पाएंगे तब तक? हाँ? चलो चलो I'll see, because that is there, and उसके बाद I still want to have the MCQ with you, right? So let's see. चलो. The topic here is aquatic ecosystems. People online, I hope you're following. Okay. Here, first write down this. Classification can be based on salinity. Okay. Here you have three things. Fresh water, right? 0 to 5. PPT. What is PPT? Parts per 1,000. If I classify the aquatic systems based on salinity, the very first thing is freshwater ecosystems. Okay. Second one is right, and third one is marine or this ocean water. This is this, right? So you have fresh water, brackish water, or the oceanic or the marine water. You will hear this many times: fresh water crocodile, salt water crocodile. So you should know the very basics. So brackish water is between what? Fresh water and marine, right? वो marine हो गया, salt water आपका. So brackish is there. Now I'll just ask you, Wooler Lake and Chilika Lake. So think of Wooler Lake. Is it a freshwater or brackish water lake? Wooler Lake is the freshwater lake. In which part of India? Right, Jammu and Kashmir. Then you have Chilika Lake. Which part of India? Chalo, Odisha. Otherwise, I would have asked Madhya Pradesh or Gujarat. Okay? It is Odisha, right? It is brackish, right? So remember just that now when you see this, which part is brackish, which part is salt water, this is a very obvious question that can be asked from you, right? This is one way to classify it. Then classification can also be done. I think natural man-made, this you already would know. Another classification talks about two terms: lentic, lotic. Now, lentic rhymes with the word static. So bracket में, for your understanding, write static. Static means which is not moving. What is not moving? Any example? Right? Lake or any pond. That can be an example of lentic. Right? So lentic में देखो static and write this example. Lake or a pond. Right? Lotic is flowing. So rivers, example, right? Rivers. Right? Now, you may say, sir, I visited a certain lake, but that was flowing, right? So here the point is, these classifications will also vary. In the academic books, we have lentic and lotic, but we are also aware of very huge lakes, okay? And there can be a certain movement also, yes or no? So this is also not watertight, right? Same thing is here also, there can be some fluctuation in the PPT. This is also not watertight, please remember, okay? So natural and man-made you can understand. If I talk of tanks or reservoirs, are they natural or man-made? Man-made, that you know, right? Lentic and lotic, you know. which is static, lentic, static, okay. Lotic is flowing, moving. These are very basic classifications. Second thing you need to know, this will again help you understand whatever terms you have seen, plankton, zooplankton, this and that. Now, if I look at this region, let's say sunlight, let's say this area is where sunlight is able to come. This is known as photic zone. Area where this is not available becomes a photic zone, right? Now, here the bottom part is benthos, which is why the organisms found here will be benthic organisms. Will benthic organisms get sunlight? No. So you will see chemosynthesis also happening sometimes in the region, yes or no? Right? In the photic zones, will you find phytoplanktons? Very obvious. Now, so here, for example, I can find phytoplanktons. They will be eaten up by zooplanktons. Now, we are aware of some powerful swimmers. Powerful swimmers are known as nectons. They can be simply a fish, any turtle, etc. These are powerful swimmers. These are known as nectons, right? Phytoplankton, you know. Zooplankton, you know. Benthic or benthos organism, you know. And you know nectons. Apart from this, there are also a couple of keywords that one has to know. Neuston and periphyton. Okay. Neuston, in fact, first the periphyton. Periphyton, peri is attached to a word, peri and phyton. So these are attached, this can be attached to any stem, any plant. These periphytons are actually attached organisms, whereas neustons are the free flowing organisms almost found in the air water interface. Neuston, free flowing organisms in the air water interface, पहली चीज, right? No, here can be pistia, some floating plants, air water interface पे free flowing organisms, right? If you think of a mosquito, that would have already died if it is floating, okay? And it would have also submerged, we don't know that, and would have also been eaten, है ना? So neuston, right? Periphyton is going to be attached. You have planktons, you have phytoplankton and zooplankton. You have nectons, are powerful swimmers, and finally you have benthos. These are benthic organisms. Yes or no? Right? Same thing that I've shown you. Now I'll show you through an image. अब देखो. You have neuston. Neuston is air water interface. This is air, this is water. In this interface, you have neuston. N-E-U, neuston. हाँ है ना? Right? What are these floating plants? Then there is periphyton. I wrote peri and dash, which means it is attached. Simply ऐसा लग रहा है. Attached to stems and leaves of rooted plants. Periphyton, right? No, it can be found in these parts. So that is actually, you'll get confused. That nomenclature is actually here. Photic, euphotic. So here, please don't make this misconception that nectons will be found in. चलो रुक जाओ, फिर तो हटाना पड़ेगा मुझको. चलो अभी के लिए first see the organisms, then I'll make the zones. This will make our job easier, okay? Because we are not saying this happens. It may happen that some nectons can also float, because in floating they can also come here, they can also go there, right? But mostly speaking, in the whenever light is available, you will have your phytoplanktons. Now when I say zooplanktons can also float, so ऐसा नहीं है कि zooplanktons will only be found in photic zone. That is why I've removed it. If somebody has drawn it, इससे better क्या होगा? Then I'll separately show you these nomenclatures, because it cannot be that only in this zone a point can be there, because these are floating organisms. ठीक है? Now पहले ये clear है? इसको देखने के लिए let's see this again. Planktons can be phyto, green color. Red color can be zooplanktons, right? Nectons are powerful swimmers. You have turtle, you have a fish. This is the बताओ which organism? Somebody think squid, somebody think octopus, और कुछ? What about oyster? नहीं. और कुछ? Prawn? Prawn तो चांस ही नहीं है, right? So yes, this can be this your octopus, and benthos are bottom dwelling animals, right? Now एक बार just remember these terms. One is neustron, air water interface; periphyton, attached to stems and leaves; plankton, microscopic floating organisms; nekton, powerful swimmers; benthos, living at the bottom. Whenever we revise aquatic ecosystems, this should be at our tips, not very difficult. If you revise it just a couple of times, you will also remember it. We started with classification, right? Especially marine, freshwater, brackish, lentic, lotic. Abhi ke liye we've seen certain examples, okay, or certain species that are found here in the region. Right? Now, if this is clear to you, ये ठीक है? Now, let us also look at the zones. अब देखो, there are couple of things you may not be able to draw it even in this short time, but you should remember some of these terms. Benthic zone, how many of you are aware? ठीक है? अब देखो, the euphotic or simple zone, this photic zone is where light is going to come in. Where it is not, it will be a photic zone. Now, you have terrestrial plants on the land. Slowly, steadily, what is happening? Continental shelf slope we hear about. You have certain floating plants, submergent plants. Now, here there are two very important terms. One is littoral zone, one is limnetic zone, right? So somewhere right, littoral zone. और आप बस ये लिखो littoral zone greater than limnetic. We are talking of productivity. Can anybody tell me why? और कुछ? तब से आप कहोगे I can see so many plants here in the region, right? And because I can see plants, not that कि of course ठीक है, there are so many plants available in the open water. Of course, there will be certain phytoplanktons. We're not denying that. But simple, bigger area, more exposed area, not that ki pure ke pure every area mein you'll have phytoplanktons. Here in a small section in the littoral zone, which is there when this your slope ends, here you have emergent plants, a lot of floating plants. So littoral zone is greater in productivity as compared to limnetic zone. So limnetic zone is the open water, right? This is one term you will remember. Littoral zone. The only thing that you should know, littoral zone is higher in productivity as compared to limnetic zone, right? So keywords, of course, emerged plant, floating plants. Littoral productivity is greater, right? Benthic zone we have seen, photic zone, limnetic zone, etc. We've had a look at. Now, you have a point, right? Or there is some space, we will fill it. Factors affecting productivity. Now, when you are looking at these aquatic ecosystems, what can limit the productivity of these systems? लिखो just simple words. पहले लिखो temperature. Factors limiting productivity. This is your heading. Right. So what is limiting it? Number one, temperature. If the temperature automatically increases, what will happen? For example, think of corals. If the temperature increases, right? इसके लिए अलग से term use होता है. I'll tell you in the water pollution वाले class. Spring shock. Okay. Spring shock. We'll see this as a separate term later on. One thing is temperature changes can also influence the productivity. Second, right? Salinity. Salinity. Right. Now, talking of salinity, just one example I'll give you. Corals. Corals want salinity, they don't want salinity. They want salinity, yes or no? How many corals are present in Bay of Bengal? How many corals are present in Gulf of Khambat? अब आप समझ जाओगे मैंने ये दोनों सवाल क्यों पूछे. Because you don't have corals here. The reason is fresh water from rivers come in these regions. So that means you will not have enough salinity. Salinity is also required for productivity. Of course, we are not saying it has to be too saline, but at least some salinity is needed. ठीक है. ये जो दो हैं, Bay of Bengal and Gulf of Khambat, we will write separately in corals. That why corals are not found in a coral topic. Just write these two words: Bay of Bengal and Gulf of Khambat. There's a unit of corals maybe at the last page of your handout. For now, just write it. When I do corals, I'll again explain that point. Bay of Bengal and Gulf of Khambat, Khambat. यहाँ पे corals आपको नहीं मिल रहे, right? You're not getting it. Okay. One is temperature, one is salinity. Any other thing which will impact the productivity of this region? So when you talk, oil spills is pollution part. Third, right? ठीक है. Oxygen is also linked to up third point. सीधे लिखो pollution, which will expand on the topics that you have below. Pollution, right? Pollution you've written. Now I'll just tell you a couple of concepts here. One second. Now, for example, let's say this is a lake. Okay. You have two terms which is mentioned. One is eutrophication and one is harmful algal bloom. We'll understand this. Almost globally also in India, we are witnessing these phenomena again and again, right? So when we are looking at HAB, harmful algal bloom, and we are also looking at eutrophication. And I'll tell you how these are linked to pollution also. Eutrophication may write one line definition. Because it is nutrient enrichment. Eutrophication is nutrient enrichment caused because of, बताओ. There are only two things you have to remember in eutrophication. Only two. Nutrient enrichment caused because of पहला nitrates and second phosphates. Now when I say nitrates, this means agriculture runoff हो जाएगा. When I say phosphates, think of detergents. So when I'm talking of river Yamuna, and if there is a toxic foam in river Yamuna, what is the reason? We are using a lot of detergents which are rich in phosphates. ठीक है. So abhi what we have written, eutrophication is what? Nutrient enrichment because of two things. One is nitrates and phosphates. One thing. Ab nutrient is getting enriched. This will be taken up by algae. Think of this as food for algae. In the short term, what will happen? Ecological productivity increases. Because you're getting food, algae will rapidly grow. But now, after some point of time, how many of you have seen a lake or that images totally covered in green? The Kai, for example, that is nothing but an algal bloom. Now, very simply think, if there is water surface, if there is a layer of algae on top, will the sunlight be able to come, penetrate? No. What does that mean? There will be a reduction in photosynthesis. There will be a reduction in biomass. है ना? Short time में क्या होगा? Ecological productivity increases. But overall, what happens? It leads to algal bloom. Algae grow. Right? Now this limits sunlight. पहली बात तो sunlight ही limit हो जाएगी. Impacts photosynthesis. Right? Now, we'll see a couple of again concepts which are related to this part only. I'm not able to move this up. अच्छा, now I can. चलो ठीक है. तो देखो न्यूट्रिएंट एनरिचमेंट हुआ. only in short time this increases, but this is a very short time. Main issue kya hua? You have an algal bloom now. You're not able to have proper photosynthesis. Now, what is the consequence? Now, let's say this was your lake. This is day 1. In day 1, the dissolved oxygen is 100 units. Now, let's say this is day 3. Because now algal bloom has happened. Now the dissolved oxygen becomes lesser, 50 units. Kyun? Why? Earlier there were lesser algae. Now you have more algae. Algae will require oxygen continuously. Plus, even for decomposition, you need oxygen. Hai na? Decomposition of any of these organic matter, etc., requires oxygen. So slowly and steadily, what are we seeing? Dissolved oxygen reducing or no? Dissolved oxygen will reduce. Automatically, whenever DO reduces, the demand for oxygen, will this increase or not? Again, basic thing in economics also you see. BOD does not mean oxygen has increased. It simply means the demand for oxygen has increased. Right? Now, this can further, so day 3 hua, it can almost become 0. Achha, when this is reducing, we call this lake becoming hypoxic. Hypoxic means oxygen is reducing. DO, when it is reducing, the lake becomes hypoxic. The moment it becomes 0, that lake or that area becomes a dead zone. Now in the recent times, the dead zones globally are increasing. Right? So, again recapping, we have seen eutrophication. What is eutrophication? Nutrient enrichment because of 2 things, nitrates and phosphates. 2 cheeze ho gayi. Now, the more nitrates and phosphates are there, this will lead to more and more algal bloom. Algae will rapidly grow here. There is an algal bloom. If there is an algal bloom for a very short time, algae are growing. There will be more photosynthesis. Okay, but the moment it covers up the lake, ab kya ho jayega? Photosynthesis will reduce. The moment photosynthesis reduces, okay, limited amount of carbon, this carbohydrates are created. Slowly and steadily, because you have more algae and more decomposition, your oxygen gets depleted. Right? That means dissolved oxygen is going to go down or increase. It will go down. It will reduce. This means these algae and other species, they want oxygen. That means BOD, biological oxygen demand, that will increase. वो बढ़ती रहेगी. BOD will increase and dissolved oxygen demand will, DO will decrease. This, I can write this as dissolved oxygen is inversely proportional to BOD. Hai na? Yes or no? Right? The higher the dissolved oxygen, lesser the BOD. Right? Now, think of river, any river, Yamuna, Ganga. If river Ganga is polluted, you will tell me what is DO, what is BOD. If river Ganga is polluted, higher pollution, कुछ चलो, let me take, चलो हाँ, you try. Okay, anybody else here? Paras. सुना भी है सेम? अच्छा ठीक. DO डिक्रीज करेगा पक्का. Now, चलो 2 cases. One, when the river is polluted, right? If the river is polluted, it can be because of either organic matter, inorganic matter. To decompose the inorganic extra matter, you require what? More and more oxygen. If the river is polluted, dissolved oxygen will reduce and BOD will increase. Now you tell me what will happen to indicator species. They will reduce, right? So this is also linked. So the moment it gets polluted, or if they ask you if DO is reducing, what will happen to gangetic dolphin? You can also link the indicator species. Or if I say, if it is getting cleaner, DO should be higher and the demand should be lower. Is this clear? Right? So what is dissolved oxygen? What is biological oxygen demand? Very basic points you should be aware of. पहली चीज. Now, we had mentioned, in fact, I have to tell you two things. Okay. Now, first thing, please remember, are all algal blooms harmful? Right? That is why HAB is a type of algal bloom. Algal bloom, I am saying, can be. What is HAB? HAB, etc., they are also referred to as red tide. And when you write red tide in the bracket, write down. So I want to ask you, red tide happens at neap tide or spring tide? बताओ. I have to make a straight face while asking this question. बताओ, red tide happens spring tide पे, neap tide पे. What is spring tide and neap tide? हाँ, कुछ याद आ रहा है? The point is actually ये question दोनों चीज एकदम अलग है. They are not related, right? So here when you write it, right, this is a misnomer. Although they are called red tides, they are not related to tides. Tides happen because of three celestial bodies. बताओ, सन, अर्थ, मून. जो मैंने बोला आपको कहीं पे, अगर जस्ट फॉर योर रेफरेंस, इफ दे आर इन अ स्ट्रेट लाइन, दिस इज स्प्रिंग टाइड. इफ दे आर लाइक दिस इज नीप टाइड. ठीक है, बट it is not related, please remember. See, when it is said red, harmful algal bloom can also be brown, it can be yellow, reddish yellow, this and that. So this does not always have to be red, please remember. That is why I'm saying it is a misnomer, but this is the term that is used, right? So what have we seen so far? Algal blooms can be harmful. Algal blooms can be, which means certain algal blooms may not be harmful. What makes an algal bloom harmful? When they will release toxins. Now, algae are put under a lot of stress, right? If they put under a lot of stress, what can happen? They can release certain toxins. When they start to release those toxins, then they become harmful for the ecosystem, right? Because these algae are also important for the growth of other species also around them. So when they are released toxins, you can also write under stress, that makes them harmful. So that means there will be certain algal blooms which may not be harmful. It may obstruct the incoming sunlight, but ho sakta hai you can remove them through a mechanical apparatus and it is not harming it. It can be harmful when it releases toxins. Is this clear? Right? Now, we have seen algae like cyanobacteria. Can cyanobacteria cause an algal bloom? Harmful algal bloom? Yes, it can cause it. Then that releases cyanotoxins. Right? So, isme, yes, even cyanobacteria can cause it, which will ultimately release cyanotoxins. Right? So you've seen two terms. One use eutrophication, right? Eutrophication leads to algal bloom. Now, algal bloom can be harmful also, it cannot be harmful. If it is harmful, it will release toxins. One of the example can be cyanobacteria related. So cyanobacteria, cyanotoxins, algal bloom can also be there. Okay? Now, why I have taken this example? Because even in Africa and certain lakes around the world, some of these algal blooms have been in news, right? We will be covering it as in the topic of water pollution. Abhi, right now I'm only dealing with the concept here, right? Are we following till here? Eutrophication samajh mein aa raha hai? BOD, you have understood? Now, there are two terms. One is BOD, one is COD. BOD means biological oxygen demand. COD is chemical oxygen demand, right? Now, when I'm talking of biological oxygen demand, first of all, please remember both of them are indicators of pollution, right? This is a similarity, but what is the point of difference? is which is more comprehensive, right? So here COD is more comprehensive than BOD. Now BOD only has biological part, this has biodegradable or even the chemical part. So it has both. So this is more comprehensive. Chemical oxygen demand is a more comprehensive indicator to measure water pollution, right? If a question is what is BOD related to, simply it is talking about water pollution, right? High levels of BOD tell you what? Lows of DO and ultimately higher pollution, yes or no? High BOD is high pollution. How many of you say yes? High BOD is high pollution. Yes, yes. और pollution में भी क्या है? It can be organic matter, it can be chemicals. It has to be decomposed. What is required? Oxygen. उसके लिए हम ये कर रहे हैं पूरा, ठीक है? So you have seen algal bloom, right? This is one part. All right. Now, एक second. I'm just trying to see, do I have an image to support this? Yeah. चलो हाँ. चलो ठीक है. Let's do C snot also. देखो. 1 second. This is an algal bloom. Simple सी image है, right? Now, this is again a simple image. Phosphorus and nitrogen leading to, we had written nutrient enrichment. Yes or no? This is causing algal bloom. Oxygen will start to get depleted because bacteria also will take up oxygen to break down algae, right? Animals will start to suffocate. We saw two words, hypoxic and dead zone. Ayana, right? And when I say dead zone, again, eutrophication happened in Gulf of Mexico. This was very prominent. Now, on this, there is also one more term. You can just write this term in eutrophication only, right? C snot. Another term for C snot is marine mucilage, right? This tells you, right? This is more slimy. Basically, this tells you that environmental problems can also become IR problems. अब आप imagine करो, you have to just imagine, for example, if there is this ports and ships, and if there is a huge algal bloom in that area, will the ships be able to move? No. Even the global shipping routes will also be disrupted. This happened when this sea snot was seen in Turkey. Okay, so this is not a very recent example. This is almost a 3-year-old example, but you just need to know the term sea snot. Sea snot is ultimately leads to an algal bloom because of eutrophication. Another term for sea snot is also marine mucilage, MUCILAGE. This is again caused because of nutrient enrichment, as simple as that. And this is going to affect the global shipping routes, right? This is again a term that you can only write here in this part, right? So we have seen eutrophication, we've seen algal bloom, we have seen DO, dissolved oxygen, and we've also seen BOD, COD. Now, I have not specifically written bioaccumulation, biomagnification because we have covered it in the previous section. How many of you recall biomagnification and accumulation, right? So what is Minamata? Mercury, right? And what is Stockholm? POPs, right? That also we had seen. That also is linked to this topic. Yes or no? So you can again write that heading only and make that connection. Whenever you read aquatic ecosystems, you have to remember bioaccumulation and biomagnification. That will also be there. Okay? Yes? आप अभी लिख लो bioremediation, right? Use of microorganisms to treat waste. But this is a topic I'll do in waste management. Bioremediation. उसमें हम oil spills etc. डिस्कस करेंगे, right? Remedy की simple English is to treat. Bio is microorganism. If I'm using a microorganism to treat waste, that is bioremediation. ठीक है? Yes? the shipping, because if there is a huge layer of algae, the ships will not be able to move, and this is again a proper big layer, right? So normally if you see a lake, if the lake is totally covered by this algal bloom, can people go for boating? No, same issue will they will also have. It can affect the global shipping routes. Is that okay? ठीक है? Okay, ठीक है. How many of you are able to follow till here? ठीक है. 1 second. Acha, so what we'll do, biogeochemicals is a topic I do in a lot of detail. I'll not be able to do it right now. Yeah. So what I'll do now, we'll go through the MCQs. I've included MCQs of the topics which I thought I was very ambitious. I thought I'll be able to complete the whole handout. Okay. But I think that will take more time. And this is the first class. I've already told you this is simply a warm-up class. From now, be prepared. Right? I may slightly alter the timings also if needed to complete the topics we have there. Because just like, you know, abhi bahut kuch baki hai to discuss and cover, and there are a lot of updates I want to cover. Now we'll take a very short break, 5 minutes or so, and we'll take up the MCQs. We will do only those MCQs which of the topics which we have covered. Okay? Is that okay? Okay? Again, that will help you recall, right? करूं अभी? ठीक है, तो बस allow me 1 minute. I have to just transfer that. ठीक है, ठीक. So then, okay, so people online, those who are watching, the separate link will be shared with you. Okay? All right? अच्छा, if people are watching this online, we will be sharing with you. Just a moment. अभी कौन भाग रहा है अभी बहुत तेज यहाँ से? चलो, those of you who have some emergencies, of course you can leave. There is no stopping you. Now we will be doing the MCQs. For the people who are watching this online, you will now get a new link to practice the MCQs, right? ठीक है? And we'll be, of course, faster while doing it. That will help you reinforce some of the topics. ठीक है? Okay. Right now, after that, in the MCQ session also, I'll tell you how to, if there are any doubts, how to reach out and how to resolve them. That is there. Okay? So we'll end the class for here. People who are watching this online now, the second part of this class is going to start in a new link. Okay? Just see your Telegram channels. A new link will be dropped very soon. Okay? All right.